Oh, this is it. After all this time, we're on. So, we wish you a vegan Christmas. We wish you a vegan Christmas. We wish you a vegan Christmas. And a rights violation free year. Think that worked? Is that a yes? Okay. So, hi everyone. This is Gary, by the way. He'll be popping. He's our first special guest. But I've got quite a few. So, including the Queen. So the Queen is coming at 3. I got a message from the Queen saying that she wants to say something about veganism at 3 o'clock. But if you think that's unlikely, then I got a phone call yesterday saying that Elvis had given this person my number. And that goes back to an outreach that we did where we were giving away plant-based cheese. And there is an Elvis impersonator at the same location. And he's a good sport because he actually gives out loads of cheese, goes over to the cars and gives them out and this kind of stuff. So hi to everybody. We've got lots of things planned. The T-shirt in the background, I hung it up there to remind me because the idea is that twice today I'm going to do a little bit of a competition and you've got a chance of winning one of those. And so it's the kind of Irish version, not your ma, not your milk. So it's the Vegan Information Project T-shirt. You know, the UK version is not your mum, M-U-M. And then you've got the North American version, which is not your mom. So we decided to do an Irish version, not your ma. In fact, we were going to go not your mammy, which is a very Dublin thing, but we thought that was going a bit too far. But there you are. So I'm going to introduce you now to my first special guest. And look who we're talking about. Hey, Seb, how you doing, mate?
Good, how are you?
So are you I mean, I don't know, are you a Christmas person or is it meaningless to you or?
I mean, I've always kind of celebrated with my family. It's more like the end of the year celebration that I enjoy. Not religious in any way, but yeah.
Yeah, I want to catch up with some of the things that you've recently been doing on YouTube, not least this exciting news about the Animal Rights Centre. That's brilliant. But you did a video, must be a good while now, maybe more than a year ago now, about vegans and family relations. And you know, yeah, a few people have written about that, and a few people have done videos. I've done one myself because obviously the idea of this entire stream is to create a space for people who might be struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, do you want to say a few things about that general thing about being a vegan or the only vegan in the family? Because it can be a tough thing, can't it, Seb, you know?
Yeah, so I mean, I know from my experience when I first went vegan, the first year I wasn't, let's say that, I didn't understand the way I understand now, like animal rights in general. So it didn't bother me that much. But when I started doing activism, I started realizing, well, I don't really fully feel comfortable with my family doing the opposite of what I'm trying to change in this world for other animals. And I guess I'm really lucky. No one in my family was actively against veganism. But that's not something that everyone has the privilege of having. They were just like more like, yeah, sure, yeah, it's good, but good job for you, you know. That's about it. And it's not nice because you care about these people and you love them. I mean, if you have a good relation with your family and you love them and you care about them, it upsets you more than strangers eating animals or exploiting animals in general. Because you know these people and you don't understand, like, why don't they just change? And that's something that frustrates a lot of people, especially if it's not only how it was with my family. It could be worse. It could be a family that is against veganism actively. So I think a lot of people have that issue.
Yes, I agree. I was lucky. I was lucky with my family too. I mean, my mother went vegan when she was in her 60s, and my sister claims to be vegan before me, so she reckons she went vegan in 1978. But her kids say she actually went vegan about 1982. So I won. I always say this is sibling rivalry. But I was watching, in fact, this morning, having nothing better to do, of course. I'm watching this morning. There's a channel called, or there's a kind of series called Chewing Vegan Fat, and they were talking about. There was a young woman in, they thought, her 20s who contacted them and said that their family had threatened to kind of cover every single thing, including all the vegetables, you know, with butter and stuff, and, you know, dairy products and things, just to kind of, for them to make a bit of a protest. And I guess we're going to bring in a few minutes Grumpy Vegan Grandad. He was saying that he was hoping that wasn't the case. So I left a message, and so if that person's here, you know, let yourself be known, and let's see what went on. I'm just going to say a few hellos. So Jeremy, first up at 12 noon. Well done, Jeremy. So hi. We got Donegal Zeus. Happy holidays. Yeah, thanks very much. Airfin. That's a good word, isn't it? Vegan Pixie Warrior. Terry Regan or Reagan. Interesting that, you know, like there's a big debate about how to pronounce Tom Reagan's name. I've always said Tom Reagan, but there is some evidence that it should be Regan. And Tom used to, for people who don't know, Tom Reagan is the author of The Case for Animal Rights in 1983. And his wife is called Nancy. And so he always used to say during his talks that, oh, I'm married to Nancy Reagan, because that obviously was the name of the president's wife in those days too. So always made the thing. So I suppose Reagan, anyway. Brooke, Barney, Nella. Hi, Nella. Nella will be with us shortly. Well, in a couple of hours. Jennifer. Jennifer is an artist. For people who don't know, Jennifer Faust Art, and she'll be with us a little later, around about 2, if my schedule works, which it probably won't. But we're going to show some vegan art from Jennifer, and there's a kind of world exclusive in a way, because there's a new picture, although it's kind of Christmas related. And I wanted it to be a world exclusive, and then Jennifer went and published it on Facebook yesterday. So there you go. You know what it is like Seb, you just can't trust people. Michelle, Bernie, having a go at people already. Noodle, that's a good name. I like that. I can't pronounce that one. Matsola, I'll just say Matsola, and Laura. So hi everyone. So yeah, you made an announcement about this Animal Rights Centre, Seb. So yeah, tell us about that.
So I'm so excited. I swear, I don't think I'll ever be able to work on something as important. Hopefully one day I can do something more important than this, but I can't imagine something getting better. After the explosion in Beirut in August this year, I launched a campaign with Lebanese vegans to distribute vegan food for families in need, because the explosion left 300,000 people homeless in 6 seconds. So a lot of people had no access to their kitchen. A lot of people who had access to their kitchen didn't have money to buy food to cook. And part of the campaign was also paying the bills of injured animals from the explosion, which also ended up just being paying the bills of animals that people were contacting us about, but we just couldn't say no, you know, like, well, what are you going to do? Sorry, this is not from the explosion, so we're not going to help, you know?
All right. You turn into a sanctuary type situation.
Yeah. So we we were doing that already, and $1 Million Vegan reached out to us. They said they'd like to help as well. So they sent some support, and thanks to their help as well, we ended up distributing around, actually more than 2,000 meals, ready vegan meals, and vegan food boxes, like bulk food, like 7 or 8 kilos each box for families. And it was going really great. We were really happy with the amount of food we were able to distribute. Each week we would buy at least, maybe I think at least around 1,000 kilos worth of like food, bulk food, like 200 kilos of rice or 200 kilos of chickpeas and things like that. So while we were doing that, there's a hospital in Lebanon, a private hospital owned by the Hayek family, that's Hayek, who is run by a member of the family who also happens to be the founder of Lebanese Vegans. So he's put all that he can to make the hospital not only vegan friendly, but also pro-vegan. So he's been holding the vegan conferences, why vegan conferences, animal rights conferences, screening Dominion in the hospital conference hall.
Oh, wow.
And they have an amazing vegan menu in the cafeteria. The doctors always tell the patients, like, hey, for every single option, you can choose the vegan one, and you're gonna probably feel better and get out of here faster, you know? So his family, they had a property in the heart of Beirut that they hadn't been using, a two-story, let's say, kind of house, but it was actually a social center. It was initially a house around 100 years ago, where the great-grandfather used to live during the Ottoman Empire, and he was one of the first people, martyrs of Lebanon, because he was working on the independence of Lebanon from the Ottoman Empire, from the Turks. And he was executed for that reason. So the house itself represents justice and revolution, which we really like. So this family told us, you can use the house for your food distribution program as your base, you know, bring all the food here, put it in the boxes, distribute and everything. And we were doing all of that. And then eventually George from Lebanese Vegans, he said, you know what? Let's do something with this place. And we were thinking, okay, what can we do? And we thought, well, let's make the first animal rights center in Lebanon and a vegan support center in general, where people can come to learn about veganism. We can have our headquarters here to work on campaigns. We can have a small cafe, a co-working area, like a social hub that attracts non-vegans, but where also vegans can come and hang out together. Animal rights activists can use the space upstairs as their office. So we ended up doing that. We spent a lot of time and a lot of money renovating the place because it hadn't been used for 20 years. The walls were in very, very bad condition. Some of the walls had been destroyed on the outside from the explosion. A lot of the glass was broken from the explosion, the window frames and everything. So it was a long way. That's why I kept on saying, I can't wait to share something amazing with you, everyone. And then I never did because it was taking so long to finish it. And eventually...
I just thought you were a big tease there.
Well, I was so excited. I wanted to share, but because we were doing a fundraiser with it, we had to get like a nice video done, because I know how to edit videos, but I don't know how to edit fundraiser videos. So we eventually found an editor from the States who reached out. He volunteered to help us. So I took all the footage, sent it to him. He edited the video.
So is there a different way to do a normal video and a fundraiser video then?
Yeah, because, you know, I'm used to just filming something and then cut out the parts where I didn't say right, or I got stuck with the wording, or I forgot to add something, or I made a mistake, and then I just put it all together and then I upload. But with a fundraiser, you need something that motivates people. You need the right type of music. You need the right, I don't know, amount of footage or interview. You need the right amount of like transitions and things like that. So that's why the fundraising video is really nice, because I didn't do it, but it was really nice. So
you just had it done for you. I tell you what, I did see your video, and I say one of the most shocking things was the violence of the explosion. It was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, like it was just like wiped buildings out, and it was like a nuclear explosion. You know, I mean, well, the Animals film, which is kind of my generation's Earthlings, they showed the nuclear tests where they tethered other animals on boats, during the thing, and that was horrendous. But this was really like that, just kind of like this kind of wave of power. It was really shocking.
It created a vacuum. That's why a lot of the security cameras from the shops, they show like, if you watch well, the glass kind of pulls out and then like blows.
Yeah.
It's the strongest non-nuclear explosion during the past 100 years or something.
Oh wow! Well, you see that effect is exactly the same as shown on the animals film. So you kind of get a sucking thing, and then it blows again.
Yeah.
So Anyway, now I'm gonna. Grumpy Vegan Grandad is being very patient, but what I want to do first is I want to just play something which lasts for about 3 minutes. Now I've got to get the technology right. First of all, I need to raise this this volume here. So bear with me, folks, with my not being particularly good with all this. Let's see how that works. Now then, hopefully that's right. I'm gonna look on this other screen, see that we've got that. So I'm gonna go there. So if somebody tells me in the comments whether you can hear this.
Someday I'll wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind. Be somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. There's a dream that you dream of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dreams that you dream of, dreams really do come true. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dreams that you dream of, dreams really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind. Where trouble melts like lemon drops, high above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dreams that you dare to, dreams really do come true. Is that right? You like it too? May I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind. I think you like it. Do you like the music? Yeah.
So that's amazing, isn't it?
That was nice.
Yeah. So you could hear that, okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm gonna bring in Mr. Grandad. It's,
you could call me Dan if you want, Roger. Hi.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Dan, meet Seb. Alex. Seb, meet Dan.
Hi, Seb. I've seen you. I've subscribed to your channel. I've seen your videos. I really like your videos.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, Dan.
I just find that amazing. That's happening in Lebanon. that explosion. What a lot of people don't realise is with any explosion, it's not the actual shrapnel or it's the shockwave that kills a lot of people.
Yeah.
And they look uninjured. A lot of people look uninjured, and it's actually, you know, it takes the air away, they suffocate. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's so cool of you to do that and set that up. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. But that video just shows, doesn't it, that birds aren't these dumb objects. It just shows that they've got emotion, that they react to music, that they just like every other animal on the planet. And it's people just assume, because turkeys aren't the best looking birds, of course. I mean, all right, you know, there's better looking birds, but underneath the feathers, they're all exactly the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
And, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to go to my stepdaughter's and sit at a table where there's a butchered bird there. And I think it's a lot of people are going to have to do exactly the same. Now, I see it as a little advantage that I was a meat eater for so long, but you sort of looking at things with a new perspective now, and so I will see this murdered animal on the table, but I think we've just got to put up with it. And I mean, I had two choices. It was either go or not go, and I think the best thing I can do is go, because they've got to find an alternative for me, so they've got to search that out. There's a temptation they may try it. They've got to make separate gravies for me and for them, and I'm thinking, why not just make something that we all can have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the family's just so stuck in the tradition. And what you said, Seb, is it's really hard with family because of the emotional attachment. Whereas people you don't know, it's a little bit easier to be more raw with them and just be more truthful and honest. It's a tough old one. It's a tough old one. I mean, there must be some vegans out there who've chosen not to go and participate. And it's those guys I really sort of admire for having the guts to do that. But I feel I should, and just, I mean, every time I appear and every time they've got to think about food and every time they've got to think about the choices, it's just chipping away at them. And eventually it may happen. It may happen.
You know, you never know. Dan, you were on that thread, the chewing the vegan fat thread, where the 20-year-old woman was mentioned about. So did that get resolved? I didn't watch it all the way through. Do
you know what? I'm not. Although I'm friends with both guys, Daryl and Darren, it was something that happened between them and they're in contact. So I don't know what happened there. I just gave my advice. I basically said I think they just winding her up. I can't see a family being that vicious enough to actually do that. I mean, it's just like spitting on the food, isn't it, really? That's what they're saying they're going to do. They're going to make the food unedible for it. And I really can't see that happening. I think they're just being a little bit, I don't know, they're just winding her up, I think.
Yeah, just trying to make a point. Actually, one thing you said, Dan, was interesting because Kim Stallwood always argued, Kim Stallwood went vegan in 1976, and he used to work for Compassion War Farming. Then he went to the States, worked for PETA when PETA were an OK group, I suppose, and then moved to be the editor of Animals Agenda. And he always says that when you get a vegan mindset, you no longer see other animals as food. So your mindset kind of changes, and I think that's kind of what you were saying. The interesting thing about Kim Stallwood is for many years he's called himself the grumpy vegan, right? And then we've got the cranky vegan, and now we've got grumpy vegan. So what's going on with all these names?
Well, the grumpy vegan granddad comes from my granddaughter keeps coming up. When my granddaughter, of course, she comes up, she comes to see granddad and grandma. But she comes up and like my wife will give her like bacon sandwiches, pig flesh sandwiches, and I'm like, that's pepper pig. That you shouldn't be eating that, and I'm just always at And my granddaughter said one day, why is me vegan granddad always grumpy? And So it just, I thought, vegan granddad, that's a perfect fitting name for me. Because as far as my granddad's concerned, I'm always moaning, you know, and it's like, what I can see from my past experience, I mean, my wife's a big sweet eater. She likes eating sweets and everything. And my granddaughter, and this goes for a lot of kids, eat a lot of vegetables and fruits. But the minute those children eat sweets, which is the sweetest thing you can ever taste, vegetables and fruits don't taste as sweet anymore. They taste bitter. And it puts them right off. And that's where a lot of parents grew up with the children. As soon as they're old enough to eat like sweets, they throw in this highly processed sugar at them, which gives them like a cocaine response in the heads as well. It gives you dopamine release.
Yeah, well, companies include sugar in vegetable products because of that. I think it just kind of takes the edge off it. So, do you fancy being grumpy Seb Alex then, Seb? Or
I'm all right.
Yeah, I think you are. But going back to what Dan said there was about always at them. You know, in relation to the research that you did on kind of vegan families, in some ways, it's probably not the best thing. You know, kind of like you made your point and kind of then kind of leave it. You know, it's kind of planted the seed. I think that I mean, I do know that a lot of people, it's difficult not to say something every time. But if you don't do that, I think that can possibly be a bit better sometimes.
You see, the thing is as well, Roger, is that I'm trying to lead by example as well. I'm 53 years old. I'm not an old man yet, but I'm 53 years old, and I've got a 19-year-old son and my stepson's 30-year-old. And they're both very lethargic. They sit on the sofa, just watching TV, you know. I had a little toy fight with my son last night, and he was totally out of breath. And then I go out and I'll run 13 miles. And I've started running in March at the beginning of lockdown when the gym shut. And I've slowly built it up. I'm up to 21K now running. And not one member of my family who are all younger than me could possibly keep up with me now. So I'm going to keep this going as well, because this shows, and I'm not ill. I feel good, you know. I actually smell good now because it's Christmas, and it's the only time when I actually smell good, because I get like deodorants and body washes. And my brother bought me this T-shirt as well, which is no, my brother is like he's totally anti-vegan. He's not anti, but he's like, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't think we should be doing it. He works in a cancer hospital, so I think, you know, he works in the Christie's. So you think he'd be more open to a possibility of, but he doesn't. He's always testing me, saying, "Well, they don't. How do you test if the diet's killed them? How do you test if this?" And I said, "But the point is that it's been proved that certain meats and animal products cause inflammation." And I said, "It's been proved that certain vegetables and certain fruits reduce inflammation. So that surely should speak volumes." I said, and surely it can't be good to be putting mammalian hormones from dairy into your body that mimic your own hormones. Surely that's going to cause disruption, because as we know, hormones, they do so much in the body. They regulate so many things in the body. You know, my son with his acne, it's obvious it's dairy. His asthma, it's obvious. But he won't even give it I've said, just have 4 weeks, I'll help you. I'll buy shit for you the alternative. Just try it, but he won't. He's dead set against it. A bit of macho.
I used to get a lot of migraines when I was a kid, and they kind of stopped after I went vegan. They've kind of come back a little bit now in the last few years, but they're not as severe and they're not as frequent as they were. You know, so I think that is an issue. Going back to the sport thing, up until COVID, I was still doing five-a-side. You know, I'm in my 60s now, and I was kind of fitter than, you know, half the team, but I was older than everybody else. You know, and so because I used to every birthday, I used to put my birthday number on the back of my shirt, and I thought, well, you know, that means that I'll remind them of my age when I'm running past them, kind of thing. You know, so that'd be very good. Seb, you know, Seb, that this is going back to one of your recent videos. You know, like we're a social movement is a claims making enterprise, and so You were making points about our language, and I'm part of the Animal Rights Show, and we're very interested in language, and kind of Jeremy Hess is a bit of a specialist on that as well. And so if you look at vegan interactions, but Seb, you were saying about it's not about love, it's about respect, and it's about rights, and that, and is that something you're pushing a lot now?
So I'm trying my best. Obviously, I think we're all like recovering speciesists. So we all, every once in a while, do something that's not considered vegan. I mean, say something.
I like that.
Yeah.
Recovering speciesists. I like that.
It's really similar to when you understand racism, and then every once in a while you may make a mistake.
Yeah, carry on, Seb. Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, I think language is the thing we use the most to communicate with others. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just muted Declan's mic. Yeah, carry on, Seb.
Okay, so because language is what we're using to communicate about animal rights, even if it's written down, it's still language. It doesn't have to be spoken language. We have to be careful how we're saying these things. And I specifically remember a few Facebook posts I've made years ago when I first started doing activism, where I used to say, make your circle of compassion bigger and include all animals. But it's not really about compassion, is it? I mean, it's nice if you have compassion as well. I'm not saying it's wrong to have compassion, but it's more about, it's less about the love and more about, I respect this individual. And I don't have to like in order to respect this individual. And a lot of people find this weird, but for example, pugs or French bulldogs, I find these dogs both ugly and annoying. And a lot of my friends hate me for it because they know when I see one, I just go like, they're so ugly. But I would never, ever, ever let anyone hurt them. And I would speak for their rights of not to be bred, not to be sold. And I mean, and one of the reasons why when I see them, I get even annoyed is because they suffer so much just by being alive. So it's against even their right to be bred and sold and exploited and be used as gifts. Like I'm gonna get a pug for my 12-year-old or whatever people say when they're buying animals as gifts. So you don't have to love them in order to respect their rights and fight for their rights. And I think
it's like the idea that a human rights activist has to love every human they come across, and of course they're not going to do that. I was a bit surprised when all that kind of animal lover thing came back, because there was a lot of resistance for that in the animal rights team are listening. In the 80s, there was a lot of resistance to all that, because in fact there was somebody, I think at a 1988 march, said, don't call me an animal lover, so it's it's about respect. What do you think about the prevalence of all the cruelty talk? Do you critique that as well now, Seb? Well,
I don't think I found the perfect answer for this, because I used to use the words cruelty, and I used to concentrate on the animal cruelty part, and then I stopped because we usually categorize cruelty as something that doesn't respect the animal welfare laws. So to talk about cruelty, animal cruelty, kind of sounds like we should do it without the cruelty, or people can get to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Recently, I've just been wondering if it's easier or not to include all animal use and exploitation and killing as cruelty, because I feel like people identify with being against cruelty more. But I don't know if it's, so I think it's easier, or I think, so I'm not sure, that's the thing. I think it might be easier to convince them that, well, any type of human supremacy and discrimination towards other animals is cruelty. So, but I don't know yet.
I like to use the word abuse. I don't know. rather than cruelty, I tend to talk about it as abuse, animal abuse.
Yeah, abuse and cruelty. Yeah.
Yeah, well, people used to say use and abuse. The problem with abuse is the fact that it can be in the kind of cruelty thing, which the real issue here is whether you want to have a conversation within the welfare paradigm or step outside of it and critique that. And so the cruelty, I mean, I'm not opposed to, this is a debate I have with Jeremy Hess. I'm not opposed to any words, really. It's a question of the prevalence, you know. So if we were to, if predominantly our language was about other animals being rights bearers, rights holders, and that our use of them is a rights violation, then we can incorporate the other words too. It's just that at the moment, in fact, it happened to me on the street. I was putting up a banner for the VIP, Vegan Information Project, and they're all rights-based now banners. And somebody came up to me and said, "This is rubbish," pointing at the picture. And I said, "Well, what's rubbish?" And he said, "Well, you know, it's not as cruel as that." And I said, "Well, you know, you're making a cruelty point there, but our position is a rights-based rights position. It's not based on cruelty." And this guy says, "No, it's not." And he had to tell me what my position was, and that's because I think that he was so used to animal rights being associated with anti-cruelty. And I mean, for me, it goes back to the Shack campaign, you know, Stop Huntington Animal Cruelty, it was called. And I always thought, why is that word cruelty in there? Because if you took the cruelty away, we would still be against it, right? And unless obviously we make the point that there's no such thing as non-cruel use. But as a sociologist, you're right up against the culture then, because what animal welfare ideology says, and we kind of get grown up with all this, is that non-cruel use is the norm. And so, you know, once you have that conversation, you're kind of working within the welfare paradigm. And so if you step outside and make rights points, you know, you're kind of breaking through. I mean, I think it kind of cuts through. I also think rights points are stronger, you know, because I think that as soon as you start talking about animal cruelty, people are kind of going, okay, so what's not cruel then? Tell me what's not cruel, and I'll eat that. You know, which animal product is not cruel?
Right,
you know,
I see. I get it slightly now. So, I mean, you could say that eggs aren't specifically cruel as such. Like all these free-range farms, supposed free-range farms, these ethical farms that let them run free. So people could sway towards that as an alternative, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Also, you know, we make a big fuss about whether, I mean, there's petitions going around complaining that a particular farm, you know, kind of one bad apple type thing, which is the way it would be interpreted. Yeah. Well, we don't mean it, but one particular farm has had the kind of red tractor, which is the high welfare certificate, taken off, and so it's been the proposal, it's been given back to them. You know, the RSPCA have inspected it and all the rest of it, and then they're gonna get the red tractor back. And there's a big outrage within the vegan community about the fact that they're going to get their high welfare certificate back. But from an animal rights point of view, it's irrelevant whether they've got a high welfare certificate or not, because it's all a rights violation. And so we do kind of shoot ourselves in the foot sometimes. You know, we talk about cruelty, we talk about factory farming, we talk about high welfare, we complain about those kind of things. Whereas actually, it's not abuse and cruelty we're worried about, it's use. We just want to end use. The bottom line for vegan animal rights is that we would end our use of other animals, full stop. And we wouldn't get involved with regulating the use, how best to do it, all that kind of welfare stuff. We wouldn't do that. Just before we move on, Declan.
How
are you doing, young man? So,
grand, no bother.
Did you get my text?
I did, Roger. Yeah. You gave me a sleepless night last night thinking about what to say to do justice to the animals, and I was thinking for hours when I went to bed. So I got up and jotted down.
Is this the reason why you're 5 hours early then, is it, Declan?
No. I just said I'd tune in to see you had the right link and everything.
So Declan runs the Back into Daylight Animal Sanctuary, and you've got over 400 other animals there now, Declan.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have
so it's a
indeed,
big, it's a big
yeah.
operation. I've been booked to do some fencing. That's mainly the thing that Declan wants me to do. Either bring
Yeah.
pallets to him or do some fencing.
I'll bring sick and injured animals right there too.
I can drive an excavator if you need me.
Yeah.
I used to drive 360 excavators, so
Yeah, I drive one myself as well. So good.
It's fun. It's fun.
Oh, it is fun, yeah, definitely, and saves a lot of hard work. Could I just say one thing about the cruelty and abuse issue there? I had the hunt here beside me on Wednesday, and it was a terrible cold, a fox hunt. It was a terrible cold day, and like we're about a quarter of a mile from me, and I could see 30 of them waiting at the side of the wood, waiting for the hounds and the other, the redcoats to chase out a fox. So I was blowing the horn and trying to, distract the hounds, and it took them about an hour and a quarter to chase out a fox. But to think that these 30 people sitting on the horses in the misty rain and the freezing cold, like I just think these people are evil. Like, to do such a thing to and then to chase them for hours after that. We must realize that, an awful lot of these hunters and farmers and anyone that abuse animals, there is shock and evil in them. They might be good to other people or to their families or something, but they're shock and evil to animals, and that's, we should get that across, because some people say, a friend of mine says to me the other day that a lot of farmers are nice and they treat animals well, but they still bring them off to be killed and, castrated, and, so I think it's important to say that, they are shocking evil people out there when they do these things to the animals.
It's funny you should say that. So it's funny you should say that, because this morning I was watching a video from Manchester Hunt Sabs in Chile. Yeah. And the police have adopted a new tactic, and they are actually now saying that cars have been damaged the previous night. So they're pulling over the Sabs and getting them all out of the cars and searching them all down. And of course, this takes a lot of time. Now, I wonder who's organised that.
Oh, yeah. It's just shocking. Like the Sabs have no protection.
I should say, just on a technical note, that Declan is in Ireland, and so hunting is not banned in Ireland like it is in certain parts. Well, I suppose it's in Scotland, Wales, and England. Hunting is banned. We need to do bunny rabbit ears for that, because it's not really banned. It's just being altered, And I took part in lots of different. During the kind of ban campaign, I took part in lots of different things, including TV shows and everything. Animal rights never came into it. It was all about animal welfare, conservation, that kind of pest control, all those kind of issues. The idea of animal rights just never kind of arose, really. So, Seb, what's your plans right now? What you doing, man?
So. We have the fundraiser for the Animal Rights Center running until the end of January. We are going to be working on a few. We're going to start with one big campaign. I can't share yet for safety reasons, but when it's out, you'll know.
You're teasing again. You're teasing again.
I can. This one is more of a security culture reason that I can't share yet. So we're really excited for that. We're going to do a lot of things to try to target the population. So Lebanon is so small that it has one main highway that passes through Beirut, the capital city. So any billboard you get on that highway gets at least 1 million views a day.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of the funds, actually, most of our funds are going to be used for billboard campaigns, and we've already gotten in touch with a few companies and start getting the numbers and the costs and everything. So we're really excited for that. On a personal level, I'm waiting for one more language translation to finish of the ebook that I wrote about animal rights and logical fallacies that people use to justify their exploitation, use, and discrimination of other animals. It will be published on my website, free to download in 18 languages. So I'm just waiting for that one.
Wow, that's amazing.
So after that, I'm gonna have to.
I can't speak one language yet, so that's impressive.
Yeah, and I would like to continue the university lectures I had started in March this year. Everything got postponed due to the lockdowns, but I would really like to continue the university lectures while also working in the background with Lebanese vegans to target the animal rights in Lebanon, and hopefully it will be something that people can copy paste into their own communities and have their own centers and campaigns.
Yeah, if people go to my YouTube channel, which they're on right now, if they're watching this, you'll see that I did a podcast with you a few months ago, kind of beginning of lockdown, wasn't it? So, you were talking, you were talking about how the university tour got cancelled and everything, but you also talk about access, which I think a lot of people who want to do kind of that type of thing, so that's on there as a kind of resource, if you like. I've got a call coming in. I'm just going to mute myself. So talk amongst yourself, boys. Hang on a second.
So Seb, you were actually in Lebanon now.
So I've been kind of based for the past 2 years on and off in Indonesia. But I was in Lebanon, obviously in August and September. And then I went in October to Germany because I thought I'm going to be able to continue the lectures, and we started organizing everything. And then the second lockdown started. So I was like, okay, I can't stay here. I don't want to be stuck in Europe during lockdown. Rent is so expensive. Just living there, I don't want that. So I went back to Lebanon. We worked more on the center. We concentrated on all the renovation. We did a small soft opening. We were expecting like 20 people to show up. 85 or 80 people showed up, more or less. And then I came back here to Indonesia because I have all my stuff here. My partner lives here. We have 3 dogs. So yeah.
Is Indonesia a good place to come if you're vegan? Is it so
amazing? Yes, because it's the variety and quality of fruits here is just so different.
So that's my destination for next Christmas then, because I said I'm determined to go away. So Indonesia, here I come.
I would say start looking into it from now.
Yes, definitely. I think we should be clear, but fingers crossed. I hope we're clear of it by next Christmas. But it seems like this stupid thing's mutating.
Yeah.
But hopefully, we're going to be out of it by this time next year. Yeah, crazy.
Right, I'm back. That was a guest coming on. I'm not quite sure yet. That's why she rang. Bernie Wright from Alliance for Animal Rights, ringing me up in the middle of a worldwide live stream. But there you go. That's Bernie for you, isn't it, Declan?
Well, I'm gonna leave you now anyway because
okay, Dan.
But listen, thank you for letting me on. Thank you for letting me meet Seb. And I'm sorry I forgot your name to my left.
Declan.
Declan. Nice to meet you, Declan. Yeah, don't forget, if you need a tractor driver, I'm your man. I'll come over. Don't worry about that. But anybody out there who's feeling alone or is wondering what to do with the families and everything, I suggest go and enjoy time with your family. It doesn't mean you're any less vegan. It gives you an opportunity to talk about it. Makes it a little bit awkward for them. They've got to prepare stuff for you. So I would say just go along, do it, suck it up, and roll on January the 1st, I say. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. You take care. Have a good one.
Thank you. See you later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah. Bye for now. And Declan, I suppose we could drop you out really, but otherwise we're going to do all the talking we're supposed to be doing at 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know to hit the switches to put myself off in case I'd done something for later. Yeah,
you might have deleted the internet. Oh, okay. I'll be in touch with you later on.
Bye.
Right. I'm just going to catch up with a couple of things. Wendy says, here, Seb. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Must have been something that you said earlier on.
About the pod, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. What Wendy said, "What decade was that, Roger?" Yeah. I'm not going to say that again. They really take the piss out of me, Seb, because every time I mention the 80s, all the animal rights people just start. It's even worse in the planning meetings. I just get abuse all the time, and that's one area where the word abuse does apply. They're just Anyway. But then again, it's interesting, like the generations thing with vegans. It worries me that a lot of vegans don't know the history of the movement. At the same time, I try to do something about that, but you've got to try and do it without coming over as some kind of boring old fart, because it's quite hard. But there seems to be resistance to knowing, and
Sorry, go ahead.
No. After you're the guest.
I think I find it very weird because it's completely irrelevant how you are sharing it, because they should be interested in the first place. Like you come into an existing movement. How can you not think what has been done already? Who has been working on what? Who has written what literature? I think it's. I might be completely wrong, but it could be laziness, because it's much easier to watch videos about veganism on YouTube that were posted in the past 10 years, rather than picking up a book. I'm not aware of any specific channel that has gone into like the history with all this. You talk about it a lot, but do you have like specific, like from this year to that year, this happened and these groups are working on that and this philosopher wrote this book? Do you have something like that on your channel?
No, not in a systematic way. No, I mean the cranky vegan does it a little bit as well, I guess. But interesting, because I think the very first cranky vegan video ever. I think he's been doing it a couple of years now. He was saying that he got into it by reading zines, these kind of like informal magazines, and he was talking to some more recent vegans, and he was saying, well, that was done in the 1990s, and they were going, well, show us, and he said, well, it's all in these zines, and he said, well, look, if it's not on the internet, it didn't happen, kind of thing, and so there is a little bit of that, I did find a community on YouTube who seemed to think that the vegan movement was begun by a certain North American kind of activist in the 1990s, and that there was 3 groups in the movement, DXC, AV, and Save, and that was it, and so there does seem to be these kind of generational kind of bubbles, if you like. So breaking out of that is pretty kind of interesting. But it's also kind of pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So what we've got here, we've got Slower saying, the paradox is that people love about pugs, the flat face. Oh, yeah, that makes their life miserable. Yeah, that's right. Oops. And then, there's that thing about, the kind of the breeds of other animals.
Yeah.
Greyhounds can have problems with arthritis. I think Great Danes have problems with their feet because they're carrying so much weight, and pugs, and it's usually the round-eyed ones. I mean, some of them, their eyes fall out and stuff. So
and like their brain doesn't, if I'm not mistaken, their brain doesn't even have enough space like for their small heads. Like it's just,
wow.
And then they have breathing problems because their like nose is just non-existent. It's so messed up.
Yeah, and there's one there's one breed where it's kind of got ruffled skin on purpose, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and so I'm not quite sure what that particular breed is called, but I think they have a lot of skin problems because of that. Terry says, true, although loving animals is ideal and is a common thing for vegans, but it's not important. Respecting their will to live is what's important. That's good. And Michael said hello to Declan before, but Declan's gone now, so sorry about that. Yeah, Paul Bashir said that he doesn't like non-human animals much. Yeah, well, you don't have to. I mean, that's the ins and outs of it. It's the same as with with humans. You don't have to like everyone. You have to respect their rights. I think that's the real thing. So again, I think people identify cruelty with sadism. They immediately think it has nothing to do with them. Yeah, well, that's an interesting one in the sense that if you ask people, should you be cruel to other animals, no one's going to say yes, are they? And then and so how that gets translated in street work is oh, I only buy free range, and oh, I only make sure I've got grass-fed beef and all the rest of it. And of course, none of that tends to be true anyway, because everybody seems to know this particular butcher that knows this particular and kind of like the best farm in the world.
Yeah,
it all ties in with that thing that the farming community do, don't they? Which is they all claim to have the best welfare in the world. I mean, wherever they are in the globe, they have the best welfare in the world. And the interesting thing about that, though, Seb, is that economically they couldn't even do that if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Because you can't stand outside of a globalized system without massively increasing your costs.
And they won't be able to keep up with the demand, because if you're going to have the highest welfare system, you need a lot of more space, and there's not enough space for all the animal products demands to be bred into farms that have the highest welfare.
Yes, I think that's true. It's an interesting one, because I suppose in a sense that's why the movement does kind of focus on factory farming. I suppose. I mean, it's obviously the majority of things. I worry a little bit that I think there are a lot of people in the movement that would, if it all went back to extensive farming, I think quite a lot of them might be okay with that. In the final analysis, which is a bit of a shame. But
I hope not.
No, I think there might be, but there you go. I've got future guests texting me. So Tom says the cruelty exasperates what's wrong, and it doesn't address the fundamental wrongs. Yeah, I think we'll agree with that. And then sounds like a panto scene. Oh yes, it is. Okay. In Poland, we are having even anti-cruelty hunters. Yeah, well, I mean, hunters claim to be guardians of the countryside.
Species.
Yes. Oh well, yeah, that's right. There is a historian called Keith Thomas, and he talks about privileged species, and of course, each society does have that, which is quite interesting. And what was I going to say about the do the Lebanese farmers claim to have the best welfare in the world?
They don't have to, because they're not facing this massive movement calling them out yet. We're gonna get there, but in their advertisements they do. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna bring in Tim Barford here, and it's interesting because you mentioned the ban the big posters, the what they call billboards. And Tim, you were asking a few questions about billboards recently.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy Christmas. I hope you're having a marvellous time. I'm going to be excessively grumpy over the next half hour, if you could have had that long.
We've already had the grumpy vegan granddad. You have to do better than that, Tim. Go on.
Well, I only heard of him, to be honest. He's just Johnny come lately turned up. It's like, you know what I mean? I mean, I remember what you was banging on about that other fella, wasn't he? Like the proper. I remember Grumpy Vegan turning up in 2009, right? He turned up, racked up, slagged everybody off, give everybody a hard time, made up a load of scutter. And it was like, who's this? And I wrote an article, and I found out his name, Kim Stallwood. Kim Stallwood. No, we won't forget. Of course, since then I got to know Kim, and he's actually really interesting fella, a really nice fella. And hello, Seb, nice to see you there. I see you sitting up there, mate. been listening to your stuff. It's very interesting. You will be exonerated from my grumpiness today, I can tell you.
It doesn't sound like
the fellow up on the right, whatever, the left, the Grinch. What's all that Grinch bit? Anyway, the Grumpies, they come along, and I mean, what's that? Grumpies. I mean, are they marginalised? Are we talk about them? I don't think so. I think they took themselves out of the movement, put themselves in a little box somewhere. I'm very glad about that. And then suddenly, out of the blue, as if, you know, by magic, then comes it's a grumpy vegan granddad. But I thought that was me. Honestly, I thought that was me. I thought, who's this grumpy vegan granddad? And it's just like, I miss him. Anyway, sir, I'm sure you make a very good grumpy vegan granddad. I missed you, but I look forward to having a chat with you another day. And meanwhile, I decided to give my moniker Uber Grump today. To be honest, yeah, I'm pretty grumpy.
Yeah, you're a bit grumpy, Tim. Tim Uber Grump. Yeah. So, okay. So, do you want to talk about your recent posts or what?
Which ones?
Well, Seb was saying that
we've lost all our audience by now. I reckon everybody's shut off and gone, oh, I ain't listening to this rubbish for the next half hour. Wake me up when he's finished. Yeah. Thanks for that, Tim. In the first hour of the show, like, yeah. It wouldn't be Christmas without a proper Christmas spirit as somebody moaning, whinging, banging on with negativity. I mean, come on, this is the vegan circles. I've never actually properly had a go at doing it for ages, so I'm a bit out of practice. Well, you seem pretty good at it. You know, it's come back quick, isn't it? You've been around the block a few times like we have, isn't it, Roger? I mean, honestly, how many times have you been alone for Christmas, miserable, and had something to whinge about by this stage of life? I mean, where do you want to start? 5 minutes each. No, I think you started. So Seb was saying that there's one highway through Lebanon, which goes through the capital, and you're thinking of putting some billboards up, Seb? Yeah. And you were just wondering about the effectiveness of them, Tim, I think, in a general sense, not Lebanese, obviously. Well, first of all, Seb, I saw that Lebanese thing. That was brilliant. I mean, we were big supporters of Lebanese farming, I think, back in 1982, but that's another story of being another book down the line. But that's something I saw. And I think, you know, billboards, first of all, may I say, well done, everybody who's been putting up billboards. And I think billboards have a fantastic potential. There's been some incredibly revolting ones. You know, I'm not going to spoil the party by mentioning the horrible ones like the ones that, you know, we see. There are some just crass, disgusting, miserable, unpleasant billboards. Roger, you'd probably be an expert because most of them are from your favourite animal group that we really don't even mention, I think, is banned on this world. It's a sort of Peter, yeah, that's the one. So, yeah, my favourites. Yeah. Question, I think, and it's interesting because a gentleman pointed this out in the post yesterday was that, well, indeed, you know, our esteemed and beloved and compatriot and brother, soul brother, and all the rest, Pat from Veggies, who has been vegan as long as we have, really, and been doing all this stuff out there, and he made a very good point. It's true that. A post in the right time at the right place can be a very uplifting experience, and it can really lift the spirits for activists. It can really be a focal point, and especially I think if a community base a fundraiser and then they get a big billboard up and then they kind of big social media around it, it's in the papers, and it's it could be that can have a real impact. And I think, you know, if you were going to do something in Lebanon, with billboards, that would probably be a first. It would have a potential for a really big impact. My concern is at this point is that, you know, and I made this point, and I think it's a valid point. And again, I should point out that this is done in a supportive, not particularly uber grumpy fashion, more of a try to be constructive, use constructive questions to ask. Is that you know, on some of these bigger billboard campaigns, and we see a lot of them. We've seen the, you know, I remember the Be Fair, Be Vegan one had a huge campaign in, I think was it right in the middle of New York City or something like that, you know.
Times Square, I think it was.
Times Square, indeed. You know, hugely high profile, and then obviously the Viva campaign has been running in the UK. They've got a lot of billboards up. I think currently 80 or something is it running. We see January campaigns, especially at this time of year, whether that's more like sort of tube advertising and that kind of thing. We're seeing Go Vegan World, got a campaign running right as we speak. Big budget. They're doing things like the big rugby games and such like, you know, huge budget, millions of pounds. We've seen Animal Aid doing a turkey one this year, and then we've seen Animal Aid do that before. Of course, we've seen some grassroots ones too. So there's this huge picture, and that's just in the UK right now. My question is, though, you know, has anyone done the research into the effectiveness of this? I know there's been some goes by Viva about their messaging. I think their messaging is confused at the moment. I think only Go Vegan World is addressing the basic rule of thumb, which is no more than 7 words on a billboard, because that's all. I think the most basic research shows about people passing by, that's all they're going to take in. But even with the Go Vegan World, I question, have we, you know, researched how effective that messaging is? I mean,
how many words on your one, Seb?
So?
How many words on yours, Seb?
So we haven't decided yet, because we're gonna the billboards we're gonna do, the first one will be directly linked to the campaign we're doing, so that it can have a call to action, but then it will have our website as well, which means that we can actually track how many people are visiting the website out of nowhere the second the billboards go live. So we'll be able to track that. And honestly, let's imagine we spent, I don't know, $3,000 on billboards, and then after a month we saw that we got 50 people visiting the website. We're not going to do billboards again. Or we're going to check what we did wrong, which made people not feel like they should visit the website. So I think, like everything we do with activism, it might be trial and error, and then get better, and then try again. And if you don't see any result, try the next thing that you think could be good. But it will be the first one with a strong animal rights message, that's for sure. And I think we're also going to choose the first campaign is going to be something more, let's say, soft, so that the public gets to know us and their first reaction is to be on our side. And then we can get to more core issues of animal rights. I mean, I can't say more core issues, because all of the issues are core to animal rights, but something that the public agrees with already, we're going to choose that. And then with time, we can go more into like farmed animals and things like that. So we can get people's support in the beginning, and then we can kind of take them into the path of all the issues together. But yeah, as I said, it's trial and error, but we're definitely going to do some data related stuff as well to see.
Well, be careful with that, because that idea of meeting people where they are, it means that you meet them in McDonald's. But going back to what Tim was saying about research, I kind of I did a kind of informal thing, which was very limited, which was basically going back to kind of Go Vegan World. It used to be called Go Vegan Ireland, and it started off in Ireland. And so they have outside of the bus adverts, inside of the bus adverts, and also the big billboards. And so on 2 occasions, I situated myself by a busy bus stop where all the buses are coming in with the Go Vegan World things. And as far as I could tell, no one looked at it. Even the ones kind of queuing up to get onto the bus, they didn't look at it. Nobody else seemed to be. When you looked in a general way, nobody seemed to clock them as they went past on the bus. And then I situated myself near one of the billboards, and I think I must have been there for about half an hour, 3/4 an hour, which obviously is very limited. And again, I don't think I saw anybody look at them. And so I was asking Michelle Lowe, who's a psychologist, about this, and she said that advertising is all about repetition, and that there's a chance that that they might have been kind of seen unconsciously or subconsciously. So not really seen, but seen type of thing. And then the real trick to advertising is to have the same advert in multiple locations, which are different types of things, like on the TV or on the radio, billboards, leaflet, that kind of stuff. So it would be interesting. I might think of putting my sociologist hat on and get a clipboard and maybe actually go and interview people. Because there's some Go Vegan World things that just say, have you you've walked past a billboard, did you notice it? And if they say yes, do you know what it's about? That kind of thing.
Any multi-million advertising campaign is going to do a basic bit of research, surely. I mean, surely that research has been done. It must have been done. Nobody's who are in marketing, who do marketing for like expensive cars. It's £1 million. It's budgets. It's one of the most bigger budgets. They do research. They don't just spend it, hope it works, and maybe it might work on they have a good plan on it. So, Seb, I think the important thing is to have a plan. I think the idea is to maybe use a billboard as a spearhead, as a talking point. And it's great that you've got some way of gauging it. I mean, but to plan a campaign, really a whole supported campaign that has some clear goals with it, to have some clearly defined, I mean, Roger, there's plenty of research out there that's been done about what you're saying about standing outside a clipboard. I mean, this is a well-worked theme that's been used by many people who've invested.
Yeah, but the question is, does the general data translate to data about?
Well, that's a good question, but the point is that there are tried and tested things that predict. I mean, for instance, this data, I'm not the expert at all. And again, I just stress that I'm very grateful for the donors. I mean, somebody is investing a lot of money in this, and it's been spent mainly with big marketing media organizations, Murdoch style, some of them. The money, millions of dollars and pounds or whatever, is bypassing completely the grassroots vegan scene. Nothing of that donor money there is going, as far as I know, and of course, it's going to be corrected into the grassroots vegan scene. Now, should we be asking those questions? Should we be raising those points? If we do, they should be done respectively and supportively and in full recognition that no, we don't know the answers. And yes, it is a bit of a stab in the dark, but is it okay to talk about these things? Is it okay to ask these questions? Because I mean, right now it is a real, especially this year, to see, I don't know, for the 5th, 6th year running, millions of pounds again being spent, outside of our communities at a time when, you've got groups like, I don't know, in the UK, the Vegan Traders Union have got, 600 small vegan businesses that are absolutely half of them on their knees, cannot move. They're absolutely strapped everywhere, left, right, and centre. And we're seeing all of this money being spent on billboards. If there's not even any research into the effectiveness of either the messaging or the whole thing, if there isn't clear supported campaigns, I think, to be fair, for instance, someone like Viva. The Viva, when you look at their, look, here you go. Here's their magazine. And, they're a big firm. They're operating on a lot of levels. And they have done some work into what works and such. And they do have multiple campaigns and whole big pictures that support these billboards. So they do fundraise from local groups from within. So I think, it's not, they're all different. But yeah, I think there is an issue there. I think there's definitely an issue there, and I have raised that issue. But I raise it again, stress support, and certainly something like Go Vegan World. I think we've all massively enjoyed as vegans seeing these messages. But you know, literally millions of pounds are going into the hands of media corporations, and no one's saying a word about it year after year. Is that okay? Well, I'll tell you what isn't okay. It's when I see people going after Earthling Ed, who's had a little bit of money for some donors, and he's got a cafe in London. And if anybody thinks that's an easy route, making money out of running a diner in London, they are mistaken. They just don't understand the restaurant trade in London, obviously. And now he's maybe done some fundraisers, got a few Patreons and donors. He's done well. The boy's done well. I'm proud of him. He's done well. Well done, Earthling Ed. And now, guess what? Just before Christmas, he announces that he's got himself a sanctuary. Good for him, you know. Now, that money isn't all going into multimedia corporations, as far as I see. And okay, it's something going into his pocket. That's up to him. He declares his tax. If he's got HMRC or soccer or anyone else's, because that's fine. That's up to him. I don't think for a minute he has. So why are people making little snide little videos again and again going after Earthling Ed about as if there's some kind of mystery about all of this? It's just nonsense. It's bullshit. I'm fed up with it. I'm calling them out. It's just a disgrace. It's a waste of time. It doesn't help. Am I grumpy? Yeah, I'm sick to death of it, actually. You know, it's a nauseous thing to do to our up-and-coming activists. You keep doing it. You keep doing it to a number of us, and it's vomit-inducing. And I ask you to consider stopping, all right? And doing something creative with your time. And if you look at what's happened to AXR, for instance, AXR have been rubbished by some of these people. They've only just got going. You look at what we did last month with AXR and the supported panel that we had, where we had 9-10 activists from all around the world. They were all really good manners, really well, and we had a really good moderator, some guy called Philip from New York, did a brilliant job. And we had these young activists, like up and coming from, you know, different parts of the world, and they've been listening to people like, you know, Adewale and learning, and this supportiveness, the growth, the positivity. That's what we have to cultivate for our young activists, our up-and-coming activists. So you're a glowing example. I see you doing some really, really good work. I think it's brilliant. Could I criticise you? Yes, of course I could. I'm sure I could find things to talk to you about. But you know what? Right now, fair shout, mate. Well done. You know, there's lots of people like yourselves doing this work. These are the people we want to listen to. I don't want to listen to people moaning on, banging on about how awful so-and-so is and so-and-so. So what? Shut up. All right? Get back in your box.
Somebody's got to Tim.
Yeah. That's right. Well, I just get going, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I told you to throw me off after a bit. Even you would, Roger, shut me up. You're like, oh, Tim, come on. But honestly,
I'm just hovering over the boot button.
No, we've got to have words. We've got to be told. Now, in my day, when I come out of the 80s, mate, let me tell you, on the firms I used to work on, when we had disputes like that, we didn't sort them out like this. A little bit of decor, because that's how it worked. All right? We had words, the things were said, people listened, they shut up, and they moved on. That's what we're doing now.
One thing that is relevant, Seb, is that but both Tim and I and Ronnie Lee, we were criticised for taking part in a session where Tim wanted to talk to people who had been to prison for animal rights, and also being in the press office, and also were still active now. And really, I guess in terms of those three criteria, me and Ronnie really were the only people available. And so we were criticised because we had a panel of three, but we were all men, we're all white, and we're all able-bodied. Yeah. And so, one of the persons was saying, you know, like the panel shouldn't have gone on without being able to get a person of color, women, and also presumably a differently abled person or disabled person. I'm not actually quite sure what the PC term is now for that, because when I was in academia, it was differently abled. It was, but it's a kind of dilemma because, I mean, Seb, you don't need to be told this. It's an incredibly white movement. It's yeah, you know, and most people in this movement are women, and yet there are a lot of prominent men. And also, I mean, the able-bodied thing is a bit more kind of abstract, I think, in the sense that, you know, where do you go with that? There used to be a group called Disabled for Animal Rights. And I think the founder of that might actually not be alive now. And there are some people with disabilities. I mean, what do you do about that problem, Seb? You know.
So I think personally, I already have such a huge issue with this movement and the lack of communication or the skill of communication. For example, the example that you gave, where you were 3 people, 3 white men, able-bodied, like you said, we got criticized for only having men. Like, why criticize? If someone believes and they are aware of a person who is not a white man, able-bodied, they can just reach out and say, hey, did you know about this person? Maybe you can have him on your show. Why criticize right away?
This is a thing, Seb. They didn't even look, you know, they didn't even bother looking. They just wanted to virtue signal, they wanted to show off and do it on the backs of people. It's just nauseous. That's what I call them out. I'm not having it. You look at the 12 talks on that day, there were some really interesting talks. And let me tell you something. Getting people to speak right now is hard, right? As for being fully abled, don't even start with me, right? Please, because I will get upset. Don't even start, right? Getting these talks off the ground in a pandemic isn't easy. I'm really grateful for anybody. I don't care what your identity is. If you're going to come in, share your thing for free. Thank you very much. As for slagging us off, because one talk, which I had to be quite interesting, really, because if you looked at Ronnie and Roger and Ronnie were promoting animal rights, animal liberation front. And Tim Barford was promoting veganism. And this was an interesting talk about how different strands of the movement grew and split apart and then come back together. And there were some really insightful insights into it. And it was one of 12. And as Roger pointed out, old lag side. And there's not many people coming back. Now, we actually invited 4 women onto that panel and none of them were able to make it. And it's short notice and it hasn't been easy. People are in hospital. People are grieving. You know, show some compassion. Just shut up and listen for a minute. Instead of giving it all, 3 white men, all this identity, and just slagging people off without even thinking about it. Just to make it, it's just a nonsense way of going about it. It's a nonsense way of going about it. And that's why I called them all out on animal rights.
Well, I'd agree with you, Tim, on that particular issue. But I mean, as a general matter, there is a problem of lack of diversity in the movement.
That is, but it's not going to be solved by weaponizing the intersection of frame. It's going to be solved by having people like, no, if I mention any names, I'll be like tokenizing. So how do I fucking win? I can't win because of this nonsense going on. You know? Fuck off.
It's also like we have to be careful. How do we, let's say, diversify? You know, I've had a few moments where I felt I was sure that I was invited either to an event or a live stream or a post of mine was shared, not because they found value in what I do, but because they wanted to seem diverse. And that actually hurts. Like, I'd rather you not mention my name or my work than do it because you want to sound like you're diverse. And it's also, I've actually made a long video about this and I edited it and it's on my YouTube, but it's unlisted. I ended up not posting it just because I don't feel like dealing with the comment section. You know how toxic it can get. And it's really all about communication, and there's so many problems that I personally see. I may be wrong, but I mean, for example, is the movement mostly made of women? Yes, that's a fact. Are the most famous activists male? I would argue not necessarily, because what is an activist at the end? Bite-sized Vegan, one of the biggest YouTube channels with one of the most viewed YouTube channels about veganism. She's an amazing activist. That's activism for me. You look at all the vegan-related content on YouTube. If you add like the top 10 male, they don't even get close to the amount of subscribers that the top female has. So, but obviously then we can get into the categories, like maybe the female content is not directly on animal rights. So then we can talk about animal rights advocacy. There is a huge imbalance. I can agree on that. But the question is not only why is it imbalanced, but it's also, it actually surprises me that we don't ask the question, why aren't more men joining the movement? The problem is not only that men are more like famous or whatever we want to call it. The problem is also that there are so few of them. So we should address both of them. We should address the fact that there's an imbalance, but we should also try to get more men join the movement. If you were working in an office, let's imagine Google has 100 employees, out of which 80 are men and 20 are women. But most of the bosses are women. The first problem is most of the bosses are women, even though 80 of the workers out of 100 are men. The second problem is that there isn't enough women. We should address both of them. So I find it really, it's like no one wants to work on the solution. And then you look at YouTube, like how does YouTube work? YouTube doesn't look at your gender. YouTube doesn't look at your race. YouTube looks at your algorithm. How are your views? How many people are commenting? I mean, look at Catherine Klein. I love her content. I think you did a live with her recently, no, Roger?
With who? Sorry.
Catherine Klein.
Yes. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was actually Tom from the Animal Rights Show who was on
Yeah.
with yeah.
Yeah, and she I don't know, I don't think right now, but at one point she was putting out a lot of content consistently. And honestly, I just proved this myself. During the past 3 weeks, I've made 16 videos. I try to make a video every 2 days. Immediately, YouTube rewards you. So this whole thing that, like, the thing is, I'm not denying that there's a problem. I think we should just look at why this is happening and look for the solution. Like, just keep on like bringing it up. It's, I mean,
Discourse, solutions.
yeah, communication and solution.
You know, I said, I mean, what's wrong with just being kind and supportive? And I know, I get I'm speaking from positions of privilege, of course. But look, we've got to go beyond this. We've got to use the good parts of the intersectional framework. We've got to understand that framework. We've got to understand how oppressions interlink. We've got to understand how they create further sets of oppression. But really, we've got to get to the core of this, which is systemic oppression. And that's what we've got to do. For everybody, we know all this. We know all this. And this is why we've got to help people find these solutions in ourselves. We've got to help each other learn. And I mean, I want you to come on a program and talk to us, because I want to learn and listen from you. And, you know, I know you're a really interesting dynamic, and I've listened to some of your YouTubes, and it's just really interesting. And I haven't listened to Catherine yet, but Layla Deggan I listened to. And I come into Layla Deggan, who was co-part of us on the Veg Fest Morocco. And Layla's been on our show a few times, working with the Plant-Based Health Professionals UK. And Layla's a really good person to listen to. You get really interesting perspectives, we learn about feminism and about issues of race, colorism, and gender, and we learn, we have discourse, we have supportive discourse. Jay Brave is another one. You know, I learned a lot. Jay's been on a program. He's got this wonderful, humble thing. He's that street London boy, you know, and he's dealing with his misogyny, but he deals with it in public. and he helps other people do that. And he's got this thing like black in the open. It's like, look, let's talk about being black and being white. Let's not shy away from it. But we have to do it supportively. We can't just weaponize it and virtue signal it. And that's why I'm at odds with Rob Masters and Ash Azuri out of the vegan side. I've called them out for this reason. It's because they are holding back the progress, and we need supportive action. They're holding back that progress, and they have been blocking the complaints procedures, and I've kicked that door in. That door has been kicked in. I've done it. I'm not particularly proud of it because it shouldn't have needed doing in the first place, but it's done now. That complaints procedure is in place now. I'm stepping back. I'm not the person. I don't want to lead anything. I'm not a leader. I'm not leading this movement. I'm not an expert in race risk. I'm just going to give my input and be open to learning and listening. So if I make some comments on my Facebook page about race, about systemic racism in the UK, and other people with different identities have put in their additional input, come and join the discourse. We don't slag us off for it or cancel us or tell us we're wrong. It's a different opinion, and there's a lot of different opinions on this. It's a complex issue. If we're not going to help each other and be supportive and reflective, listen and learn and have good open discourse, and that's for everyone, everyone. And of course, Roger, you're right with this Steve Best stuff about how this has grown the last 50 years as a left-wing movement with left-wing things. But as we've gone mainstream this last 5 years, guess what's happened? My goodness, people with right-wing values have come into our movement. It's like, well, fancy that. You couldn't have made that up, could you? It's like, goodness me, look at the state of the UK today as we leave Brexit with a deal or whatever it is. It's, come on. Are we, of course we've got to have these conversations. Of course we've got to converse with people we don't agree with, we don't see eye to eye with. We've got to get on the same page. How are we going to do it otherwise? We're just going to prolong it. And that's
on that point, Tim, I mean, obviously,
like that. And if you agree with me, and there are a lot of people who put in their complaints to the Vegan Society, and I can assure you now, there is an independent process. It is not being handled by those people who are basically calling anyone racist. It bears raise an eyebrow and raise a complaint, which is illegal behaviour. It's been called out. All right? It's been called out. Now, that process will take its course. I'm stepping out. If people wish to talk to me and help me learn and grow as an individual on these matters, I'm all ears. Please be respectful. If you haven't learned to be respectful, put yourself back in a box and learn to silence. So I'm going to read a little bit of something for you now for Christmas about being silent. This is from the Prophet, Khalil Gibran.
Yes.
And those of you may know this book. Here's a little bit of words from the Ubergrump for this Christmas day. Yeah? And then a scholar said, speak of talking. And he answered, saying, you talk when you cease to be at peace with your thoughts. And when you can no longer dwell in the solitude of your heart, you live in your lips. And sound is a diversion and a pastime. And in much of your talking, thinking is half murdered. For thought is a bird of space that in a cage of words may indeed unfold its wings, but cannot fly. There are those among you who seek the talkative through fear of being alone. The silence of aloneness reveals to their eyes their naked selves, and they would escape. And there are those who talk, and without knowledge or forethought, reveal a truth which they themselves do not understand. And there are those who have the truth within them, but they tell it not in words. And in the bosom of such of these, the spirit dwells in rhythmic silence. Shut up. Peace.
so John has have this small break from our sponsors. Actually, Seb, in relation to what you said, and also what Tim is saying, really about addressing issues. One of the things we try to tackle in the Animal Rights Show is this idea of Tom Reagan's revolving door, and I seem to remember we might have talked about that on that earlier podcast. You know, do you have any kind of evolving thoughts about not only about recruitment of various types of people, if you like, you know, so to speak, but what about the fact that we seem to be losing a lot of people on that all the time as a general matter?
Yes.
You know, what goes on there?
I think most people that we're losing because of this toxic means of communication that exists in the movement. And the let's say I've been recently following a page. I don't believe she's vegan, but it's a page mostly about cancel culture and how it affects people, and how and she provides solutions to how we should deal with these things. And one of the things that she says, which I really enjoy, she says, "Fuck the police" also means we don't police each other. And I find that really like right, you know, like if we're gonna say, if someone's gonna say "fuck the police," then well, don't act like a police with your friends and your colleagues or your activist circles. So I think the problem that we're losing a lot of people is because people are just burning out, and mostly it's burnout from the, at least from what I know. I'm talking about the experience of people around me. It's the toxicity in the movement that's making people drop out. Like people are just not like, I have friends who are vegan, they're not activists, and they see from the outside what's happening, and they're like, oh my God, what is wrong with this community? Like they tell me like, like, are you guys okay? Like, why do you do this to each other, you know? And I wonder what it looks like from the outside. It's quite heavy. And some people just, and fairly enough, cannot take it for that long. And I've almost been there. The first time I came to Indonesia, around more than 2 years ago, was because I needed to get away from the movement. I needed to concentrate on my mental health. I spent, like, I've never really shared this much publicly, but I had spent one day at a hospital on suicide watch. That's the extent it got to. It was like the mix of everything that was happening. And, you know, that's me. And some people quit earlier and they just don't want to look back. And it hurts them. And because I've stayed in touch with a lot of these people, it hurts them because they do want to do activism, but their mind just blocks because it's created this PTSD from the movement. So recently I've decided to reach out to a few people, and by recently I literally mean in the past 4 days. I've reached out to a few people that I've had personally issues with, not public issues or anything, just like things that annoyed me or I've annoyed them maybe. We talked, amazing conversations, and I decided to take it on my responsibility to reach out to others who have gone against these people publicly and say like, hey, I met up with this person or I talked to this person. This is what they said. What do you think? What do you believe is the best way to go forward? I mean, if we're not going to have these conversations, what's the point of having a community? How much longer? And that page I mentioned that talks about cancel culture, an amazing point she brought up was a space that disposes of people so easily creates a community where no one trusts each other because they think they're gonna be the next, or maybe they might say something one day that's gonna get them canceled. And like the amount of, I mean, if you look into some studies that have been done with things like this, you know, the amount of mental stress and trauma and PTSD and anxiety and depression that this causes, I mean, can we just be kinder to each other? You know, I'm not asking you to be kind, I don't know, to an animal rights activist who, for the sake of the example, is a white supremacist beating up people of color on the street. I'm not telling you like to go and pamper them, but I mean, look for the solutions, you know, just stop. I mean, it's easy to pick up your phone and try to destroy somebody's life, but maybe think about what they've gone through, you know, think about their background, think about their mental health issues, think about whether or not they've had family issues, whether or not they've just had a recent death in their family, you know? It's so easy. I mean, and the reason it hurts is because it's coming from us. I mean, you know how much racist comments I get on YouTube from non-vegans? I don't mind. Like, it upsets me that people are racist, but I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I scroll down. But if it's a vegan attacking another vegan or an activist attacking another activist, I don't mean by being racist, but it just hurts because it's like, hey, we're from the same community. You can, I mean, the same way you can go on somebody's public page and make a post, you can easily go to their messenger and send them that as a message, you know? If they're not replying to you, they're closed off, try to find other ways to communicate. And then if you can't, if you really insist on making a public post, do it, but respect people's mental health and try to do it in the least destructive way, because you never know when your so thought intersectional activism could be the reason for someone else's suicide. And a lot of these people are ironically also people who post about mental health a lot while simultaneously causing mental health issues to others. I went on a rant there, but this is what I've been working on during the past 3 or 4 days. I'm trying to, it's just too much, and it's tiring. We're not supposed to be like.
I'm sorry to hear that news. Tim, apologies. I had to mute your mic for a while because we were getting feedback from the speakers. Yeah, but
that's fine. I wanted to listen to Seb. And Seb, you know, I'm really sad to hear that. I'll be honest. I've been the same recently. You know, it's difficult. You know, it's difficult. You don't need it. You know, just don't need it. Just be kind. And if you can't be kind, okay, but be calm and be consistent. That's okay. You don't have to love you. You know, that's okay. You don't have to be kind. You don't have to be compassionate. You have to be, but be calm and be consistent and make your point and let it sit and let people evaluate it. You know, and of course we have to make allowances. I get the anger. I get if you're a victim. You know, if you're living with systemic oppression, then you're going to spill over. But that's different from sustained vitriolic abuse. People just taking out their shit on other people, vegan activists. It's just, you know, that's the bit that's going to change. We've had this since Francione, right? Now, back in 2014, I remember spending 2 hours on the phone with a vegan activist who took themselves out of killing themselves on the phone. And I was just a listener. I was lucky to have a bit of training, and I kept my nerve, and they took themselves out. And they weren't the only one that suffered. And that was Francione, some of those revolting, vile individuals. You get them. We still see them. A couple of them got kicked out of old school vegans last month for their same vitriolic, sustained, abusive behaviour. And don't hide and call us racist or sexist or homophobic or transphobic or anything else, ableist, because of your abusive behaviour. Your abusive behaviour. If you're enabling that behaviour by making excuses, yeah, look, I get it. We can all have a bad day. We can all overreact. We can all exude our own frustrations and angers and whatever else. But sustained vitriolic abuse, unpicking of activists, taking them apart, hanging them out to dry, and laughing at them, mocking them. That's got to stop. And it started, I remember, with Francione. And you know, Roger, when we had our tour, Ronnie Lee put his finger on it. He put his finger on it. He said the trouble with the movement back in the 80s, where it came from, we didn't care if people liked us. That's why I was at odds, because I was promoting veganism in the 80s. It was all about, yeah, you know, the way I used to promote veganism, I didn't even mention veganism. I just have a big party, fiestas all the time. They're always vegan food. Always. The people rack up, much like the convoy of truckers now, stuck in the Dover. They've now all got to eat vegan food because they're not allowed to take meat into Europe, and dairy products all got to be vegan. That's all the truckers are by default. That's what it was like on a convoy in the 80s. And whenever Timbo had a party, which he did all the time, he'd come around, be all Kevin Keegan. And that's how we did it. We wanted people to like us. We wanted people to come and Oh, plant-based. What's this? A veggie burger? Oh, I thought they were disco. It's not bad. So you'll get a pint too. Yeah, get some regulars too. Misty and Reeks. Yeah. There's happy Monday. Yeah. Just come and have a disco.
It's the food.
Those boys. Wishing on a Star. Gwen Dickey. Oh my God. Maisie Williams. Boney M. I mean, these are, you know, there. Come and have a disco. The Abyssinians. Oh my God. I'm missing Roots there. We had to cancel the cookery demos because the stove was rattling too much. They couldn't keep on. 3 miles away, you could hear the bass in Bristol. That's before the noise pollution days. And we were all about having a party. And you know what, Seb, when I heard you say that about how many people are leaving the movement because they look at what a shitstorm we're serving up. Yeah. And that's why I'm calling you out. If you're serving up shit, there's the door, all right? And go put yourself on a naughty step. Don't leave the movement. Go put yourself on a naughty step, right? I'm not having that anymore. Oh, I'm quite happy to stand in court. You want to put me in court? That's fine. You crack on, pal. You crack on, right? I'll see you, and you cross the street, right? When you see me, if you keep going after our activists, because you'll have me to deal with, and I'm sick to death of it. So come on,
the new militant Tim.
Come on, Joey Carbstrong. Come on, any of them. You're good enough, all right? And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Happy Christmas. So uber grumpy enough.
I was going to make a point about Seb. You mentioned the police. It's an interesting one because obviously, from an anarchist point of view, there would be a lot of police involved, but you'd be police yourself. That's the kind of anarchist way about it. The interesting thing about what was said there about calling out is there's this issue, isn't there, of calling in instead of calling out. But as far as I can tell, it sounds a great idea, but it never seems to work. I mean,
well, I've had more successful conversations with people I heavily disagree with than I've had successful call-outs. And maybe, you know, we have to get over this idea that one conversation can change someone. So I'm born and raised in Lebanon. I'm originally Armenian. 3rd generation after the Armenian genocide, survivors arrived to Lebanon. So my great-grandmother was a survivor of the Armenian genocide, which killed more than 1.5 million Armenians in 1915. So because of that reason, the Lebanese Armenian community is quite protective over its culture and language and everything, because we were once almost wiped out, which kind of makes us, the culture that we have is very nationalistic, very proud, very nationalistic. And I grew up being racist towards Turks because I was told the Turkish government at the time, the Ottomans, they did the genocide, and until now they don't accept that they did the genocide. They don't recognize it. So the environment I was in, I was racist. I hadn't been interacting with Turks, but I hated them, all of them, you know. And then up until I was 21, I traveled for the first time in my life. And during those travels, when I was in Serbia, I was like in this beautiful scenery, and I had this reflection where, like, because right before Serbia, I was in Armenia and I became even more nationalistic. But then I was in Serbia and I was like, oh, wait a minute, this is more beautiful than Armenia. Why was I thinking Armenia is the most beautiful country in the world just because I'm originally Armenian? And I started questioning myself, and I've had conversations with people, and I slowly grew out of my nationalism. So it's not like you can talk to someone and boom, they're gonna go like, oh, sorry, I was being racist, and then change overnight. So there are people who have racist views in the community, but blocking them out, in my opinion, again, I may be wrong about this, but this is what's worked for me. In my opinion, I'd rather keep in touch with them rather than push them out, in which case, by the way, when you push them out, the only people that will accept hanging out with them are the right-wing people, are the real racist people, which will influence them more in becoming more racist. Like, how is that helping me as, let's say, a person of color when I'm pushing out let's say, for the sake of the example, white people away from the movement because they're not leftist enough. And then they're going to be surrounded only with right-wing people, either within or outside the movement, who are just going to make them, let's say, if those were also really racist, get worse. Well, that's not going to help me as someone who faces racism on daily, weekly, or monthly basis. So it's just this, we have to get over this idea, in my opinion, of trying to change people in a day, in one message, in one post. We're not even to do that, but like we're not even able to do that with veganism, let alone something as heavy as racism as well, which is also very like, you know, present in cultures all around the world, not necessarily only in the West.
Yeah.
So I just really wish. It scares me because I remember, I don't need to name this person. He's not even famous or anything, but there was this one guy I used to follow. Well, I still follow him on Instagram, and I don't remember how I ended up following him, but with time I realized he had quite like racist views, anti-immigrants, a bit kind of even anti-refugees. But I was an immigrant in Spain, so I'm an immigrant in Europe. He's actually European. And I didn't cut him out. I stayed in touch with him. I challenged his views. But what happened is he started very heavily getting cut out from the movement. People calling him out, people calling him all kinds of, people calling him Nazi over and over again, to the point where he started getting worse as a reaction to that. And then you know what he did? He brought a Nazi on his Instagram live to debate him, to show others that, look, I don't even agree with Nazis. You know, so I don't believe someone who's right-wing is necessarily in the same category as a Nazi. Nazis don't even agree with right-wing people. Obviously, they agree more than they agree with left-wing, but this guy was so pushed out. He just got worse. Thankfully, he didn't end up becoming a Nazi. He's still against Nazism. But I just wish people, and you know what upsets me? And I don't like usually categorizing things, but most of the time, the people that call others Nazis and push them out and push them more towards real Nazis are not people of color. They're white activists. And like, dude, you're not helping me. If you want to work against racism to help people like me and others, then make sure what you're doing is not making people who are kind of racist become more racist. So I think that's a responsibility that we should all take.
It's a difficult balance, isn't it? Because I agree with that. Because there's a lot of debate about should we welcome the right into the movement. I take the thing that you don't welcome those strands into the movement, but you can't stop it anyway. But the point is about the vegan pioneers would kind of really chime with what you just said, Seb, in the sense that they thought that once people started to adopt a vegan mindset, then that would they would kind of create an evolution, a moral evolution within humanity. But you can't do that if you're pushing people away. So you do have to embrace them to an extent. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some people that eventually you have to, in a sense, give up on in a way. Or would you say that nobody should be given up on, regardless of what they said or do? You know, that's a problem, isn't it?
Well, there was the creator of a white supremacist group, one of the biggest ones in the States. He was one of the founders. Right now, he runs huge workshops on getting people leave the movement and become anti-racist activists. He was one of the white supremacist skinheads. He was one of the original ones.
Was he the guy that was befriended by the black activist? There was a black activist who.
He used to go and meet up with KKK members and get them to leave the community and become anti-racist activists as well. Now, obviously, this doesn't work on everyone, and obviously, not everyone has the patience to do that. But I have, and I hate it that I get called out by white activists for spending time on trying to change someone's views that are racist. Like, at least I'm doing the work. You don't have the patience for it. That's fine. I'm not going to attack you, but I do. So let me do the work, you know? That's what really upsets me. Like, if you're not gonna do it, that's fine, but let me do it. Don't call me, like, don't put me in the same category as him just because I follow him, let's say. I don't know.
That's not all of this keep criticizing, weaponizing. The weaponizing isn't helping. And it takes a time. It's complex issues. These are not easy solutions. I wish those people who spout Tom Reagan would listen to what Tom Reagan said, which is that, let all voices speak. So animal rights is going to be a complex issue. It's going to take time to establish this. We're going to have to keep chipping away. We need all the resources we can. And people forget, it seems to me, that there's a clock ticking. There's species going extinct every day. There's environmental havoc and clocks ticking, and we know that. There's billions of animals getting killed. We've got opportunities to make really big inroads. We've got really good opportunities. We've got great platforms emerging. We've got fantastic opportunities. Are they all perfect? Of course they're not. Some of them rough around the edges. Of course they are. I mean, Seb, you mentioned reformed people. When I see all these people criticising James Aspey, okay, he's a bit rough around the edges, and he's striking back a bit. He's winding up his critics and playing with them. He's just doing just exactly that. A bit, just to wind them up. It's not much fun. But James Aspey, he's a reformed heroin addict, and James had a very, very serious hard drugs problem, and he's brought himself back from that place. He's become a great role model for people who've had serious drug problems, and I've lived with a lot of people who've had very serious drug problems, and some of them have brought themselves back and become the most fantastic advocates, help so many people. And you should never give up on people. And of course, there are some crimes that are way too obnoxious to even contemplate, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about minor human defects, and we can correct these in time. We can listen and learn, and we can grow. And if we have positive, supportive, but challenging environments, then we can achieve that a lot quicker. And we're going to have to. We're going to have to move on. We cannot just keep going back on rinse and repeat, all of this stuff. James Aspey's a reformed heroin addict. And look at him now. Now, if my son was a reformed heroin addict, right, I'd be absolutely proud to see him go like James Aspey. I'd be like, look, there you go, mate. You're coming out of rehab, are you? Have a look at that one. There's a good role model for you.
Was he a heroin? I know he took drugs, but I don't think it was heroin.
Joey Carbstrong is a gang member. He's come out of prison. Anybody who's come out of prison with a violent past, drug problems, all the rest is reformed. He's reformed. And yeah, he's still a bit rough around the edges. Guess what? He's still a young man. Guess what? God, he's still growing. Guess what? He's got a bit to learn. Guess what? He's a bit obnoxious. Yeah, so what? So what? How are we going to learn if we go shooting down these people in flames? So what if he's got a patch on the cane? You don't have to give to it. I mean, we look at people like who learn £500,000 in the animal movement, and we don't even ask questions about that. Let's just go after Joey Carbstrong, shall we? Because he's got a few quid off Patreon. No, it sucks, And let's not forget where those people come from. And I'm not putting them up. I don't want to make them up as being the best role models, all the rest. They're nonsense. I'm not saying there isn't problems with saviorism and some of the other stuff. We can have respectful discourse about that. We can talk about that. But we're not just going to keep slagging these people off. We need everybody. It's all hands on deck. And if you don't get that for 2020, well, you ain't been paying attention. It's all hands on deck. If you ain't got that, a lot of us are struggling with our mental health and a lot of other things, and you can't be kind or at a minimum calm and consistent, just like I'm showing a good example in my 1 hour this year of letting rip on all of these people. I've just had enough of them. You know that, because we probably go to court. And let's have your dirty washing out. Let's have it out in public. Let's have it out. You want a row? You got it. Let's go.
Indeed, we're going to have to move on soon. We should be moving to Jennifer. She's not there yet, but I just wonder whether we could.
Can we just ask Seb about the Backer Valley? Is that what? I want to ask you all about the Backer Valley. You live in Lebanon. That's the only place in Lebanon I've ever heard of, and that was in 1982. So one day I'd like to come on and I'll ask you all about Lebanon, and you can talk to us at length. And also, I'd like to invite you on, come and run a show for us, and bring on some really good speakers, like you said. Why not recommend some good speakers? Feel free. We've got a great platform, and anybody who wants to do that can get in touch and put forward. I mean, I'm always trying to seek out people too. There's the invitation for your good self.
And Seb, Wendy McGovern wants you for her podcast called Thrive Vegan World. So she said, I've got to put you right on the spot when you're live on the internet. What about this issue, guys? Which is this is a kind of like Steve Best issue, because he's kind of saying that our movement is left leaning, and it always kind of has been. And there's this issue that Tim raised. Obviously, he also says that a lot of people on the left are deeply speciesist, just like a lot of people everywhere are. And what kind of can we do about it? Because it is true that trying to make contact with left groups can be quite difficult. Because they're almost like, oh well, we don't want to kind of embrace your cause because that's going to make ours more difficult or something. So anybody had any experience of reaching out within the left? I mean, Beth said that you're doing it for 30 years and it's very frustrating.
I've had good experiences. I mean, I gave a lecture at a squat in, I think it was in Lisbon, outside of Lisbon or in Lisbon. Obviously quite left-wing squat, occupied building that was obviously pro all leftist movements, and it was really good. It was accepted very well, but it wasn't the same as, I don't know if someone's been trying with political parties that are left-wing. I don't have any experience with that. I do have to say though, I'm gonna drop out if that's okay. It's been 2 hours and it's 10 p.m. and I sleep early because I wake up around 5 every day. So
I'm very, very grateful for you coming on, Seb.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, I really please. You take care and have a good whatever you call it.
Thanks a lot, and thanks everyone who joined as well, and thanks for having me. And yeah,
cool.
Nice to meet you. All right, bye. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. See you, Seb. Thank you very much.
Bye.
And then there were two.
Okay, well, look, Roger, my hour of being grumpy is up now, so I'm just going to revert to being that nice, positive Tim kind of gives us sort of thing. So thank you for allowing me that. Quite refreshing, actually. I sort of really enjoyed, sort of putting down a nice, calm, sort of, constructive demeanour and just letting rip for a bit. It's really refreshing. But I'll shut up now and be nice. Say some nice things.
Well, thanks for coming on Uber Grump.
I think it's important to go there, and I think you've got some interesting guests coming up, and I think possibly there's one or two challenges been laid down that they may want to address later. But I do think it's important that we establish good discourse. I think your animal rights show has been great. I think Jeremy Hess has been a really good example of that. He's helped you guys address in a fun format. It's been good, I think, for up and coming activists or some of the activists a bit new to the movement to be able to anchor in on some good, constructive points in debate. And I'd love to see more of that. I think come a long way in the last 5 years to achieve that. And I don't want to see it regress, and what Seb said there about people leaving the movement. This is what I worry about. What are people meant to think when they see, I don't know, some homemade investigation into Earthling Ed and his animal sanctuary, for God's sake? I mean, what's it look like? What about the optics? How does it look, these optics of the chair of the Vegan Society trashing veganuary, trashing Vevolution, trashing Earthling Ed, trashing all these activists, and then working with them all? How does that work? To me, it's it's not going to work. So I really do think there's a watershed here, some lines drawn. So I shall leave you to it. Thanks a lot. Happy Christmas.
Yeah. Okay, Tim. Take care, mate. So, Jennifer, hello.
I was waiting ages, and I don't know what happened. Like, what was I pressing the wrong link? Oh, maybe I was pressing the link from last.
Yeah, you were in the wrong link there for a while.
Oh, so I swear to God, me and technology just. Like, I mean, because
You're looking very festive there, Jennifer.
You know, Christmas Day and all that.
Now we should say that Jennifer is on a very slow computer, so there's going to be a bit of a time lag. We did a test, and there's a little bit of a time lag, but
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So Jennifer is from Jennifer Faust Art, and so I put together a bit of a PowerPoint. So I'm hoping to be able to get that going. Hang on a second. And then we can have a look at some of Jennifer's art and then have a talk about it. So share my screen. Let's see.
Hello, hello everyone in the chat.
Oh, that one.
Hello from Dublin.
So can you see that?
Just give it a minute. It's doing that little windy thing. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to wait for it to come up on my other monitor so I can see what's going on. Okay, so first off, I think the first one, I've forgotten the order now, Jennifer, so sorry about that. I think the first one's going to be your new one. This is brand new, right?
Oh. That was, yeah, I only painted that very recently. Or maybe December, well, early December.
So you like these you like these kind of cottage scenes. You've done them before, haven't you? You know. So
yeah, I do like that type of thing.
Yeah. What kind of I mean, is that your kind of dream home or something like that?
Yeah. Well, why not? Yeah, I suppose like I just like scenic kind of. Yeah, I like drawing houses and sorry, I keep moving this around. Yeah, like I don't know, whatever comes to mind, just kind of Christmassy, pleasant scene, you know.
Yeah, and have you got a white Christmas in your part of Dublin?
No.
No, neither have I.
It's a lovely day, though. You know, it's real. It's real kind of. There's no rain. It's a nice stillness.
Well, I'm in my dungeon, so I don't know.
You won't know. You won't know in there.
Yeah. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, from the protest. One of the first protests I went on, I brought actually.
Yeah. So this was one of the first animal rights related ones that you made, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I think Declan Bowen's from Vigo. I think he made an A3 one. You know, a big A3 poster of it. I think I've got
I think it's cut off. It's picture. The video here, it's cut off. But anyway, if you go to my art page, you can see the full writing.
Oh yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's yeah. Well, I can see what I can do probably is.
Oh yeah, no, that's grand. Yeah, that's grand. In fact,
yeah,
that's probably better because you can see. Yeah.
I can get rid of that as well, but let me go back to full screen again, and that we should be able to see most of it then.
All right.
Oops, we'll start again. Okay, so here we go. So sorry about the mess, people.
But you can see, just to let people know, you can see all my art on Jennifer Faust Art Facebook. That's where I have my art, you know, so you can see them there.
Now, this is one that I used in one of the adverts for this stream because I really like this one. And there was a kind of technicality that we kind of didn't really realize until we talked about it. You remember about the way that the gorilla was facing away from the people?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's interesting because I just drew the gorilla facing the camera so we can see the gorilla's face, but I didn't realize that around to not face the people staring at them and taking pictures. And
yeah, and that's exactly what
amazing.
happens
Yeah,
in zoos. Yeah, some other animals do that, and in fact, sometimes the people throw things at them to get their attention and stuff.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, jeepers, that's awful, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's dreaming about a forest.
Like a downer.
Yes, I know. Yeah. So this one is a similar sentiment, I would say. This is one of your early ones. This is 2019? This one.
Yeah, gosh, that's amazing. Yeah, it's a similar kind of idea. Yeah, of them wanting to think where they are, like cages. Yeah.
Now, I included this one because you really like this one, don't you? And again, it's got this buildings thing that you really go for that, don't you?
Yeah, I love kind of sometimes doing sketches in a real kind of just kind of pencil, actually, just pencil sketches of that's sort of a housing estate. I think what I like is just it's very like the kind of like mundane sort of housing estate like that. I don't know, when I'm on the bus I just kind of go by these places and I live in a similar place, but like, you know, just like drawing that kind of like it's kind of colorless for a reason because it's sort of, I don't know, it's hard to describe, like it's just a kind of mundane day, and that's the.
I'm just going to do this for a second because I want to cough. Hang on.
Funny in it's so funny you coughing in like slow motion because of the delay. Hello? Oh right, he's on mute.
Yeah, just having a coughing fit here, folks.
Yeah, Roger, it looks funny though because of my thing is because it's in delay.
So is this down the street from you then?
Not really. Like it could be. Do you want to take a minute and I'll just natter away from it? Although I can't see any comments, can I? Or can I get to the comments? Do you know? Oh wait. Just click on comments. Oh, I do see them. I do see it.
Yeah. Somebody said hello, and somebody loves vegan gays. Loves your accent, Jennifer.
Thank you. Oh, thanks a mil, everyone saying things about my art there. No, thank you very much.
I've likened your art to Lowry, haven't I? You know, like was it Ellis Lowry?
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's. I remember you were saying that. That's an interesting comparisons, actually.
Irish accents are to die for, Jennifer. What do you think of that?
Hey, I know, right? Oh, thanks. Oh, hello, Nella. Hello. Hello, everyone.
So there's a whole series of these. I think I've recovered from my coughing fit now. there's a whole series of these, and so this one obviously is very kind of seasonal, so to speak. So can you remember the series? There was a cow, two fishes. I remember because there was one fish looking forward and one to the side. I think sheep and what else? Oh, pig. No.
Yeah, pig. Yeah.
So just that general kind of message of get out of my face, people. I'm not food.
Yeah.
Did you see the video before of Jeremy playing his ukulele?
Roger, someone's at a few people is is Jen's connection. Oh, someone's saying it's Jen's connection. Someone is low, but it's my computer. It's very, very old. And I would buy a new one, but actually my eyes are too sore to buy a new one right now. That's a story for another day. Well, not really. They're very sore.
Yeah, if anybody wants to give a computer to a poverty-stricken artist,
like, help me.
Love your art, Jennifer. Very powerful message.
Thank you very much.
Sounded low and breaking up. Yeah, as I said, Jennifer does have a very old machine. We spent about there's a bit of a story to that. We spent about 20 hours put it into grayscale, and because Jennifer got an issue with bright computer screens, so needs to go into grayscale. So so you're looking at this all in black and white, really, aren't you, Jennifer?
Well, yeah. Oh, sure. For the last 2 years, everything's in black and white. It's irritating. Like, I'm trying not to get too down about it. Hopefully things will get better this year for me in terms of that. Okay, I hope so. Like, yeah. But anyway,
But I mean, it doesn't kind of, obviously, as it were, in real life, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, you can draw in vivid colors and stuff, can't you, and that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, God. I mean, that's it, and it's really just taking the picture and putting them up on. I mean, I must be the artist in the whole world that their pictures up on the internet in grayscale. Well, it doesn't come out in grayscale to everyone else, but for me it does. If that makes sense, yeah. It's kind of hard to explain, but I'm the only. I feel like the only person that mine artist like.
Right, I'm gonna drop this out now. Okay.
Oh yeah. So.
Right, we're back. Yeah, sorry about that. So Jennifer, we're trying to aim this obviously at people who might be a bit lonely or isolated, probably recent vegans. I mean, I always feel sorry. I mean, I suppose this is my 42nd vegan Christmas, but it's going to be some people's first, isn't it? And so, I mean, like, this is your second third?
I'm just heading into my third February.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you've got experience of being the only vegan in the village, as it were, or certainly in the family, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. But I'm lucky enough that my someone told a story. I think it was Seb who told a story about someone, or was it you? I'm not sure. It's just today you said someone was putting butter, a family member, butter all over the vegan's food or something. I mean,
yeah. What it
that's horrible. Like, that's.
Yeah, there was a threat. Somebody contacted a live stream saying that their family, or I think it was their mother, had said that they, as it were, going to contaminate all the food, so the vegan couldn't have any.
Like, I'm sorry, that is just so bad. Like what? Like, why? Like, what is the point to that kind of? It's so bad. Like, I mean, Well, so I mean, I'm really, really lucky because I mean, I don't have a family like that. I mean, they just kind of, if I make vegan food for my family, they eat it and they really like it. It's not like they're not actually vegan, but they wouldn't turn down a vegan meal or anything. Oh, yeah, the gorilla one's very good, isn't it? I really like that myself. I just
No,
love
you,
the face of the gorilla.
vegan
Yeah,
gaze doesn't
absolutely.
like screens either,
Screens.
which might I don't know. Is that the reason for the name? That's an interesting one. But,
Yeah.
yeah, and Terry is reacting to that news about the
Yeah.
parent. I mean, that does seem to be a very vindictive thing. Grumpy Vegan Grandad was
Oh,
on
it's
before, and he was on the thread, and he thought that they probably wouldn't actually do it. It's just that they're just trying to not necessarily wind them up, but just to, I don't know, some form of discipline or something. You know, that kind of
oh, you wouldn't know.
idea.
Yeah.
Mm.
But you wouldn't know with people. Like, I mean, some people are just, yeah, they just seem to want to make the point that eating animals is perfectly acceptable, and they'll actually go to those lengths to prove their point, even though I don't think they really know what they're proving, because deep down, they do know that it's wrong. Everyone must know it's wrong deep down.
Mm.
They must.
Now, another strand to your artivism is singing, Jennifer, and you've got a couple of right songs that you've written recently, and we're hoping to get them out soon, aren't we?
Oh, I'd love to. God, if there's any, is there any like vegan studio or something in Ireland? Like, yeah, or in Dublin. Oh God, that'd be brilliant. Or not even a vegan studio, but anyone who like, I don't know. God, you know, even just someone with like a guitar in Dublin would be good, wouldn't it, Roger? You know, just get them to play the guitar and I'll play the little drum.
Yeah, we were trying to do that. I was trying to do something on that internet garage band thing because I can't. I used to be a sound engineer for a group, but I can't play instrument. I used to have a bass. I must have small hands or something because I had to have a short
Don't think you've
neck.
small hands.
No, but short. I couldn't stretch though. You know, like the bass frets are a long way away from each other, so I had to have a small one. Not that that's relevant to anything, but there you go. So we got a comment here.
Thanks for that information. Yeah. But I wonder, am I really, really delayed? Yeah, I just feel like things moving very like weirdly. Or I mean, connectedly.
So you've been composing in an unusual way, Jennifer. You were using a drum.
Yeah. Song. I just like make it up from my head. Anything to make up a song. Just literally hear the melody in my head, and then yeah, just write it like. So, but the little bongo drum is great. Oh, thanks, Nella. She's looking forward to hearing my songs. Yeah, I really would love to get them produced properly. Great.
Well, you've got plenty of songs. I really like you've got a 17-minute song, haven't you? It's amazing.
Yeah, that's one of my older ones. Yeah, I made that years ago. Yeah, I wrote that years ago, and I made some of the backing track to it too. Well, most of it actually. And
yeah, it's really quite
called...
haunting, isn't it? Haunting.
Oh, thank you. It was a big voice. Yeah. Also, my song "All Night Long" is I wrote that when I was in my teenage years, but I really love that one too. You know, it's yeah, I wrote it so long ago now that yeah, but it's on you have some music up. If you just look up my name and "All Night Long," you'll get a few of my songs.
Yeah, the haunting one is called
Loving You.
Yeah, Knowing You, and then there's All Night Long.
No, Roger, it's called Loving You.
Yeah, All Night Long is a different one.
Sorry, I should say it's actually like we're like we're going like it looks so dumb. But hopefully this will come out okay. Like, hope it's not going to be all scratchy and weird. Or
Looks like we're being joined by Bernie Wright, but I'm not quite sure if she's joined us or whether she's just signed in.
she's
Bernie,
just a little,
Bernie.
what do you call that little thing moving around?
Yeah,
Black, like.
Okay, we'll.
Oh my god! It's like someone from the dead. Probably easier to do that, actually.
That's Bernie experimenting with
that
living room.
StreamYard. Roger, do you want to take a break? If
me? No.
oh, I thought
yes,
you were
vegan
coughing fit.
Vegan gays. Yes, it is. If you like, I can give you the
link.
The code, I think. Voila.
Code.
Yeah. So if people want to come and have a chat,
someone coming on, cool.
You know, I'd be really interested to see whether we have attracted a lot of people who are kind of like lonely and that. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying out yourself about it. It's just that. You know, I mean, I was very conscious. I was going back to saying, you know, I was very conscious of the fact that those people who are having their first Christmas, it can be really tough. And we'd already spoken to Seb Alex and Tim about Tom Reagan's idea of the revolving door and people, you know, people who drop out of the movement. Well, you know, I reckon this time of year might be a real problem, you know.
Yeah, it is a very hard for most vegans. It's just hard for vegans anyway, because even when I go to the shops and all, it's you know, all of the dead turkeys in the freezers is just, oh god, it's just horrible, you know. Like, I really have to try and trying to calm myself down after seeing that.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like, I always say that a supermarket becomes a bit smaller for vegans because we kind of don't go to the morgue aisle. But the interesting thing now is that they're starting to put in a big supermarket near me. They're starting to put the vegan stuff in between all the flesh stuff as well. So you've kind of got to go down those aisles which you would normally never go down. You know, which is interesting. And another thing that's changed for you, Jennifer, is because I found this when I first came to Ireland in 2005, I was surprised by the amount of dairy adverts on the TV. But you find that also the content of the news quite upsetting too, don't you now?
Oh, I find. I mean, I'm actually like an empath, so I find all bad energy and bad news. I just find it like it's almost like debilitating. I can't really listen to it because it just really hurts, you know. It almost physically hurts me. It's very it's just horrible. Like, I try to avoid watching the news or listening to bad news really, and I try to avoid. I mean, obviously, you know, you have to think about the animals to some extent, but I try not to think about the slaughter because it's not doing me any good. It just makes me worse. It makes me feel kind of like I'm going to get sick or something, you know? It's really, because it's so horrible what's going on, what's happening to the animals that sometimes I can't even process. You know, I'm like trying my best to just say to myself, look, this has been going on years. I've woken up to the truth, but not everyone has. So this isn't just going to end overnight, but it's very difficult, really.
Yeah, it is a difficult one. You've got an interview with Wendy.
A podcast.
Yeah, Wendy McGovern. Yeah,
coming out soon.
I was gonna infuriated by saying McGowan, but I won't. And but that's gonna come. That's coming out soon. I think you talked about did you talk about trauma? You know, the kind of like avoiding trauma, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we were. Well, I mean, we made a Culture Jammers film not so long ago about. Yeah, it's. I mean, I would recommend and even activists not to be looking at too much of the graphic footage because because it's very upsetting. Like, I mean, vegans don't really need to look at that. You know, that's how I see it anyway. Look, I don't know if it helps the vegan or if it helps the activist by firing them up and making them more like, oh, I have to get out and do something like this, then yeah, it's just that I wouldn't be able to look at those graphic images like Earthlings and Dominion. I would like,
You
oh my god,
you actually get nightmares, don't you, Jennifer?
Yeah, I get nightmares and I don't even look at graphic footage. Sorry, I hope we're not talking over each other because of the delay.
I'm not talking now.
Just like delay is so ridiculous. It looks so funny.
Yeah, dead air. That's what we want. More dead air.
Delay? No, the delay or what?
Mm.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, the whole graphic footage thing is a bit yeah. That's I personally wouldn't go there with it because there's no need. I don't need to know. I don't need to see the gruesome images of what goes on in a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, well, I went to a recent save type thing, which was only the second one I've been to, and because I was trying to make some contact with some of these animal rebellion people.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there was only one so-called livestock truck that went in. But again, you know,
Can you just give me?
Well, while we're waiting, hi.
Hello, are you all right?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, I haven't. I realised, you know, when you watch people online, you kind of assume you've already spoken to them, but we haven't actually probably spoken. So it's cool.
Jennifer, meet vegan gays, and meet vegan gays, meet Jennifer.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Jennifer. You're right.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You didn't always go under the name Vegan Gays, did you?
No, I was the phlegm face for a long time. Yeah,
I could never work out what that was all about.
it's because my surname is Fleming, and phlegm face was just kind of the nickname people gave me, and I identified with it, and I didn't want to let it go. So, but then I realized that it didn't indicate who I was, sort of thing. So
no. So okay. So Vegan Gays does. I see. So Jennifer, have you got any embarrassing nicknames that you want to share with the world?
I suppose like Fausty.
Oh, Fausty. Yeah.
Fausty.
Well, it's not too bad.
That's not embarrassing enough. I mean, it's an unusual surname for an Irish family, Faust, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I think, no, it's not too bad. I probably have worse. I just can't think.
All right, very good.
Come here. Sorry, Roger. I'm going to head soon and help me man with the nut roast. She's gone mad at me there.
Okay, and also
she's like she's shouting up the stairs.
We're waiting for Ronnie Lee to appear. So yeah, so you just appear whenever you need to, Jennifer.
All right. Well, maybe I can pop back and come back in later or something.
Yeah, when you're all full of nut roast. So bye for now.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for all your lovely comments. I hope everyone has a great. Said I have the nightmares too. About that's the nightmares are terrible about the animal. Okay. I'll be back in later. Sure. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. See you later.
Bye.
Or no, wait. What am I doing?
Oh,
She
boy.
seemed really nice.
Yeah, I kind of picked all my guests who don't know anything about technology. That was the
Good
criteria.
idea.
That was the criteria I was using, I think. So.
I'm not the best with technology. I feel like technology dislikes me. I try to understand it. We try to come to a level it doesn't want to know. But
so how you're doing? What, live streaming now, or vlogging, or what are you doing now?
I do both, but my favorite thing to do is the kind of like edited circle jerking, haha, like isn't this silly kind of meme content. But I am streaming more often than I typically do, for sure.
Yeah, I think it seems to be the thing now to stream. So do you just go straight live and just take it from there?
Yeah, just kind of like work off what other people have got to say. Sometimes I've got something to talk about. I always have like a few things that have happened, a few silly comments or something to do with the topic of my video, and I kind of work off that. If I'm not got a specific topic, there's always something to talk about because, like animal abuse and exploitation is just so rife that it's constantly happening. So you've always got something to talk about.
Well, that is certainly true, because you did a 5-hour one recently, right?
I didn't mean to.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes just people are just saying such good comments that it's like you get chatting. There was a long one because I ended up having a debate with someone. That might be that one. But sometimes people come on for debates and I find that fun. So
yeah. And do you do the open mic thing by just allowing people on?
Actually, no, I don't often do that. I forget that that's the thing I could do. But I did recently open my Discord to do that. But I will do it more often because I think it's much better to have other people talking than just talking to yourself for like ages. So
that Discord thing interests me. It's like a black kind of look to it, hasn't it? It's mainly, is that mainly just audio then, or?
So yeah, I mean, you can change it so it's like white like every other thing, but it is that kind of like dark look because it's like a gaming sort of thing. But it's not. It's a chat room. Just think of it as a chat room with different sections. But you do have the ability to kind of get in an audio chat with like almost unlimited number of people. So it's very versatile as a platform. So.
Okay. I've always been looking at that. Do you do TikTok and all that
malarkey? I do TikTok. Yeah, that's where like a majority of my really bad comments come from. It's hilarious. But I'd highly recommend people do that because it's very easy to hit the algorithm. Like I'm very small on there. I've got about 300 followers, but I haven't had to. That's over the course of a couple of months of doing it. So that's quite quick growth, and even when you've got no followers you can get 1,000, 2,000 views, 13,000 views on videos. They will just hit the algorithm like that. It's very, very, very good for vegan outreach, I think.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? I don't know whether you're aware of the cranky vegan kind of critique of all that, in the sense that you got this issue of when you look at the amount of views, it doesn't necessarily mean the amount of views in a way, because, for example, when people are scrolling, yeah, but if they scroll on their phone, but they leave it for 3 seconds and then it's gone, that counts as a view. So I think there's a lot of issues about how long people will wait. So do you kind of specialize in short ones? I know we've done a 5-hour one, but do you do? I mean, you've got to do short for TikTok, right?
Yeah, there's a minute limit, and I completely understand that critique that Cranky Vegan has, especially when it comes to things like Facebook and Instagram. But when it comes to something like TikTok, because it's so like fast paced, people are looking for 3 seconds, and they've seen actually the majority of the video because it's a short video. It literally, some of my videos are 3 seconds long, 5 seconds long. And not only that, you can gauge.
What can you do? What can you do in that time, though?
Like someone will like write a comment. Like, so basically, what I do. So people write comments, and you can reply with a video. and so I reply to their comments, and like I just laugh at it or quickly debunk it or whatever. But
I don't agree with you, and that's your video.
yeah, I like, I laugh at it. I'm like, this is ridiculous. But you can gauge that a large number of people who aren't vegan are still watching them, even if it's not, at the number that you were seeing, because you've got hundreds and hundreds of comments. So like, there's a lot of people on there who aren't vegan who are looking to kind of like mock you, bully you. It's a bloodbath over there for vegans. So I totally understand where Cranky Vegan's coming from, but when it comes to TikTok, the nature of it is very quick, small things that don't contain much information that people are watching, and they're like, vegan. Like, so it's a bit different on TikTok to that.
I heard, I tell you what, one thing that put me off, funny enough, because of the age thing, is I heard it was like designed for kids, really. Is that right or not?
It is like there's a lot of children on there, but you find a lot of adults, and actually weirdly there's loads of farmers who comment on my TikTok, like loads of farmers and older men. So it's not necessarily just a kids thing. It was, because it was like suited to kids, but now so many people are on it, and this is why you're seeing on YouTube like the number of people going over to TikTok is clear, because YouTube views are being affected by TikTok, so much so that YouTube have brought in this thing called YouTube Shorts, and that's to combat with the TikTok and trying to get the viewers over here. And that's why you've seen like platforms like Instagram, they've changed and they've got all these reels and stuff. Everyone's trying to do what TikTok's trying to do, because it's just got the audience that, so it's not going to, the numbers not going to reflect necessarily how many people have actually listened to what you've had to say, but it's undeniable that it's like a massive platform at the minute.
Yeah, it's based in China, I believe. But I'll tell you, I'll be honest. I was put off by the idea of getting comments like, what are you doing, old man, on here, you big perv, that kind of stuff. And so I thought it was just like not really for me at all. But maybe it's changing, as you say.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're really kind of like worried about that, maybe you could like turn off comments, and you could say I turn them off so I don't have like kids commenting if you feel weird about it or whatever. But I understand, like, but people are gonna say that, like, literally yesterday or the day before, someone told me that they wouldn't listen to my opinion because I have finger tattoos. Like, they're gonna grasp at literally anything they can find and criticize you because you're vegan. So it's like, there's loads of older people on there. You wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb.
I tell you what, I caused outrage about 3 maybe 4 years ago, because I just kind of like was thinking out loud, and I kind of said, I wonder how much outreach could have been funded by all the tattoos, and because I knew somebody who kind of had, one of these, not a sleeve, but I think it was a big tattoo on a leg, I think, and it was like about I think it was about almost €1,000 or something.
Yeah, they're expensive. They're not cheap.
Yeah, and then I suppose you've got to go to the trouble of finding the vegan ink and stuff and all that.
So are you saying the money that someone spent on a tattoo they could have spent on outreach? Was that what you said?
Well, I was just kind of, no, not really. Wasn't actually saying you should have done that rather than this.
Okay.
I was more just thinking, I wonder how much people have spent, vegan, because I mean, vegan activists seem to. It got to the stage where, I mean, I don't have a single tattoo. I don't like them, but it got to the stage where kind of like everybody just seemed to be covered head to foot type of thing. And I was just thinking, wow, how much did that cost? It's just a thought that came through. But I remember getting a lot of flack and pushback over making that. It was just like one of those throwaway things you do on Facebook and think, oh, blimey, I shouldn't have said that, really.
Yeah, it's hard when something doesn't appeal to you to understand why someone would put money into it. Like, I get that with other things. But it's weird actually how it makes you feel kind of more comfortable to like look at your own skin, because it's like just another form of like artwork, or it's something that's part of you. And it's weird to explain that, like, there have been obviously parts of my my life where I haven't had the tattoo and then suddenly it's there. And I don't know, it's just the unpredictability and the artistry of it that I find fascinating. But yeah, I get that it would be like, it's really expensive, so like why would people do it? But it's not massively expensive, to reiterate. But like I've got see this one here of, it's like based on Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Okay.
But you know, it's a big part of my arm, and that costs like £130 or something, which is expensive, but it's not expensive considering how long it'll be there. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah. I mean, the question obviously is, did it hurt? I suppose.
In some places it hurts. Yeah, that didn't hurt until you got on like the wrist bone. Then it sucked. It absolutely sucked. Like,
what about the fingers?
Yeah, the fingers are a bit ugh. But the worst place for me was my ankle. That sucked. That really sucked.
So that's 3 places you said it hurt already.
Yeah, but like I try and be hard. You know what I mean? I'll try and be hard.
Yeah, well, I don't do that. I've ruled out being hard. So that's not part of my deal. Yeah. So kind of what's your vegan story? And do you kind of chime it? Do you kind of, you know, does this thing about, you know, being at Christmas being a kind of tough time for vegans? But I mean, do you think it might feed into that problem that we don't seem to have a solution for, which is the number of people who seem to drop out of the movement? I think this time of the year can't help in that respect. I mean, do you remember all that yourself?
Yeah, so this will be my 6th vegan Christmas, and I'm just like, it's quite and this is why, you know, when this seems like a tangent, but it's not really, but you know, when people ask kind of like, oh, why are there kind of like weird people who are vegan, or kind of introverted people who are vegan, or like LGBTQ people who are vegan, and it's like I feel like if you're someone like myself who's already kind of used to not being part of stuff because of something about me, then it's not difficult. I just don't find it difficult when I'm isolated. But I could understand if you're quite a people person, you're heavily involved in, you know, all your family and stuff like that, that it would feel like, oh, if I just do this thing, if I just try and make it a benign matter, then I can fit in. And but I'm not personally too bothered by that. I've always been a bit strange, I guess. So but I get it sometimes. Sometimes it feels like it'd just be easier to fit in with everybody else and it not be a battle.
Yeah, well, as a sociologist, I mean, you know, the family is a very kind of strong element of socialization, and some people are really they're almost like bullied by their family a great deal, you know, to conform to family norms and values and stuff. So it can be particularly difficult for them, really.
I'm glad you're a sociologist, because I studied sociology at A-level and I loved it. But I'm
very good. Can you remember any of it?
Yeah, like you know, like hegemony and all the like cognitive dissonance was something that came up then, and then suddenly everyone was talking about it in veganism. I was like, oh, it's a bit different in sociology, but
I talked to Michelle about that. I don't know if you saw that. We came to the conclusion that the concept has been used wrongly by vegans.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I accidentally slip the word in sometimes, and but then my old sociologist side is like, hang on, that's not necessarily quite what that is. But I really enjoyed labeling theory. I found that really interesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Symbolic interaction and all that.
Yeah, I found that really interesting. But unfortunately, I'm very bad with you know, like the problems with arguing with a ghost and remembering who said what.
Little bit lower. Sorry, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello. So
hello.
Can we
say hello to everybody?
I was in the wrong backstage, Roger. You know, you sent me that one for a test. I was waiting in that one.
Yeah.
Wondering where everyone was.
Yeah, Jennifer did the same. I'm probably
it's all right.
Maybe I should delete that one or something.
Can we go?
There we are.
So Ronnie and Louise,
Merry Christmas to you both.
Wait a minute.
Thank you very much.
Hi, vegan gays.
Hello,
Nice
thank
to meet you.
Go
Nice
that
to meet
way
you.
a bit.
Oh.
Go that way a bit.
What?
That's it.
I think Ronnie
Oh,
and
no,
I are
this way.
friends.
No,
on
this
Facebook.
way.
Come this way.
Sorry.
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 It's weird
It
because
is Christmas.
the picture's the other way round, so it's like really
It's a
weird.
bit disorientating because
It is,
we're sat the opposite way round. It's really weird.
It's like weird.
I've got cerebral palsy, so it throws my brain off a bit. I don't need any help with this.
My brain is thrown off anyway.
It's like,
yeah, we've got a couple of comedians on now, folks.
oh yeah, all singing, all dancing.
Who's the other one apart from you then, Roger?
Oh.
Hey, Ronnie and Louise, we're talking about newbie vegans, but I mean, I don't suppose you can remember going vegan that far back. Can you?
Yeah, I can really. I mean, I've been vegan since I was 17, so it's like 32 years I've been vegan. And yeah, I remember it very well, making that decision. I mean, I would have gone vegan a lot earlier if I could have done. But I think kind of parental pressure, although my mum and dad were very radical, and you know, I think vegetarian was kind of, as much as it was really kind of going to be, that was quite radical at that point. But I'd already stopped kind of eating eggs and fish and things like that anyway. So the only thing that I kind of had a problem with, and I've heard so many vegans say about cheese, the one thing they miss is cheese. And I can remember at that point thinking, you know, God, how am I going to do this? Because I love cheese. It's got me through being vegetarian. And you realise the cruelty that's involved in, I can remember somebody saying to me who was a really staunch vegan years ago who works in animal aid. And he said to me, do you know they've got calf rennet in the cheese, Louise, which was the lining of a calf's stomach.
Yeah.
And I can remember sitting on his sofa as a 16-year-old, full of just shock, absolute shock, that I'd been eating cheese with calf's rennet in it. And I found this just deplorable. So that was another thing. I thought, right, okay, that's fine. I'm going to go vegan. So I came back home and I said, that's it. You know, my boyfriend, who wasn't actually my boyfriend, but actually like a boyfriend, he was a great guy, real staunch vegan, done loads of stuff, really dedicated young chap. And I thought to myself, no, if you know, he's right, I've got to do this. And so I did. At 17, that was it. I thought, no, that's it for me. So I do remember very distinctly how difficult it all was to make that decision, because so many foods at that time wasn't just with cheese, but even if you picked up a can of baked beans that you thought were vegan, they'd have animal fats in it, or something was wrong with it, or the bread might be a bit wrong. Or so I can remember very distinctly having to kind of sift through everything, right down to like the kind of nano of it, where I was like, okay, so what does that mean then? What's that number there? What's that E number? What does that mean? And even having like a little card with me, which was covered.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And the cruelty-free shopper, which I found really helpful.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was really good. So I used to carry in my little red bag that I'd got, which was like a Hessian bag, but I loved it very much. It disintegrated over many years, but I loved it. And those were my two things that were in my bag. It was like a little Bible of foods that you could go into a supermarket and you knew that, I think it was National Animal Aid that actually did them, the cruelty-free shopper. And it was really, really helpful. But vegans today have no idea of what an uphill climb it really was. But then I got involved with more militant things, and that all tied in with my activism, the people that I knew back then who were in the ALF, and people were in and out of prison, you know. So it was all part of that picture, Roger. It wasn't just about being vegan, vegetarian, well, not vegetarian, but vegan. it was all to do with the activism, the style of activism that you did then, who you listened to, who you mixed with, what you did on an every weekend basis, which was like demonstrations. It all tied in with what was on your plate. So it wasn't just one single thing that you were doing. It wasn't just because you were vegan that you were doing it. It was all kinds. It was a total belief system within its own self. And so that's also something that's massively changed as well. So I've seen massive changes from when I was a kid, where I could get into a filthy, dirty van with God knows how many dogs that had been rescued or nicked, covered in spit, covered in shit, covered in hair, having a whale of a time, and, you know, eating sandwiches and feeding the sandwiches to the dogs that had been rescued, and then putting the sandwiches back in my own mouth, and then partly feeding them with my mouth, and having a laugh and a scream.
A romantic picture there.
Well, it got used to being with me, you see. It went
well, in a kind of strange kind of way, yes, it actually fed. It kind of fed into that though, because
it looks like you're in Louisa's bag now, Ronnie.
Well,
no, she's in my bag all the time.
That's right.
My wallet,
helping myself to his pension.
To my pension. See, this is it.
Okay.
I know what the attraction was now.
But to be honest, that's basically how I've seen it, and to some degree, I've kind of been frozen in aspect with it. You know, it's from another time. So I find myself, like I think a lot of people do, of my age, where you go, do you remember when? Do you remember when? And it's kind of like that, you know, like you're an old war veteran sitting in a corner of a pub going, do you remember when? And you kind of go, God, that's really weird. It's really strange. So I find I'm running to kind of keep up. And the people that I once knew that were a bit kind of with their veganism, and they were good, you know, they were good campaigners and brilliant activists and just incredible people, because they would do whatever they could to free animals and make sure that everything was done in the right and proper manner. And my God, what a crew they were, you know, what a crew. I really do salute them, because they really formed my view of the world at that point. And it made me then go on to be the person that I am today. I mean, I always was a radical child. I was always very sensitive. I always knew things were wrong.
Can I just...
Yeah, go on.
Louise got refused admission to the Brownies because she refused to pledge allegiance to the Queen, didn't you? When you were 7 years old.
Yeah, 7 years old.
So that goes to
I had
show
a real debate with myself. I used to go to a special school, because disabled children at that point went to a special school. And so you were partly kind of, it was like an apartheid, you know, cripples versus the kind of mainstream. It was really odd and very weird, but you know, what a great gang they all were as well. You know, we used to have a scream over our own kind of defective physical kind of limitations, and also we had a great sense of humor. But it was funny, because I think that also played into kind of my unruliness as well. You know, it wasn't just, you know, hang on a second, we've got a double sounding from Ronnie.
A double whammy going on.
Yeah.
Funny you should mention the Queen, because we're supposed to be getting the Queen coming on soon.
Yeah, but the funny thing was, you mentioned it, didn't you, yesterday? You said, oh, you know, you're going to listen to the Queen's speech. And I thought, Christ, I couldn't even kind of join the Brownies, because I had to swear allegiance to the old whatever, old bugger. You know, so that is part of kind of who and where I've come from. So yes, it's very, very different. But having said that,
going back to the cheese, Louise, I remember Ronnie saying that you know, we used to make our own vegan cheese before there was any, and Ronnie said you really like it. Is that true?
No, that's just total bollocks.
I'm not allowed to make it.
What's really funny is, Roger, it looks like a human brain on a plate. To anyone out there, it is not going to buy you over. Let me tell you, it isn't going to do it.
It looks like diarrhea. So
Honestly, don't
Have you
do
done it,
Fle-
Roger? Have you made it, mate? Have you made it?
That's the
Oh
number.
yeah, it's great.
Have
Anne.
you?
I
No,
love-
don't just
I
it.
love
I
it.
thought it was fine with a bit of onion and pickle.
That's right. Yeah.
It was fine, and
I bet vegan gays has never made any homemade vegan cheese.
but
No, especially not
Yeah.
any that looks like
But
brains or diarrhea.
So,
yeah,
Pete,
but people don't criticise it till you tasted it. You see,
I'll try it. I'll
So
try
Pete-
I'm
it.
not allowed.
So-
I'm not allowed to make. But in those
sorry,
days,
sorry.
how we used to
Go on.
make it was the only margarine that vegans could get way back in the
Before the wheel.
70s and 80s, like back in the days of the cave.
It's Tomor now, isn't it?
In that Tomor, there was
Oh,
this
sorry.
thing called. Wait a minute. What way you going now?
That way,
This is
that
really
way.
weird.
just let me. It's like being in
It's
a
like
mirror, you know.
parallel
It's just like, whoa.
universe on this.
Okay, go on.
Because what it was, you see, people of the Jewish religion, or people that are, strict. Oh,
Oh,
bloody hell,
it's always
what's
got
that
stuff
through
going
my-
off.
I've always got bells and whistles going on here. They're not allowed to eat dairy products and flesh products at the same meal. So that means if they have a beef sandwich, the margarine can't contain dairy products. You see. So what happened was that there were a lot of vegan products produced for the Jewish community that were kind of accidentally vegan, and Tomor margarine was one of these. It was like a hard block of margarine. This was before the kind of soft margarines. Wait a minute, do you want to go that way?
Which way?
No, this way.
Which way?
This
Oh,
way,
shit.
This way.
Sorry. Fucking
I'm gonna have to lie down.
Sorry,
I'm
excuse
gonna
my
have to
French.
lie down after this.
What is it like?
so
Don't
you used
get
to-
me
and
involved in
what you did,
anything.
this is the recipe. You get a chunk of that Tomor margarine, or now you'd have to use something like vegan Trex or something like that. It's got to be hard. It's got to be something that sets. Or you could use that naturally, the hard.
Or just go and buy
hard.
yourself a decent
No.
chunk of vegan cheese. Do you know what I mean? I mean, why would you bother?
No, I've not finished the recipe. You melt it.
Vegan gays, if you've got anything else to do, love, go and do it.
I'll just buy some apple wood.
Yeah. Same with you, sister. Yeah, I'll go for the apple wood.
What you do, you put soya flour in this, stir soya flour in.
I know it's a great idea inviting you both on together.
And then you put a spoonful.
We're like Lauren and Hardy, aren't we, Rog?
Of yeast extract in, and then you stir it all in. Then it's set. I mean, you do it all to taste how much you're. Put it in. There are recipes probably on the internet about it. What you can do, and then let it set, and then that's your cheese.
Do you know I actually sometimes lose the will to live when Ronnie starts this? I've heard this recipe so many times, and I think, geez, that's bad.
But we
I started the ALF. No, I started the ALF. I did.
Yeah, that's another one. And you want to see his head; it grows really big. Which is, I could say something else, but I won't.
Don't make it.
What the heck do you mean the head grows?
Yeah.
I feel like when you'd be cooking, I'd be getting like Wurzel Gummidge and Aunt Sally vibes. I don't know.
That's it. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. It's a bit more violent than that, though.
Has anyone seen that Vegan Society? There's a Vegan Society video. The Vegan Society made for this program called Open Door in 1976. And Open Door was where I think it wasn't it? Was it BBC Two? They supplied the technicians and the camera crew, but people made their own videos.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
And it's on YouTube. Look, Vegan Society 1976 Open Door. Look it up. The Hunt Sabs made one, and
don't look it up.
These were really successful for the organisations. The Hunt Sabs made one, and it attracted loads of people.
It's like the worst thing I've ever seen.
The Vegan Society.
I was peeing myself.
Because it's made in the 70s, right? Now, at the time, it was, all these vegans and that from the Vegan Society made this thing. And it attracted lots of people to the Vegan Society. It was really successful. And at the time, when I watched it, and I thought, that's just an ordinary thing. But you watch it now, and it's like, hello, we're vegans. A vegan is a person who consumes no animal products. They're talking like that. They're talking all like that up there.
Yeah.
And then this psychologist comes on, and he says, or psychiatrist,
yes,
he says, I've examined these vegans. I have found them to be perfectly normal. And it was like, and it's like, and then there's a guy on there, a vegan family, and their surname is Bland.
Yeah,
you
Bland.
you wouldn't want to be called Bland, would you, as a vegan family?
Not really.
You know, to reinforce people's concept.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
actually don't know. And this is just me, right? This is just me. But I don't even know how our generation even got born. Looking at you lot in the 70s. You know, it's just like, how on earth did anyone do anything in the 70s?
I think it's the same method as they do it nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got better clothes though, Roger.
We showed the video. We used to, in Worcester, we used to have these, like once a month, we used to have these kind of vegan social type events in Worcester, in this hall in Worcester. And we showed that video, didn't we,
We
one
did.
day? And it was like, it was about 40 people in there, so it was quite, and like everyone was trying not to laugh at this video,
Yes.
you know, and then of course it had to be Louise burst out laughing.
I did.
And then everybody
just
fell
did.
to pieces. But it was like, I mean, it's good in that
I couldn't stop myself.
Everything they're saying is like really good, and it's still relevant today.
It is
you
still
know,
relevant,
but it's just the
sadly.
way it's done. But you've got to come this way.
Have I?
The way
Sorry.
it's done. The way it's done is like really.
Yeah. But, you know, going back to your original question, both of you...
When was that?
At the dawn of time.
This is chaos.
What I was going to say to you was, both of you, do you think that veganism has, you know, I mean, because we see a lot of vegan stuff in the shops, but do you both, I don't feel necessarily that veganism is getting through in the way that it did for me, whereas we're losing the kind of animal rights message, that speciesism is still rife, even though there's so much more in the shops for vegans and for people to try vegan food. But I don't think we've necessarily made the same kind of breakthroughs that we did when we were younger, where to be vegan was a total way of thinking in terms of ending speciesism. And I just wanted to know both of your opinions, how you see it as a young woman now, and Rog, how you see it from being older and in the movement from years ago to now. Do you think we're actually reaching the bottom of changing attitudes, or are we just eating vegan food because it's quite nice to eat?
Let me just cut in and say that we do now have Her Majesty waiting for us, so we're going to answer that question afterwards. But first off, we need to go to the Queen, who's got an announcement about veganism. So,
okay.
Well, that's enough of that. And now, here's the Queen.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, one and all. Good evening. Oh, Roger, thank you so much for having one on the show. I'm so excited. Oh, Roger, I must apologize because one has had a few sherries. But shall I tell you for why, Roger Yates? It's because one has been celebrating.
If you want, Your Excellency, whatever I'm supposed to call you.
Oh, you can call me Your Majesty for now. But Roger, the reason I've been celebrating is because what's happened is my husband Philip and I have finally seen the error of our ways, and we have decided to start living a vegan life. And so from now on, going forward, henceforth, I now declare a vegan world. And so we've decided, and when I say we, of course, I mean the royal we have decided to give away all of our land, and so that the other animals may roam free and be liberated. And of course, as we now have a vegan world, there's no need for all this royal mumbo jumbo. And so from this moment on, I declare that I hereby am abdicating from my position as your queen and abolish all this royal nonsense stuff. But just one little request. As one is going to find oneself rather homeless, one would like to request that one be put on the list for a council flat. Where one hopes that we shall live, my husband Philip and I shall live happily our vegan days until we die. And so, without further ado, I'd just love to wish each and everyone a happy vegan Christmas. Oh, Philip, do be a dear and bring the bottle. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I think she's gone there. I think she's gone.
I think she's gone there. Hello.
Hello.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Louise and Ronnie.
Hello.
So, well, listen, folks, I promised everyone the Queen, and we got the Queen.
We did.
Queen, yeah.
Yes. It was wonderful to see her.
It
Glad
was.
she's amended her ways
Yes.
and gone vegan.
Well, it had to happen sometime, I suppose.
It did, yeah. She
Thing
got
is,
it. She got to get with the program, isn't she? Really?
Charles is going to be upset because she lived longer now.
Yeah, quite. She'll leave him.
Oh, I thought she was going to croak it and I could be king for a few years. Now she's gone vegan. That's put an end to that.
Gonna croak it. And we have Wendy from the Hi, Wendy.
Merry Christmas, Your Majesty.
Yeah, shame you're a bit late. You just missed the Queen, unfortunately. But
Oh, it was lovely.
Damn. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, vegan gays. I've never met you. Ronnie, I've met you. Sort of.
Yeah. Hello.
Louise, hello. It's lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too, actually. Yeah.
And Nella.
Smashing.
Lovely Nella. Always lovely to see you. Roger, hello. Happy Christmas, everyone.
What a lovely gang you all are.
Roger, thank you so much for creating this space. It was really thoughtful and very much needed for many vegans that are struggling these days. So thank you for doing that.
Oh.
Am I being anti-royalist? I've always been a great lover of the Queen, as you know.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Ronnie about his greyhounds who flavoured his books, but before that, we should answer Louise's question. So do you want to just give it to us again, Louise? Yeah.
Just saying about both the vegan gays and you, Roger, because obviously you two weren't on before, but I was just saying about, both your views from kind of today and from years ago, how you both see it as a young woman, and Roger being from years ago, kind of when I started to come in, was 1988, 89. So, yeah.
From the
80s. Yeah.
That was
The end of the 80s.
the late comers to veganism.
Well, it was kind of
born at this time. So.
You weren't even born.
No.
Wow, how lovely. Oh. God, that just makes me. I really, honestly, it's kind of horrifying, isn't it, when somebody says I wasn't even born in 1988 or 89? It's just like, oh God, when did
older
that
underwear,
happen?
quite frankly.
People like that disgust me, to be honest.
Older underwear.
Well, Ronnie actually does have older underwear. He's actually got a pair of pants from the 70s.
Yeah.
Ronnie,
Can you believe it?
Whoa.
I think I may need to change
Let's
them
not go
soon.
to Ronnie's pants, please.
Can we answer that question so we can avoid the pants talk?
A nasty surprise.
Yeah.
I told Ronnie that we had a jar. We had a jar for Ronnie's clean jokes, and he said it'll be full in no time.
Is it full yet, Wendy, the jar?
It's getting there, isn't
Getting
it?
there.
I've got a jar.
The only problem is, though, you see. Yes, darling. Sorry, go on. I just wanted to know, Roger, how you feel in terms of the vegan thing, in that we've got to a stage where we've got a lot of vegan food in the shops, and that's absolutely lovely. And I know that's where we wanted it to go. But something to me is missing from this whole food thing, where we have lost the spirit, the pure spirit of what veganism actually does mean, which is the ending of enslaving other creatures of our planet, the animal kingdom. And that part seems to have been lost somehow, some way, where people just go, well, I'm vegan because I want to do it for health reasons, or I'm vegan because of the environment, but still missing out a whole swathe of the reason why we went vegan in the first place. And I just wanted to know what both your takes, well, anybody's take really, but your, from being younger to and also older, what you feel about that. Do you feel we've actually are hitting the ground right, or are we missing a whole underneath of this that is not being paid attention to from both activist point of view?
Shall I go first, Roger?
Yeah,
or do
go on,
you go first, yeah, please.
Okay. My tinfoil hat goes on here actually, because I think it's been done on purpose, where companies or the agriculture industry to a degree has tried to make it a dietary thing rather than an ethical position. So because if you turn it into this, what it's become, which is this plant-based living, plant-based diet thing, what is a diet? It's a phasal thing. It's something that you intend to give up. So I think in turn, this idea of it being temporary, this thing that you can just kind of switch on and off, has become the focus rather than what it's actually about, which is the animals. So I think really the thing that we've got to do with it is take it away from this kind of like label of like what you can eat still while you're dieting, and bring it more back to what it actually is, which is the animals. Because too often I come across people, especially my age, who just don't seem to care at all when someone's doing something that's speciesist. And it's like, and I don't want to be a militant vegan about it. And I'm just thinking, no, you don't want to be vegan about it. Like, you don't want to actually be the thing that you. I think to some degree that it's been co-opted by outside forces to make it something very temporary, so people are very distracted from what it actually is. So we need to bring the focus back. That's what I'd say.
Okay, I agree. If I can answer your question, although it was not directed to me, I'm only vegan. I've been vegan only for 7 years, so I don't know how it was in the older days. But I feel that with all these products, which are great, of course, and make our life easier, the focus is moved to consumerism. People are happy to consume all these vegan products, and they don't realize that consumerism itself, whatever you consume, it's a problem, and that vegans have to deal with that if we want to live in a vegan world.
Yeah. So it's very good.
So that's my thought on that.
No, that's brilliant.
I mean, even in the 6 years I've been vegan, I've seen a difference. Like when I started, it was this idea that this was a lifestyle thing, that this was really, you had to change a lot and kind of adapt this idea. But then I've seen in the last couple of years, it's been this thing that people have very nonchalantly adopted without actual consideration for the animals and what it entails. So I've seen a difference, I'd say halfway through, after about 2016, I'd say then it became this kind of plant-based dieting thing. So it's been a recent thing, I'd say.
Okay, that's brilliant.
Yeah, Wendy, do you want to address that?
I would agree that it's changed drastically since I went vegan. I've been vegan, I think it's coming into my 21st or 22nd year this year. And back then I heard you talking about how it was back in, back sort of even further back than that. But even when I became vegan, it was very challenging to find alternatives in terms of products and things like that. But that wasn't the point. That's not why you went vegan. It wasn't. No. We didn't have people standing on the street saying, "Oh, if you become vegan, you've got this alternative or that to substitute into your diet." It wasn't like that. It was you had you had values that you felt strongly about, and you would just do whatever it takes. And I like the phrase that if something's important enough to you, you'll find a way. If it's not, you'll find an excuse. And I really do believe that, because I think if something's important enough to you, you will find a way to forego the food in that restaurant. You'll find somewhere else, or you'll adapt it, or you'll just go hungry for a meal. You're not going to starve. Most of us who have access to this are not going to starve for the lack of one meal if we're out. I think it's finding your values, and it's definitely changed.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because, it's like you just said there, I'd go hungry. If I couldn't find it, I'll go hungry. And there's a loyalty to it. It's like an invisible... I say she's vegan. Vegan to me is like an angel with wings. She's there in the corner. She's very statuesque. She's very beautiful in my head. I can see her. And sometimes I turn to her and I say, "You've lost your soul, my darling, haven't you?" And she kind of nods gently, as almost to say, "Yes, I have. I've lost my own total self." And that is kind of Mother Earth as well, mixed in with that. And that to me makes me feel very sad, because it's almost like the kind of multinational companies have come in because they're terrified of the thought of what veganism actually does mean, which is taking on the meat industry one by one, felling it and getting rid of it, why this is the reason why we're in a pandemic at the moment, is because of what we've done to the planet and how we treat animals. Because of that speciesist attitude, that is the reason why we're in the state we're in. So it's got a far more serious underbelly. Veganism is the way to get out of this, yet the global economic socio structure that we're in is terrified of it. It's terrified of its teeth. So what it does is it waters down that strength, that beauty that's in her heart. It waters it down and it mushes it up and says there's nothing to be terrified, because you can have your lovely vegan, pie with next door to salmon. It's fine on the same table. You too can be involved in this. And you think, no, you really don't understand how beautiful veganism is, what a wonderful guiding angel she actually is in my head, which is that she says, I will protect all on this planet if you listen to me. But you have taken my heart and my soul, and you have tried to destroy it. And that's because really we're in a most awful economic situation, capitalist situation, that destroys any idea that it's terrified of right across the globe. If anyone stands up for anything that's different, they have to quell it, they have to crush it, they have to normalize it. And that to me is what's happened to veganism. What was once a strong, true animal liberation message has now been whittled down to, you can go and get a pie from a supermarket and be part of the celebrations with your meat eating friends. There you go. And it's that. And that's the most saddest thing to me. Whether that's a bit of a depressive outlook, I don't know. I'm hopeful, but I'm kind of not hopeful at the same time. I don't know how anybody else feels about that.
I think there's a kind of tension between those 2 points of we want veganism to be more normalized in that it's accessible and that it's not such a strange thing, so that it's not the fringe movement that it, we don't want it to stay a fringe movement. We want it to be the way of the world. But there's that tension between that and then the other side of it where, we have to start telling people that, this is accessible here. But on the other hand, what's making it accessible is part of the problem. So there's a real tension between this kind of duality almost playing out.
Yeah,
really,
I totally agree.
Really complex, isn't it? It's very complex.
And funny what Vegan Gaze was saying, actually. You were saying, the militant side of it, I'm not a militant vegan. I hold my hands up. I'm not. And again, that's a very real thing, all these shouty vegans, and you kind of go, oh God, you wouldn't even have what you've got in the shops if it wasn't people getting arrested in the 70s and 80s and 90s, pushing those barriers. You wouldn't have any of this. You've had people be killed to try and protect animals, to try and make the world, that's what Jill Phipps died for. She died to try and stop calf lorries being, going from Coventry Airport, and I was there, and that altered. I remember her very well. She was a beautiful soul, a beautiful woman. So, there's a whole kind of, those people were instrumental. She was instrumental, and her spirit still lives on. So when you hear somebody say, like you were saying, Vegan Gaze, which was, I'm not a militant vegan, you just kind of go, oh gosh, give me back that side of it too. We can have a mix.
I was just thinking, though, as you said that, though, maybe that's a good sign. Because if people are scared to be a militant vegan, it tells you that there's this growing social pressure not to be like that. So what it tells you is that the militant, the actual message is being heard much more, because then people are, they're getting defensive more so. And obviously, people, they want to fit in, they don't want to upset people, so that they don't want to be that thing that people are afraid of. So maybe it's a good sign that it maybe entails that there's more social pressure against, so it's becoming a larger message that people can't ignore.
Oh yes, I mean with that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. I just think maybe there's a good sign in that, and that while that's happening, we just need to be, the people who aren't afraid to be like, well, I don't care if you think I'm militant. I'm happily militantly against animal abuse. That's fine by me.
Yeah.
Like if I'm going to be, so that means that maybe that's a good sign, and people are getting defensive and they're hearing it, and we just need to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, like 1 in 4 today will be trying vegan food. 1 in 4 people today will be sitting at a table where there is now vegan food being eaten, which is marvellous. I think sometimes I can forget and be kind of, again, like in aspect where I'm kind of, from the past, I'm a bit frozen, I'm a bit, what you doing? And I forget.
And that's just to me.
Yeah. And I think
I don't know what I'm doing a lot of the time.
No, bless you.
Where I am.
And I think sometimes I think that's kind of our fault for. I don't know. I'm probably a bit kind of schizophrenic with my own self. I try really hard to try and be compassionate in that. There's like 2 sides of me, where there's the old side of me that tries to be as loyal as I can be to her, that mythical being that is vegan, and also loyal to trying to push the idea of veganism and how important it is to try and educate others to be vegan. That's really important. And the ecological message is now coming out loud and clear. So I think there is a mixed bag here of where people are coming from. And some people will say, hey, if we're all singing from the same hymn sheet, but it's we're all coming from different levels, but we are vegan, then that's okay. But I just sometimes wonder with the corporate businesses whether, as I said, they are terrified of that idea.
Yeah, I think they see the idea as a way of making money. I think they've seen the way things are going, that more people are becoming vegan, so they thought we need to jump on this bandwagon and make money out of people. I mean,
but they're going to play both phases, aren't they? Sorry, they're going to play both fences, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
And I think that's kind of where it's come from, that they see that more people are eating plant products. So because a lot of the sort of vegan alternatives to meat and dairy are actually produced by companies that also produce animal products. I tried to look into finding
excuse me,
like a margarine that was produced purely by a vegan company, and you can't get one. Can't get one at all. They're all the companies behind them are all kind of big into dairy. They're all big into dairy, and it's the same with a lot of the plant milks. I think Danone. I think it's it's Alpro, isn't it?
Yeah, Alpro. And Arla as well. I think they do
Danone,
an oat
Danone,
milk.
a huge dairy company. Because what's happened is they said, well, we're kind of gonna if we stick just with the dairy or just with the Fray Bentos has started producing vegan pies that a lot of vegans are raving about, these Fray Bentos pies and all that. And these companies are jumping on the bandwagon because basically they want to maintain their profits. And this kind of happens. And this is how capitalism works. It's worked all the time. It's like they'll go from one thing. Do you remember like the Betamax? Well, probably a lot of people don't remember, but there was the Betamax videotapes, and then there was VHS, and then there was CDs, and now there's MP. And all the time, they'll kind of move into these new markets or these people to kind of make money, and that's what's happened with food. And I think that's the reason for it. I think the answer to it, really, I think, lies in us stating what veganism truly means. That veganism is a philosophy of animal liberation. It's against all oppression of other animals by humans. And that oppression includes destruction of the natural world. You see, because in theory, we could have a totally vegan world under capitalism and under neoliberalism, where every human ate a plant diet. In theory, that's possible. But it wouldn't be animal liberation because lots of other stuff would still be going on that oppresses animals. Like, if we still have overproduction, we still have overconsumption, industrialization, all these things impact on the natural world. They destroy other animals in huge numbers. The climate crisis is already destroying millions of wild animals. Right now, that is where capitalism is incompatible with veganism. It's not incompatible with veganism in as far as a plant diet is concerned. We can all eat a plant diet under capitalism, but if we want to protect the natural world, we have to have a different political and economic system. As someone said, what's an alternative to capitalism? I would suggest eco-socialism. Looking to eco-socialism, for me, that is the alternative, or green anarchism. I mean, the two are the same. I'd say it's just how we get there, how we get to that final place is different between those two philosophies. That's what we need. That's what we need because that's a huge part. I mean, the number of animals that are kind of suffering and dying because of adverse human impact on the environment is probably pretty close to the number that are being killed to feed people. And that's a vegan issue. That's a huge, huge vegan issue. And once we put that on the table, then veganism is not possible. True veganism is not possible under the current political and economic system. That has to be changed. So that's what we need to be bringing in, talking about more. That's what we need to be talking about more. We've got to, no point switching consumption from animal products to plant products. Yes, that would be a step in the right direction, and that would we have to be honest, that would result in a huge reduction in animal suffering and slaughter of other animals, but it wouldn't be animal liberation because there'd be still a huge amount of that going on while society operates in the way it operates at the moment in terms of our impact on the natural world. So we have to bring that in big as a part of veganism if we want animal liberation.
Sorry to cut in, but I just don't want to just leave without saying goodbye. I've got to go have my dinner. I'd love to stay and talk about this, but I've got to go. But
enjoy your dinner, vegan guys.
Thank you. I'm to understand, Roger, you
so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, vegan guys. Yes.
Are you streaming till 6, Roger?
Sorry?
Are you streaming till 6?
Yes.
Okay, well, I might be around again later. I don't know.
I'll probably pop in and out.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, I thought I'd just let you know.
Enjoy your Christmas dinner.
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Bye bye. Oh, bless her.
So yeah, just wanted to come back on. Oh, and then there were 4. Just wanted to come back on what some of what you've all been saying, and I think because people in the comments have been kind of commenting on capitalism, communism, socialism, all these kind of labels that we kind of throw around and things. But I think every system that's that's been tried so far has all been under in the system of patriarchy and human supremacism. So all of these systems, whatever they are, wherever we have the patriarchy, wherever we have human supremacism, they're always going to be corrupt because it's the way we do power. So what really needs to change, whatever system we have, needs to be a different relationship with power. Like every system we have is power over others.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
that plays out through the world, through societies, through the movement. Often we see this in the movement as well, this hierarchy.
Yes.
And it's about a relationship with power. And until we change that, nothing will really change. And we have to start having power to, empowering each other. And we can do that on an individual level as well. And if we just look at the movement and the way that the conversations are so toxic, that's just where we can start right there. You know, I think I can't, if it was Mother Teresa or someone who said, you know, if you want to change the world, go home and be kind to your family. It's things like that. We can do things on a small level and in our everyday connections with other people.
We're the Queen and Mother Teresa now.
I know it's getting a bit religious, isn't it?
It's true, isn't it? It's like we all want to change these big systems, but then on a personal level, every day we're having toxic conversations. Well, we reflect back what society is, and we also co-create what society is. So we have to take personal responsibility.
Before we go on, I've got a little cat to feed and a bladder to empty. So I'm going to hand this entire show over to you lot for a little while.
We'll talk about you now, Roger.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go blank.
Tell us some gossip about Roger from the 80s.
Yeah.
We need to change whatever system we have. Needs to be a different relationship with power.
An issue with
every system we have is power over others. And that plays out
somebody must have YouTube on as well. So you need to mute that. Yeah. So that
I was just into socialism, looking to it.
Yeah. See you in fact.
Right. Thanks. It's like a repeating, isn't it?
Two of the same.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's just how we get to that final place is different.
I don't think it's me.
It's not me either.
Because
has anyone got another device on that's playing or
no? Are kind of suffering and dying because of human impact on the environment.
You?
It's probably pretty close to the number.
You can still hear it.
No.
Yeah, you can still hear it.
No, it's gone now.
Gone now.
Okay,
hi, Pamela.
Hi, Pamela.
Merry Christmas.
Hello.
Merry Christmas. How are you doing? You're on mute then.
I've got to go for a wee, so I'll be back in a minute.
I'm right. All right. How lovely for everybody.
Just so you know.
Hello. Hang on a minute. So the problem is Pamela's thing. So Pamela, you must have Facebook playing with sound on another machine or something, because that's what we get in replayed. So you need to mute that, and then be live on StreamYard, but not on YouTube, if that makes sense. I'll give you your mic back now.
You're still talking about issues which vegans are interested in.
Sorry, guys. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're all right, mate.
So sorry, I'm just a complete novice at StreamYard. So hi, everybody.
Hello. Hi, Pamela. How you doing?
I'm okay. It's been a really... I've just been listening for the last sort of few hours, and it's been like a roller coaster ride, really, hasn't it? Of discussions. And I love Louise. Hi. I mean, I just on my channel because you've got so much to sort of say. And like Ronnie said,
I never shut up.
It's fantastic. Like between you and the Ronza, it's like, oh my God, yeah. But
well, I'm glad you think that actually. So you're Pamela.
Yeah, I'm Pamela. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's lovely to meet you.
Yeah, I read the thing that Ronnie wrote about how when you were very young, you decided that you saw him on telly or something, and you decided you were about 11 years old, you were going to marry that bloke.
Yes. Yeah, that is true. It was to do with a Mars bar incident. It was quite when the ALF was doing quite a lot of stuff. Although I don't think this actually happened for real. I think it was something that was kind of done as like a news thing where it was to bring focus on what Mars was doing to primates at the time. They were feeding Coke to it was Coca-Cola drinks, and what they were doing when they were feeding them, force feeding them Coca-Cola, and it was rotting their teeth, and they wanted to see what kind of dissolving, how long it took the tooth to dissolve. Well, of course, an animal experiment, if you're just washing Coca-Cola down a monkey's throat, their teeth are going to rot. I mean, we wouldn't drink that much Coca-Cola, and so our teeth would rot much, much slower over time. So, they'd literally gone over the top, and all of it was in the papers saying this is awful, this needs to stop. So the ALF came in and said, right, well, we've poisoned a load of Mars bars, or we've done something to stop you from eating it. But actually, it was a publicity stunt. Nobody'd done anything. It was just
they got a Mars bar and kind of chopped it up a bit and put it back in the wrapper.
That's it.
And kind of they did that in a few places, but I don't to make it look like they've been interfered with.
Yeah.
But I don't think anything was actually.
Nothing was actually put in. So anyway, he was on the news at the time. It was the 1 o'clock news. I remember it distinctly. Proper 80s news, and Angela Rippon type stuff. And I just was ill off school, and I was wrapped up in a dressing gown. And I was sat on the sofa, and I saw this guy. And bearing in mind, I'd been like veggie from the age of 12, virtually vegan in that sense that I didn't eat eggs or fish. And I didn't wear leather. So I'd never met anybody who spoke like me. All I'd ever got was, oh, you'll never get that. You'll never have this. You won't have a world where there's people not eating meat. Here, have a pork pie. And it'd be kind of, no, I don't eat that. I don't genuinely eat it. Please don't insult me. So, and that was right from when I was a child. I was very sensitive around animals because I'd been picked on as a disabled person, and I had a very nasty incident happen to me when I was about 11 years old, where I 4 boys covered me in dog shit. They threw dog shit, and I was in a wheelchair, and it was a terrifying thing that happened, and my brother and my sister were trying to fight them off, and it was just a very traumatic thing that happened. But anyway, moving on, that all of that kind of paid into the person that I am today, and which makes you stronger. It's not a negative thing, it's actually a positive thing in a sense that it made me strong, and I could see from an empathetic point of view with animals very, very early on. I knew how they felt. I felt too, because when you're marginalised and treated differently, and in the 70s and 80s over 60,000 disabled children were, put away in this country because of various different disabilities in children's homes and institutions. So I had a long kind of fight. Luckily for me, I was in a good school, but nevertheless, I was still gobby and out there and trying to change things and talk to the children and talk to my friends about animals and animal rights. So cutting a very long story short here, when Ronnie came on the telly and I heard him and I saw him, I thought, oh my God, there's a man that speaks like me. Oh, wow. And I was going to my mum, hear this man. I said, he's amazing. Like that. And it was really strange. And I just turned to my mum and said, that's the man I'm going to be with.
Aww.
I looked and I just went, that's the man I'm going to be with. That's the man I'm going to be with.
Then you met him and you were real disappointed.
And then I realised.
We went to see a friend. We got a friend of ours. This is like a big campaigner. Well, for all sorts of animal rights, but at the time she was very involved in the campaign against the greyhound racing industry, which we were very involved in. And she got badly injured in a car crash, and she was in hospital in London, all smashed up, sort of lying in the bed. And we went to visit her. Louise told her that story, and
she was sobbing,
and it made her. It it made her suffer total agony because she was so much.
She was crying. We were going, stop it. She goes, I can't. That story's just unbelievable. Oh, ow, my ribs. And we were going to stop crying. Stop. I wouldn't have told you if that was a reaction. I looked at Ronnie and thought, I don't know, honestly, maybe this was not a good idea, but it was all right, actually. But then we had to pay a car parking fee.
We had to pay £15 to get out of the car park in hospital.
In London. Have a word. So that was kind of the story, really. But in actual fact, it was more than that. It was I was down at the league and the League Against Cruel Sports, and I'd done a lot of stuff, and I'd broken up with a guy who I think very, very highly of still. He's a lovely, lovely chap, and I was down at the league at
their sanctuary.
At the sanctuary, and it was Lindy Booth from Animal Aid in Birmingham. She had a very good reputation then, and very good vegan. I think John Curtin knew her very well. And I was in her car, and she said, why don't you come and have a look at the deer, because we're doing some deer stuff. So I went with her, and we were in the car, and we watched all these deer go across this road. And she was sat in the car, and she said, why don't you meet Ronnie? Why don't you go and see him? Why don't you write to him? And she said, you get on like a house on fire with him. It's ridiculous. You really would. Honestly, he's met his match, I think. And so I was a bit nervous, I thought, because I didn't really write to prisoners or people I didn't know, because I didn't want to be kind of sycophantic or, oh, I'm writing to you because you're an ALF active. I thought, oh, God, that's really not up my street. And she said, really, honestly, Louise, it's fine. Just write to him. Tell him, what you're doing and everything. So I did, and I trusted her. I thought, well, she wouldn't be saying it if she, she knows Ronnie. So I did, and it basically took a few weeks, and I wrote about all what I was doing and where I was going and what demonstrations I was going on and what animals we were helping, some legit, not legit, all that kind of stuff. And he wrote back, and this little envelope came through the door, the first envelope, and it had V82682 prisoner Lee. And I came down the stairs, and I got the envelope, and I kissed it because I knew that was the start of that journey from all those years ago. I knew he'd be in love with me as much as I was with him at that time. It's kind of worn off since, but
so I've got a contract out.
But you know what I mean? It was really, really strange.
I'll find her what she's done.
Yeah, right. That's a great story, guys.
So basically it was that, and as I say, the rest is history. We were talking to Joaquin Phoenix a few weeks ago, and we were talking all about that,
as we do,
side of it,
Clang.
But I tend to take over the conversation, as you probably all have guessed.
We had a call.
You're shameless, you are, Louise.
Yeah,
I know, I'm terrible, aren't I, Rod? Hey.
He's thinking about doing like a documentary about the ALF. It's just something, some plans. So he wanted to have a
talk,
chat, about the history, or mainly these two directors did that. He's got to hoping to do this film, and so we had a chat over Zoom, I think.
Yeah. It was really weird because
I was supposed to be chatting to him.
Yeah,
so
he
Louise
was.
Came, and then it was just Louise chatting to him, and that was it.
I kind of pushed him out of the way and went, hi.
If that A-list celebrity wants to talk to me, tell them I'm not available, right?
You want to, Rog.
I have a question for Louise and Ronnie and Roger, because I think they are vegan for the longest time. I often wonder how it felt to be vegan back then, and especially an activist, when you were obviously a tiny minority.
Did you think that liberation is close, that things are changing, or you just did it because it was the right thing to do?
For me, I mean, who wants to go first? Do you want me to go first on this?
You're going now.
I am. I just presumed that, didn't I? I just kind of went,
okay,
it's me.
You don't strike me as the kind of woman who needs permission.
They all want to talk
Take
to me.
your power.
This is great.
What a surprise that is.
Shut your face.
This is just a normal
I think Joaquin Phoenix should go first, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had no choice, really, bless him.
He's still lying in the dark. He's still in a darkened room, lying down. Isn't
Yeah,
he?
he is. Yeah. From the last time we heard, he's a gibbering wreck, apparently, after speaking to me.
I can't imagine why.
Oh, really? We'll come a little bit closer, Roger, and I shall tell you.
I've been a gibbering wreck for years.
Oh, shut your mush. Anyway, no, to be honest, for me, that was all part of the environment that we were in. The activism side was massively important, and being vegan was massively important. And taking it very seriously at that time. All of it was very serious because you were talking about animals that were coming out of places, and you had to think very carefully your discussions, your how to help people who had helped liberate those animals. It was there was a corridor of people that were brilliant, that were total warriors, that will never be named and you'll never know. And there was a rich tapestry of those individuals that were taking risks every day. And so when I came into it, you couldn't be silly about it. You had to kind of grow up very quickly. Certainly with the people that we were around, because they were like 10, 15 years older. So you would be taken under their wing and shown how to be, what to do, listen to what they're saying. So when I was vegan, it was all tied up in that. It was all tied up into the activism side. So you were very loyal to that idea. Some people might say it was a fanaticism in, you'd be regarded now as a domestic terrorist. You would be now regarded as that. But you were very loyal to that. You were very loyal to your way of thinking, the structure of things, how serious you had to take things. It was like an underground army. Not just to do with the OLF, but also to do with the friends that you had that would be further on down the line, or people that had done stuff from years ago but were still helping. So I always remember going to a court case once where somebody was going to have like 4 or 5 years in prison, and the judge said, this was John Curtin, and he'd liberated 84 beagles from Interfauna. And we all went to the court case to see him off, to wave him goodbye for 4 years. Hey. And it was really funny because we were all in there, and the judge kind of looked at all of us and kind of went, yeah, well, I can see obviously from looking around this court where you got the help from, or some skullduggeries. We were like all these little pirates kind of sat there waving our version of Johnny Depp off, goodbye. And so it had a very distinctive flavour, which is very hard to capture now. And I'm not talking out of turn here, but, I was just a young activist trying to collate everything I could, because I had a very short window to work on, which was I knew my physical abilities were going to go. I'd already been told that eventually I wouldn't be able to do the things that I was doing. So for me, I had to kind of hit the ground literally running, because I knew I only had a short window of activism where I could physically actually do things to try and help. But having said that, that span out to all kinds of things within my own local area and helping people, doing stuff, rescuing, giving advice to people. You know, we ran Wild Forest Animal Concern, so people could come here, they could talk, they could bring rescued animals. So it fed into a whole way of life and a whole structure. And within that, the vegan message still sat. It came from ALF. It came from that belief system that what you did, everything you did, it was almost like cathartic. It was almost priest-like in that you had a way of thinking and you stuck to that rigidly. When people say, I don't understand how he could turn into a terrorist, I don't understand how he could mix in our community, well, I think to myself, well, I can, because in the last war, you had resistance fighters that mixed in with communities that then went out and fought against fascism. But they could run a business in the day, look after their children, and go off and do what they needed to do. They were very brave warriors. And that is what you're seeing maybe coming back a bit with Animal Rebellion and things like that. But they're very, very brave individuals. So I never get that notion quite when they talk about it. So I know that's kind of a long-winded way of answering your question, but I hope I've kind of answered it a bit or tried to make it clearer. You know, how rich it actually was, what an incredible movement we were. I mean, John Curtin did make me laugh once because he said, for a bunch of fuckwits, we've really achieved quite a lot. And that really did make me laugh. Because, you know, talk about homespun, you know, it was homespun. And most of us were covered in dog shit or doing something really weird. But it was, you know, or eating chip sandwiches because no one had had a meal for 2 days, that kind of thing. But my God, what a movement.
So what's this fascination with
I
dog
know,
shit,
honest
Louise?
to
What's
God.
going on here?
I've got PTSD with it because we had a friend who always took her dogs everywhere on every single demonstration. So wherever we got out, no matter what bloody pharmaceutical business or whatever we were at, she would always bring her dogs. And in fact, I saw her yesterday. She's still got 2 dogs in a van. It's never changed. And we used to have to be pushed into the back of this van with a car seat that wasn't tied to the floor. So if you went round a bend, you would go with a seat in the back of the van, and there was 8 dogs in there, you know, of various different sizes. So it was chaos. It was brilliant chaos, but nevertheless chaos. And you'd get out the other side and a security guard would look at you like, whoa, what's that on your jumper? You know, and you'd just be like, what? And everybody wore black, which is the worst colour to wear when you've got cats or dogs. So, you know, it was just, that was the sign of the times. That's what we were in. You know, I'm sure to some degree Roger will kind of say, you know, it was definitely a place. But then you had things like Greenham Common and all the women that were fighting against, you know, the missile use at Greenham. And there was just a rawness. I mean, we were beginning to see the end of that by the kind of early 2000s. That was when it kind of all kind of went in another direction. But I'm very pleased that I was kind of there towards the kind of ending of I'm glad I saw that, because there's a lot of activists now that it's another world completely, another world.
There's an important thing, I think, underlining all this. And I mean, we were kind of like, we weren't part of society. We were like on the edges of society, you know. And we were kind of like outside of society looking in, and Louise's like comparison with, say, resistance fighters is very apt, really, because obviously those people, you know, during the day had to kind of make out they had a normal life. They had to smile at the next door neighbour and go to the shops, and but that kind of wasn't their real life. Their real life was the resistance, and they kind of had to sort of live this kind of fake life to blend in into society the rest of the time. And kind of that's what we were like. We weren't kind of part of society. And in a sense, we kind of didn't really want anything to do with ordinary people. Because you see, at the time, I mean, this was in the days, if you go back to 70s, 80s, into the 90s, when really nobody campaigned for veganism. The campaigns were directed against things like animal experiments, the fur trade, hunting, zoos and circuses. So basically, what it was like a direct war between ourselves and the people who oppressed animals. We were trying to put those people out of business. You know, we were trying to rescue animals from them, cause them economic damage. The public were nowhere in that scenario. The public were on the sidelines. It didn't involve the public. You know, ordinary people really aren't involved in animal experiments. You know, it was only a minority that wore fur, for instance. So the public weren't part of that. But what's different now is that, you know, the main area of animal oppression, in fact, the two main areas of animal oppression, because, you know, I think the biggest area is the consumption of animal products. Very close behind is, as I said earlier, adverse human impact on the environment. Ordinary people are all very, very much bound up in that through their lifestyles and their behaviour. So if we're going to campaign against those things, it's got to be in a completely different way. We have to bring ordinary people into the equation. We have to change the attitudes and behaviour of ordinary people. So our approach, instead of being completely divorced from, you know, society and you know, human community, we've got to be totally opposite. We've got to be really part of it if we're going to educate people. So it's a completely different way, really. I think we need to operate in a completely different way now, and not be kind of, we're sort of apart from society in our own hearts, and our kind of basic views and beliefs are very different from the ordinary person. But in terms of our interaction, we've got to be very much part of ordinary society. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to educate people. So I think that's how it's changed. That's how it's changed over the years.
I also think, just coming in just very quickly, I do think that the power of community has been underestimated up until the pandemic. I think there is something in the power of community and people coming together, and to some degree sidelining what the government does or doesn't do, like what you've seen down at Dover, where it's a Sikh community that are feeding the people that are stuck at the lorry parks. And I think that's amazing to see when we've had such terrible things being said about other communities, and especially with Brexit, you know, the racist view has been, you know, shouted from the rooftops. And it's been lovely just to be able to come back down to a basic level where you say everybody's trying to help everybody else. Not everyone, I know, but a lot of people are. And I think there is a power in that there is communities. And I think we need to do more work on that side of it. And I think that's where we've been quite bad as well, where we've been kind of more isolationist in our attitudes, rather than actually bringing in our local communities and people around us, and sharing that love and respect for each other, and letting people grow, and not being frightened to be vegan, but showing them that it's a good way of being, that you too are safe. If you eat a vegan diet, it will help you, it will help your family, it will help Mother Earth, it will help us heal, you know. So I think, and from an educational point of view, getting out there, leafleting, door dropping, you know, our own attitudes of never giving up, but being positive, laughing, joking, have a sense of humour, and go forward with that, with love. It sounds a bit kind of cheesy, but with love and respect in your heart, you can never go wrong with that. You are, at the end of the day, we are on the right side of truth, and truth will out. And that's where we will always win, even in the face of total and absolute catastrophic, probably, events that are going to surround us all. Nevertheless, we have gone forward and we have tried our best while we've been living on the planet. And we can never go wrong with that attitude, ever. And that's very important to remember when people are down, or they feel broken, or they've seen something. It doesn't matter. We're all together, and there is great strength with being together. We're showing love and respect towards each other. And that's the truth of it. That's the nub of it. And that's where the angel that I've talked about earlier, the ALF angel, the archangel that's around us, is showing us the way, is giving us that chance and saying, here it is. Go out and tell that. Go out and be that, and be positive with that attitude. And slowly but surely things will come around. Either that or we die. It's either that or it ends. And you can't necessarily be that negative, because everything we've ever tried to do as a community has always been to tell the truth. And when you are on the right side of history, the right side of a moral argument, you can never, ever be broken. It can never be taken away from you. Even in the face of death, it can't be. You were the person you were when you were alive, and that's what matters. You know, so go forward and be positive, because what we've got is power and strength within what we're saying, and that can never be changed, ever. Whatever politician tells, whatever crap story, it doesn't matter. All of us know the truth. That's it. That's all I've got to say.
Well said. Now I've got some management issues to deal with, folks, because I'm running a bit late and I've got people stacked up. So Ronnie and Louise,
yes, darling.
Let you go as we say.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey,
it's been really lovely to meet you all.
Yes, and before you go, if I may say, I'm really happy I've met you both, and Louise, you're truly inspirational.
Oh, God bless you. Love you. Love you. My vegan family, take care of yourself.
Bye.
Okay. Take care. Love and respect. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Love and rage. Love and rage.
Yeah.
Louise.
Woo woo. Love and rage. Take care, darlings. Bye bye. Merry Christmas. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
And you. Bye bye.
Just go. So,
hello, Tom. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Hi, Tom. Good to see you.
Hi, Tom. So, as I said, I'm running a little bit late, but I want to kind of take you in turn, but because I wanted obviously to talk to Pamela about issues. But first of all, I want to talk to Wendy and Nella about what's going on in your world. Maybe you can give us an update about either of you or both of you about what's going on, especially Thrive Vegan World, perhaps what's coming up for that, Wendy. And what have you got in your locker, Nella, at the moment?
Oh, now that'd be telling, wouldn't it, Nella?
We're trying to create something with Wendy. It's not. We are not into the specifics yet, so I cannot really talk about it. But I'm really excited. It's something that will center women activists in some way. So I'm looking forward to that. And since you mentioned Wendy's podcast, the Thrive Vegan World podcast, what I wanted to say is that when I first started listening to the podcast, I was amazed because she doesn't only interview guests about specific and very important issues for the movement, but you get to have this whole idea of what the person is, know them in some ways, and then you realize that even the more resilient and seasoned activists face their own struggles. And that's empowering for everyone else. Just to realize that we all face struggles by being vegan and by doing activism. It's not an easy thing to do in a speciesist world, but knowing that we're all together in this, it has been very helpful for me at least, and that's one of the things I love most about the podcast.
Oh, thank you, Nella. That was really really appreciating that, what you were just saying. I was taking that in. Yeah, thank you. I love to.
The check is in the post.
Check's in the post. Yes, so actually the podcast will be coming up to an anniversary soon, the first anniversary in January. And actually one of my next guests will be someone not too far away from here. I'm hoping we're trying to arrange something, Pamela, aren't we? We're trying to put a date in. So that's going to be really an interesting conversation. I'm really looking forward to that.
This movement is so incestuous.
Oh no, it is, isn't it? But then you're kind of drawn to people who speak your language, I suppose, and also I'm always really fascinated to hear people's stories as well. So I can't wait to hear more of Pamela's background and story as well of how she's got into the movement. And of course, Roger, you've been on there. Tom and Nell, I've interviewed both of you, and I'm just really curious about people's stories.
Well,
how
Wendy,
they
you could interview Pamela for 10 minutes now if you want.
Do you need another wee break, Roger?
No.
Is that what it is? I'm going to save mine for when we have our chat, because I've got loads of questions lined up for Pamela. I think it'd be we'd probably take over for 2 hours. So yeah, so no, I'm really excited about guests coming up. I'm always kind of looking at the podcast and how can I do better? You know, how can I frame my questions better? How can I really help the guests to show their personal side, but also what they're involved in their activism, in their veganism, all of that. So I love to try and do that. And there's always room for improvement, of course. I want to try, and we were talking earlier about diversity in the movement, and that's something I'm really aware of as well, that I want to have more diversity in my guests. It's sometimes challenging because so far it's been people that I've been in my world, that I've come across, that I've come into contact with, that I've known in some way. So that's something that I'm really conscious of, kind of taking it that way. And then the thing that Noah and I are working on, that's going to be quite exciting because we're trying to amplify the female voice a little bit more, because I think it's sometimes almost invisible, which is ridiculous considering the majority of the movement are women. So I feel, and I know Pamela's doing some great work on that side as well to amplify women's voices. So yeah, I think we're going to be doing exciting stuff. We're also, Nella and I also, and probably with Tom as well, we're going to be putting together some kind of maybe content that people can use, like resources with a more rights-based message rather than the welfare message that is often out there from a lot of the organizations. We're going to be putting more of a rights-based message together in a flyer, and maybe going forward there might be more single issue kind of flyers in terms of different species of other animals and how their rights are violated, but it will be very much with a rights-based focus. So that's another thing that we're doing as well, and also of course taking the show forward, the animal rights show forward, which is really important to me, and I'm sure to the others on here as well. So taking that message, trying to put more of an anti-speciesist, rights-based message into the world, against all use and all oppression of other animals and also of humans. I think, on here we'll all agree that it's not just, although other animals are our focus and we're all passionate about that goes without saying, but we know that we have to be consistently anti-oppression in our message. And I feel that we want to sort of maybe look at more ways in how we can put that message out there as well. So yeah, really exciting stuff. I'm looking forward to next year and everything that's going on. So
and that's the point of the leaflet, because in many occasions I felt when I was in a demonstration or protest or something that I always had something to give to bystanders and people I'm listening to that has a right-based message. So since I could not find anything that I liked, I've talked to the team and we decided to create something. So yeah, I'm very excited about it.
Sounds great.
Yeah, can't wait. Just having time, isn't it? It's like, could do with like another 10 hours every day just to get through everything you want to do.
When's the next podcast out, Wendy?
So my next one I've already recorded, which will be out hopefully next week. I'm just trying to give myself a little bit of a break. I'm not very good at giving myself breaks because there's always so much I want to do, but I'm trying to give myself a little break in the essence of self-care and taking care of ourselves, which is really important. These
part-timers, yeah.
But you know what? We're so much more productive and persistent when we work rest and sleep is the most important thing. If we work rest and sleep into our life, we are much more on it. We're much more persistent and productive. So it's not about keep soldiering on, just keep going. It's not about that, because actually you're destroying your mind, your body, and that way you come back stronger when you rest and sleep is so important.
Well, I mean, on a serious note about the pandemic, that does seem to be a problem now, because sleep patterns have been disrupted, and this long term, I mean, obviously this new variant is a problem, but this long term COVID thing seems to be a problem now. So it's almost like a little bit like ME now, kind of like chronic fatigue, and tiredness and stuff. That seems to be a genuine problem.
Oh, by the way, I have COVID, by the way, just to...
Oh, Tom,
yeah, I got the result yesterday evening. So I was hoping that I didn't have it, but I thought, my because the symptoms are obviously over the months that scientists learn more about it, there's this kind of wider spectrum, and as Roger just said, that there is this kind of fatigue aspect, which I had earlier in the week, quite bad fatigue. But yeah. So here for a few more days, self-isolating.
Well, we could do with another master in the movement, Tom. So you. Right. So Pamela, sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right.
So we had a bit of a test yesterday, and I said that the first question I was going to ask you is about neoliberalism, because you mentioned that quite often in their comments. In fact, I saw you did that earlier in the comment section. So can you give people who might not know a kind of brief or simple definition of what you mean by that?
Yeah, thanks, Roger. And I'll do my best, because the first time I came across it, which was a few years ago, I didn't really understand it at all. And so then I looked it up a few times, and there's different ways of describing it, depending on how much depth you want to go into. But basically, the neoliberalism project seems to have originated in about the 1940s, was sort of like after the war, where a group of, I think, elites, business, corporate people wanted to sort of like take charge of the way that society was kind of like running. What they decided is kind of like capitalism amplified, capitalism on steroids, basically. And the essence of neoliberalism is that it's an ideology. It's not. It's really important to understand that it is an ideology. It's like a religion. It's actually a quasi-religion insofar as it's so all-pervading in our lives that we don't question it at all. So basically what it is that the idea is that in order for people to live a sort of like a productive and a happy life, the best thing to do is for the state to not get involved in people's lives. So, for example, in terms of sort of things like benefits, hospitals, healthcare, all that sort of stuff that the state does, that's really like ease it away, nationalised industry. The idea is to give the corporates a free hand, because, again, you don't want this sort of like what Thatcher called the nanny state, strangling, corporate progress, corporate profits. Because neoliberalism, the ideology is basically that everything needs to be solved by market forces, by the profit principle. And anything that stands in the way of that is actually wrong. So regulation on, say, environmental, any other kind of issues, it's like, no, that's a bad thing. And also, but on the other side of it, you've got like massive amounts of money are being transferred to corporates by the state. I mean, look at Boris and the PPE scenario. Look at the subsidies to animal agriculture. So, and again, who could possibly say in their right minds that market forces is the way that we want, a life dominated by only market forces is viable or good or desirable. But that is what the neoliberal project says. And basically it's been going on since sort of like Reagan and Thatcher. You know, Thatcher said something like, there is no such thing as society. And that was a key kind of like setting out her flag, her and Reagan. There is no such thing as society. And what we've seen since then is that basically community, which people have been talking about, our communities have been systematically sort of like, they're not important, whether it's communities like unions, local communities, stuff like that. The fact that they've all been sort of like disintegrated is an active process of neoliberalism. But because neoliberalism is a global project, and, you know, it's not just the UK and the US, it's globally infiltrated. Well, not infiltrated, because all the elites are, you know, they don't really have, they don't have an allegiance to a single state. They are all, you know, they're all sort of like floating around, you know, they've got their head offices in the Cayman Islands and this and that, you know. So because of that, all the elites are kind of like, their tiny little hegemonous sort of like groups are, without, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact, orchestrating all this on their multinational company fronts globally. So that is the neoliberal project. And as I said, it's got practical implications, but it's really important to understand that it's an ideology. And this is why when we talk about things like, you know, put it in the comments, I put neoliberalism in the comments, or I do, you know, stick up a YouTube video about it. There's inevitably like a few people that are saying, you know, oh, blah, blah, you're just a communist. What's the alternative? It's not, you know, nothing else is possible. And that is really the success of the neoliberal project, that people have been totally propagandized and brainwashed to believe that nothing else is possible. There's no other kind of way of existing, despite the evidence of our own eyes and history for thousands of years globally. The neoliberal project has made people believe it's impossible. The other thing is the emphasis on the individual. I was struck by what Louise was saying in her contribution, you know, about community and how people all pull together.
Your sound seems to be dropping in and out, Pamela. What mic are you
I'm using, can you hear me at all?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just that it seems to be muffled sometimes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It almost when you touched your neck before. Have you got a little mic there, or is
No,
it?
anything.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
All
it's a zip. I've got zips.
right. Zip. Okay.
Yeah. So where was I? Yeah, the individualism thing and the selfies. So I think that part of the whole neoliberalism project that has changed activism, which Louise was alluding to, and other people like Ronnie and Roger have talked about, is that it's kind of the emphasis on the individual is very much where people think that consuming items, buying sort of like stuff in the supermarkets is the solution. You know, it's individual choices. So that's the one thing, that everything can be improved for animals by just buying more veggie burgers. The other thing is that I can hear the sound now. It's like it's going in and out. I don't know what it is. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what it is. The other thing is, like, you know, with the selfie form of activism, where people are sort of posting everything on social media, that emphasis on the individual rather than group actual activism is neoliberalism. So I think it's a key sort of distinction for us all as activists to understand that the toxic sort of nexus between neoliberalism and human supremacy is something that needs to be, one, recognised, number two, dismantled, because as Ronnie was saying earlier on, you know, in terms of like catastrophic climate breakdown, you know, biodiversity loss and everything else that's going on, we don't have much time. And that's, again, another reason why consumer sort of like activism is simply not going to work, because we don't have the time.
So how would you say that you take this ideology and what it kind of does and does for communities, maybe activism? How does that work in with your arguments about justice movements and veganism?
You mean? Sorry, that's my cat. So you mean like what sort of activism am I suggesting that you should be doing? Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm just wondering about how you want the vegan activists and people who are kind of interacting with your comments to kind of process the your argument, really, I suppose.
All right, okay. So what I think, number one, to understand what neoliberalism is and to maybe look it up. I mean, there are 2-line definitions of it that you can get, just by Googling it. And I think that's really helpful. I think we need to understand structural influences on how we live and structural type oppressions. I was in a really interesting, another StreamYard thing last night about intersectionality. And it became clear, that although people could sort of get on board with structural human supremacy and speciesism, as soon as I was trying to sort of like say, well, if you see that, what about the sort of structural racism, sexism, ableism, etc., 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 you can suddenly kind of like couldn't see it at all. And everything again came down to the individual sort of like response. Oh, well, am I not allowed to have an opinion about X, Y, Z because I'm not black or whatever. And again, we've got this massive sort of societal focus on the individual opinion as totally valid. So coming back to what the vegan movement should do, I think actually thinking about other forms of oppression as well. So thinking about structures, not just about having a one-to-one conversation with people as a sole form of activism. Obviously, you can do that as part of your activism, but it's not the only thing that you can do.
Again, your audio seems to be going. Is it the same for everybody else? The audio is going in and out with Pamela.
It's coming in and out. It's still hear you, but
I'll tell you what we should try to do, Pamela. Is it's time to say goodbye to Nella and Wendy. Thank you so much for your contribution. And but I was going to suggest maybe, Pamela, that if you drop out and then reload StreamYard, that might do it. It might mean restarting your computer, but usually it just means kind of cancelling the StreamYard thing, opening up again with the
link,
with the code again. You want to try that?
Yeah. So I need to go back to the link in Facebook.
Go back to that and then cancel this one and start again, and then you'll come back into the waiting room. I'll let you back in again.
All right, I'll give that a crack. And
Okay.
sorry about that. Yeah.
Also, Pamela, do you have headphones? Because I know the other day when I was using the same mic and speakers on my computer, I had terrible feedback. But as soon as I used a microphone or headphones, it took it away. I don't know if you have headphones at all. That might help.
But I've never used them, and they haven't got they're like Bluetooth headphones. Would that be any good? No.
Right. It might. I'm not sure. I haven't used the Bluetooth ones on mine. I just know sometimes it helps with the feedback. So I think on StreamYard in particular, it seems quite ferocious, that feedback.
Right. Okay. All right.
That's what Ronnie was just saying that as well. But Pamela, so if I'm going now, I'm looking forward to our chat. So I really look forward to that.
Yeah, and I've got something else I want to ask you and Nella as well. So we'll talk about that as well.
Excellent. Have a lovely rest of the Christmas.
Yeah, you too. Cheers. See you hopefully back.
Thanks again for being part of this, Nella, Wendy.
Thank you for having me, Roger. It was great, and I really enjoyed it being today with all these wonderful vegans. It was a special day. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm enjoying myself to the end. Actually, I've just had a slice of this, which is
wow. I'm so hungry now.
I think it was about three quid or something, I think. But it seems all right. I mean, I'm not into all that too much, but that wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, Roger, as well, thank you so much for creating this space, because there's so many people out there. I mean, I ventured to put the news on earlier, big mistake, and I just got so depressed even within 10 minutes. All the news and every advert in between was all violations, oppression. It was just horrendous. So grateful that you put on this space, and it was just a real pleasure to be part of it. Thank you for having me as well.
Yeah, well, you could do the next one, so I'll be on. We'll probably have addressed by the king.
The king of rock and roll, Elvis?
Yeah. Oh, were you on the thing when I said yesterday? I actually got a call. I was on a test with somebody, and I got a call, and there was somebody saying that Elvis gave him my number, and I thought, not many people say that, so that's pretty good. Yeah.
That's a good call to get, isn't it?
It is. I'll put that on my CV. So, Tom, we've got some work to do. I'm supposed to be giving away a T-shirt, so I suppose we ought to do that while Pamela's coming back.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah,
Everyone have a lovely holidays, everyone. Stay safe, stay well, stay vegan.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so this T-shirt behind me, that T-shirt behind me. These are VIP T-shirts, and they're the Irish version of "Not Your Mum" or "Not Your Mum," "Not Your Mom," that kind of thing. And so I was explaining that. So for the Irish one, it's "Not Your Ma," and we were thinking of if I can reach it, come on. So it's not a bad T-shirt, not a bad T-shirt. Yeah. A calf, and in Ireland they often call their mothers mammy. So we were thinking about "Not Your Mammy," but we thought that might be going a bit too far. But so I've got some of these T-shirts, so I'm going to give them as a prize.
Yeah.
So you can help with this, because you can monitor the chat, and the first one that comes through is the one. Now, the only issue is I do have both genders in terms of the thing, but essentially that just means one is tapered and one is straight. And because I used to hate these because on the tapered ones it says "lady fit." I've always hated that. Yeah. So, but I've only got small and medium. So that's the problem. Unless somebody wants this extra large one off me, they can have that one, I suppose. Yeah,
small and medium in both.
Yeah, I've got small. Yeah, that's right. But all the large and extra large got sold out, unfortunately. So there you go. So what we'll do is when we got a winner, I'll give them my email address and they can contact me, and then we can sort it all out. So we don't obviously do it on the air. So. For the first
Roger, before I start, are we live on? Are you live on Facebook as well?
No, this is just my YouTube. That's all. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Check that. Sorry, Karen.
So, have you got the questions, or have I got the questions?
I haven't got any questions.
Oh, I've got the questions. Right, so it's a controversial claim. I did a bit of research about this. It's a controversial claim, but it was generally thought that you could claim that there's only one animal with 4 knees facing forward. So that's the question to win this T-shirt. So the first one to put the answer in the chat gets the T-shirt. And don't forget, it's either going to be small or medium, or this one.
Okay.
Silence.
Any guesses?
Does anybody know the answer? Can you please post StreamYard link again? Okay. I think I can do that. Well, first of all, because I've got it ready already, this is my email for the winner. Okay. And then the StreamYard.
Oh, so the question was, who is the animal that facing forwards has four knees facing forward? Is that correct, Roger?
That's it. Yeah. But it's a controversial.
Oh, looks like race lever has.
Yeah, we have a winner. We have a winner. Brilliant. Yeah. So F1, as they say. So okay. So Race Lever, if you contact me on that email above, I can arrange to ship them over to. I mean, on the other side of the globe, but I don't suppose it really matters nowadays. T-shirts are fairly. Somebody said pantomime cat. Funny. Yeah. That's good actually, is it? Pantomime cow. Yeah. Right. Who have we got in the chat? So. I think we're going to add Pamela back.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Pamela.
Hi.
We caught you with your tea making facilities going on there.
Well, yeah, and I had to feed the cats as well, so I've been multitasking, you know.
Oh wow, that's it. That's good.
Yeah, and I found some headphones, but I don't know if they're going to work. So,
Well,
yeah.
your sound sounds okay now, actually, which is interesting.
Well, I switched off the laptop. I think it might be overheating. Or something.
Oh, okay. Hi, Stacey. So, yeah, first time we've met, I think. So, how are you?
Hi, Roger. How are you?
Yeah. What's the story behind this name then?
Oh, it's an old story from the 80s. It was just a moniker I came up with before the days of the internet, and then when internet came along, I used it as my email, and it just rolled with it. That was what I opened up my YouTube account with, and a bunch of other accounts. So I just stayed with it. It was supposed to be for my art projects, kind of a moniker for my art projects, but that never panned out.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, the way that people get names? You know, the names come from weird places, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But I wanted to come on, Roger, because I wanted to ask you a question, maybe have a bit of philosophical debate with you about something.
Oh, yeah. I'm very tired, you know.
I've heard you several times say, about what the Vegan Society and Donald Watson's true goals were, is to include all animals, including humans, in order to come about to a conclusion of a better world for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand that, but my question is, what would a better world look like if we're still doing it for ourselves? If we're looking at the end goal instead of just doing it for altruistic reasons, which is just for the non-human animals, how do we get an end goal where it's a better world and we evolve?
Well, they saw it as well. I mean, I tend to go back to this issue of focus and scope. So their focus is always on our relationships with other animals. That was always the focus. But they said that there was going to be serious and really good ramifications for human beings. And so Watson said that the vegan movement was the only movement that could save humanity. He made such a big claim. In fact, he actually said it's the greatest cause on earth. And
that's my question, though. It's how are we going? So we're basically saying veganism is to benefit ourselves.
No, I think they were talking more abstractly about humanity, in the sense that the reason that they came up with this formula, I think, is the fact that the vegan social movement was born during the Second World War, and so that means that they thought that we kind of regressed and de-evolved into a form of savagery or barbarity. And
Sure.
so they wanted to try and work out. And so I always make the point, the kind of product of their time thing, is that they were living through the second global conflict in very short order. It's kind of like a history project for us, but they were living through it, and they were shocked. I mean, Watson said that they were shattered by the war. It was a shattering experience.
So the question is, if we're to evolve in the vegan movement or evolve as a species ourselves, how can we move forward if we're working for a goal for ourselves? It's not altruistic, because we're doing it. Veganism, essentially, we're doing to benefit ourselves.
Well, I think I'd explain it this way. Rather than thinking of veganism as animals only, which is a slogan in the movement, you could say it was other animals first. And so their primarily aim was to alter our mindset with regard to our violent position with regard to other animals. And so they said that the liberation of other animals would be our liberation as well. And so, if you like, in fact, Leslie Cross called the human part of it the second broad aspect of veganism. So the first one was always on the animals first thing.
Yeah.
But then there was these ramifications that flow from it. and they care deeply about that because they did want to, as it were, get us out of a kind of moral hole as they saw it. So, but and I don't think they were thinking. I don't think they were thinking about themselves as much as future generations. But I mean, they did care about humanity, and that's all we're saying, really. So it's kind of focus and scope. And so, in some senses, this argument that's going on in the movement at the moment, should it be animals only? It is almost like a non-argument to me because it, people say, oh, we shouldn't be bringing in human issues. Well, the human issues were there from the start. So, when nobody's bringing anything in, if anything, the animals only people are taking things out. That's why I call it a reducitarian. It's a limitation of what veganism was.
Okay, so that's where I think we disagree because I don't think that, I'm sorry, I have these dogs that want to play with me. I don't think that we could actually evolve as a species ourselves without being first altruistic in our respect for the non-human animals. If we're doing it as an end goal.
Yeah, but I've just said that. That's what they said themselves. Yeah,
I know, but it needs to evolve is what I'm trying to say. And I think you disagree with people taking human animals out of the equation when I think that is actually how we get to that goal, how we get to the end goal, because we're not going to evolve as a species if we're still doing it as an end goal to benefit ourselves. I don't know if I'm being understood. I don't know if I'm explaining myself very well because I've got a dog that's trying to play with me. Stop.
Wouldn't that rule out human rights advocacy though because of that?
But isn't that what we're talking about? Like
no, I mean in general across the board, because you think, well, we can't be doing that because it's about us. I mean,
we could do that, but in our animal rights, within the scope of our animal rights, focusing on non-human animals alone. We can do other activism outside of that. I do. I mean, most activists I know do.
It's a question of what's being cut. I mean, Reagan would say it's all cut from the same moral cloth. And he argued in the case for animal rights that the animal rights movement was a part of and not opposed to the human rights movement. And so it doesn't have to be the focus, but it's just there as the part of the scope. So there's no need to take it out. I mean, nobody has to do anything for humans apart from adding to their oppression for it to fit within the vegan philosophy. I mean, like the real problem is when you've got groups like PETA and everything who use this kind of sexist, ableist, all that kind of stuff. But if that wasn't there, then there's nothing wrong with focusing just on our relationships. So if that's what people want to do, I mean, Michelle Lowe in the thread was saying other animals are the most oppressed. Well, okay, so if that's your focus, that's fine, but that's always been the focus of veganism. It's just the only thing is it's never been the scope. It's not, the scope has always been there, and so that's all really. I mean, it's kind of, to me, it's almost like we're arguing about something and nothing because the scope is there. It doesn't get in the way of the focus. The focus is there too. It's just that some people want to make the focus the scope. That's what I object to.
Okay, that's what I thought I was objecting to, is making the focus the scope, and that's the end goal instead of just working for the animals. Maybe we're in agreement. I just wanted to understand you. That's why I wanted to come on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I go back to what Louise said. Sorry, I'll bring you in a minute. Louise talks about, the beauty of veganism, and I tend to think that it's a beautiful kind of vision of the future, but that future meant that we would have a future for human beings who would be non-violent, and it would be it's a utopian vision, let's face it. Yeah. It's a paradise for other animals and us. That's what they had in mind.
Yeah. I just personally don't think that we'll evolve to that without first starting off on the foot of doing something that not for the end goal of benefiting ourselves. Do you understand what I mean? Like, well,
I think
won't evolve.
Yeah, the animals first thing. I think the animals first thing does that, but it's so quickly followed by the benefit to us as well. It's kind of a linear thing. But I mean, I think it it is an animal first thing, if you want to see it that way. But very quickly, human benefits come.
Yeah.
So I don't see the need to divorce the scope from the focus. I just don't see why we.
Well, like for example, I mean, I'm 51. I'm probably not going to see a vegan world in my lifetime, but that's not going to stop me from, you know, I won't see the benefits of that in that respect. But that's not going to stop me from fighting for the animals' rights to live without me benefiting from it. And I don't have any children. So I don't have a horse in the race, if you know what I mean. I don't have any children, so it's not like I'm working for a better world for them, for the next generation. I just am in the moment, working for the animals now, and well, I guess the future too, because I don't want them to be bred into a horrible existence. But I'm not doing it to benefit myself, essentially, in that way. You know what I mean?
I do, but that's why I think they talked about. Well, they talked about man. I mean, humanity was an abstract for them. Sorry, Tom. What was you going to say?
I was just going to say I see. I know I know what you're saying, Stacey, and that shouldn't be the reason that we should be doing it, just because it's going to help us, and it's just kind of the way, you know, it's like a really spiritual thing, and because we'll become better, more compassionate human beings. That's why we should do it. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but yeah, that's not. Certainly not how I look at it, but I echo what in terms of Roger said. I guess that in terms of the benefit that we'll have as moral evolution as a species, is just naturally going to happen. Like, you know, when we have a vegan world, we're going to be so much more aware of how we interact with our own species, with other animals, and I think about that as the kind of grand, you know, ambition of what a vegan world is going to look like. But that's I don't tell people all that. You know, that's just something I keep in mind. You know.
Sure.
Well,
okay.
I mean, if you're saying it's a utopian vision, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it is. I mean, you know, the vegan society, they talked about the vegan mindset, which meant that we would kind of evolve again morally, and we would get ourselves out of that moral hole, and that then therefore the benefit for the planet. I mean, they also talked about planetary benefit. They talked about food security, so we'd feed everybody. It's a standard vegan argument. In a vegan world, we'd be able to feed everybody. Well, is that self-serving because we want to feed the starving?
Well, I think it is. Yeah, because I mean, we're talking about ourselves, like feeding ourselves.
Well, we're talking about our species, aren't we?
Do you think it's even possible for us to evolve out of? I guess that's a real question. Is it even possible for us to evolve as a species out of being self-serving?
Well, I think that would involve ideas like instrumental reason, which you get from critical theory, which is where the idea would be to stop thinking of each other as resources. Now, one way I think the vegans thought of that is that if we first started to think in that terms about our relationship with other animals, we would then, the knock-on effect would be, so again, we're back to animals first, if you like, but it's very closely linked together. And then the other aspect is don't do anything that's going to get in the, yeah. Sorry, say again.
I'm sorry, I wasn't meaning to interrupt you. I was just saying, but then again, you said our relationships with animals instead of just worrying about the animals and not worrying about ourselves. That's what I mean by, you know, that's altruistic. And I just don't think as a species we're ever going to evolve.
Well, I meant as in we are the oppressors of them. And so we want to stop becoming oppressors of the animals. And that, you see, Donald Watson said in 1945, he said the object of the vegan society was to oppose the exploitation of sentient life. And he also said, which I kind of read as possibly an anti-capitalist statement, because he said whether it's profitable to do so or not. And you know, I mean that was in the second edition or fourth edition of the magazine, answering a question. They did have this kind of radical vision of a future which would be far less violent, across the board. And I don't really think that's self-serving. I think because they thought we need to sort out our relationship with other animals. That's the priority. In fact, Watson wrote in those terms, first thing to do is close down slaughterhouses, because we never, you know, and it's almost like that idea about as long as there's slaughterhouses, there'll be battlefields, you know that kind of thing. From Tolstoy. Okay, so it's an echo of that. And then they also talked about, you know, if we carry on enslaving other animals, then we're never going to stop enslaving. So it was connected, but it was animals first. So I don't really think you've got much to worry about, really.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted to understand you a little bit better. When I hear you say that, I just, you know, I always thought, well, what's wrong with the focusing on animals and animals only?
No, but that's already right. That's already there. You see, the focus is there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for having me on. I have to take care of this dog. He's driving me nuts.
Yeah, I'm getting pestered by a cat too. So.
Well, this is a huge German Shepherd, and he's insisting. So I'm gonna go.
Well, you know, I'm doing live streams all the time. So if you want to come back on for one of those, then let me know. Yeah.
All right. You have a great holiday, everyone.
Yeah, and you.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Right, Pamela, where were you?
I don't know. I've just gone into. It all sounds muffled now. I sound muffled to myself. But yeah.
What do you think, Tom? It seems a bit better, doesn't it, to us?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's better for you, and I'm just feeling a bit muffled. But okay, it's fine.
Just to do my laundry. Okay, what else did we talked about neoliberalism, but yesterday we talked about something else. What was that? Can you remember?
Hang on a minute. We talked about. I can't remember actually. I've defined neoliberalism, but I mean there are all sorts of things we could be talking about.
But in relation to what Tracy just said. You kind of did that, didn't you? In the sense that you had a focus, which was human rights, and then you then created a scope which included everyone.
Well, yeah, I mean, my activism journey was like, you know, about the age of 13, I read Silent Spring, which was like, you know, a life-changing experience. Yeah.
That's Rachel Carson's, if people are wondering.
Yeah, it was gobsmacking, and you know, that sort of put me on the sort of environmentalist sort of like bandwagon. My first activism at the age of 19 outside the International Whaling Commission, asking, you know, demonstrating against whaling, obviously. And then I kind of like did a lot of environmental stuff, both sort of like as just an activist and also when I was a journalist about all sorts of different environmental issues. And I really loved that because I'm not really a people person at all. But what I realized is that fundamentally I'm a justice kind of person. So the stories that I sort of like evolved from sort of like just environmental action to including human rights sort of like action, stories on child prostitution, female infanticide, other sorts of things as well, you know, refugees in Bangladesh, all sorts of stuff like that. And then I kind of like settled on catastrophic climate breakdown. That was about, I don't know, 2000 or maybe before then. Because I became aware of that, and it was like really, well, obviously it was like really, really serious, and it kind of, you know, it was environmental, but it was like caused by people. So, yeah, I got involved in that, and I was active on that really, both personally and professionally, for the next sort of like 10 years until I came across veganism, which was about 7 or 8 years ago, when I was living in Malaysia, and then I made a really conscious choice. To, you know, it was really sort of like catastrophic climate breakdown or veganism. Where do I want to put my energy? And I was kind of, the thing about catastrophic climate breakdown is like it's a very nebulous issue. And I was kind of thinking, you know, well, at least with veganism, you kind of got animals and that's got to be a bit sort of easier in a sense. But also my heart was in it more. And I thought, well, you don't have to just do the animal stuff. I mean, so anyway, so that was kind of the context in which I sort of like came to veganism. And first of all, I was like one of those for the animals, only the animals, because basically I'm not a people person. I'm a justice person. Yeah. And I really felt comfortable with the for the animals thing. You know, I used to enjoy Gary Yourofsky. I used to think Earthling Ed was like a fantastic.
No,
James
don't be swearing on my channel now.
Well, you let Tim Barford do it, didn't you? Just because he was loud and shouty.
You didn't mention Gary Yourofsky. He just.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, he mentioned the other Holy Trinity, didn't he? Anyway, so yeah, I used to love all those people. I thought that veganery was amazing. I put myself up as one of the like the monitors or whatever they are for veganery, where you sort of, you're supposed to coach people, but I was a bit too sort of like. Not really their kind of person, so I was booted out of that. And all the time I was sort of like trying to figure out how to sort of make vegan activism work, because I was in Malaysia, I started my own group, and it was just doing sort of street outreach and all that sort of stuff. And again, I started to become aware of the whole white savior position there, because I was working with local people. I became less comfortable with that. Anyway, at the same time, I was reading stuff about, civil rights in the States and in the Indian independence struggle, trying to sort of draw analogies. But also it was really helpful to understand other oppressions and see how they might link in with animal oppressions. So kind of that brought me up to speed, really. But then the gobsmacking thing was when I came back to England that not everybody was on the same page by any matter of means on the what you just talked about with Stacey. In fact, it's clearly a minority view in vegan land. And, even when you try and explain, I mean, it was great that, you could seem to explain that to Stacey and in a way that she could understand, because I spent a couple of hours on Michelle's thing last night talking about trying to make people understand things, and I seem to be having the opposite effect. So I think it's really important that people, because what they kept on asking was, what is the benefit of to the animals of I don't really like to use the intersectional word because it's not strictly accurate, as Vegan Games kindly pointed out, which I already knew.
Intersectional. You watched that, didn't you, Tom?
Yeah, I watched a bit of it. I felt there was a lot of talking past each other, and there wasn't really any kind of common understanding, unfortunately, from what I heard. Yeah. I did feel for you, Pamela, by yourself. I could kind of understand what you were trying to say, and you gave, you're trying to provide context, but it was, I could see it was challenging for you.
I think what I hadn't realised was that everybody else was sort of lined up, and they were really hoping their discussion of intersectionality, their position, whether they were aware of it or not, was that they were hoping to be validated in their own sort of like for the animals thing. And then there was me sort of standing up there saying, well, actually, it's a bit more, like Roger said, scope and focus, but not in a way that really rang a bell with them. And therefore, they just kind of like, they were all like, yeah, but it's for the animals. And I'm like, more like scope and focus. But, can we sort of, there were all sorts.
I turned off when they started laughing at you, to be honest. But because I was appalled by that.
Did they laugh? Well, I mean, what would they I don't even remember that they laughed at me. I mean, I think at the end of it was quite amicable, but maybe I'm just a bit blind.
I didn't see the end. Jeremy contacted me today, and I think he watched the end. So maybe the end was better than the beginning and the middle bit. I wasn't get it. One argument from Vegan Games was that he's supposed to have talked to an intersectional, who would then say something about the Inuits. Well, if it's the Inuit culture, you would then have to kind of excuse them. But the point is, veganism critiques culture. We critique our own culture. So we're not gonna. I remember talking about whether the Inuits had a kind of moral get out of jail free card in my PhD because of their situation. But then, I mean, that's a complicated conversation. I mean, why are human beings in such a inhospitable place where living is really difficult, and they don't live for very long in that kind of community, relatively speaking? Well, turns out that they were probably driven there by warfare. So human violence against other humans drove them north, as it were, to escape from violence, and the other animals are having to cop the kind of consequences. So I mean, it's not the other animals' fault that humans have been driven into the Arctic or wherever we're talking about. So that's one argument. So it's not easy to deal with that. But the idea that vegans are not going to criticize their culture, I mean, I don't even know where they get that from, because we do criticize all cultures.
Of course.
That was just one example, I think, because as soon as I saw vegan gains come up, I knew that it was going to be harder because he doesn't really, from what I've seen, this is all kind of public knowledge. He's had debates with people who are pro-intersectional. He's had a debate with Catherine Klein, which was pretty, constructive, and then he had one with Vosh, who's this other he's a Marxist YouTuber, and I know Roger's seen that, but that was actually, Vosh isn't vegan, but he does a very good way of explaining to vegan gains, and vegan gains is almost in agreement with him on the principles, but he just kind of reverts to this idea that it's not how it plays out in practice. There are people in the movement, it's become toxic, and he loves to bring out the example of Darren Chang, this guy who I think was saying that people shouldn't criticize the Eskimo tribes peoples for killing other animals, and he used that as an example to try to dismiss the idea of intersectionality, which doesn't mean that's not how you look at these things, right? So I don't see any want from him to kind of engage with it, even though it's been presented to him many times.
Well, he's obviously got his own issues, hasn't he? I wasn't familiar with his work, and it was only purely accidental that he'd been mentioned to me like that afternoon as somebody who was I don't know, he'd been flagged up. And so when he came onto the screen, and I was only watching it on my mobile, so I could hardly see anything that was going on because everybody's about this big, I didn't have a clue who he was. And then when he said he was vegan gains or whatever, I suddenly thought, oh, Jesus, right, that's it. Okay, I get really where he's coming from. And the way that he was arguing with very specific cases, I thought, okay, this is obviously a bit of a hobby horse that he trots around a lot, and he's very familiar with it. And that's why he was so super confident with his sort of like presentation and talking over and all that sort of stuff. So it was helpful to have that sort of perspective. But it was for me, there was a lot of learning in that conversation, in that interaction, but it wasn't the kind of learning that, it was very interesting to sort of like have people openly talking about stuff. People also, one of my hobby horses is part of the neoliberal sort of like context or project is that opinion is as worthwhile as anything else. Like, it indeed more valid than say stuff like lived experience or academic research or any kind of research. Opinion in the neoliberal sort of like constellation of values is absolutely spot on and must never ever be questioned, because somebody's opinion about something is worth 25 years of somebody else's lived experience or 5 years of academic work. And I noticed that was really kind of arising as sort of like issues in the conversation. I think, it was fascinating to see how entrenched people were, and almost, I found that quite interesting. And I found it, but it made me question, how to actually speak more effectively about these sort of issues. But maybe it's just like going back to what Roger said or something.
It's a difficult one.
I think, it's.
Carry on, Tom. In fact, carry on for 5 minutes because I've got cat business to do yet again. So
I don't know. Maybe it's a combination of the two. I mean, I don't know. It was definitely a challenging environment. What I could see that when you were the only person there, kind of advocating that position, and there's always going to be a challenge in itself. I don't know if you've seen. I sometimes watch things like. I see critiques of them online, but have you heard of Ben Shapiro, who's very popular, probably the most popular conservative YouTuber on social media.
No.
And he's kind of like, he's a bit of a grifter, I'd say, because he kind of, you know, plays with the truth a little bit, but he's very, a lot actually, but he's very, a very, very good and skilled orator and good debater. And he talks very, very quickly. He's very kind of imposing in his rhetoric. He says the same things with a this kind of monotone voice. And some of the stuff he says is factual, other times it's not, but he says it in the same tone. So unless it's very, very difficult to kind of fully unpack what he's saying, unless you keep up with him, unless you kind of stop him, interrupt him, because he's, you know, it's very difficult. But he does these, he goes to these kind of some of these universities, and they have these, there are these, there's groups like Talking Points USA, PragerU, who are kind of these organizations which are funded by right-wing kind of billionaire libertarian organizations. Yeah, they're really bad organizations at the core. And he does these talks where he talks to other young conservative people, and sometimes you'll get like a progressive will turn up and they'll ask a question. But in the environment, it's loads of conservatives, Ben Shapiro, a guy with a mic who's pro Shapiro, asking the question. So the person is probably pretty nervous, and it's very difficult to come across like, you know, to come across well, because some things are stacked against you, you know. That's kind of what reminded me of yesterday a little bit. So
well, I think, you know, it's never gonna end well if there's sort of like 5 people sort of like challenging one person's position. I was struck by also the woman called Faith, who identified as disabled, when she started to talk about her lived experience, you know, or somebody else's lived experience in the context of being, you know, discriminated against. That, you know, one might appear in sort of like a public arena to be sort of like keeping it together, but then you go home and you cry because you're so exhausted and it's been so sort of like so much of a struggle. And I thought, well, you know, I've heard that from people of colour. But that whole little chunk about lived experience, which I would have liked to have explored more, because she was the only person who had some sort of like, you know, as it were, disability or, you know, oppression thing going on. Everybody was like much more interested in their own opinion about, you know, how crappy I was really for daring to talk. You know, I was talking for Black people, which I wasn't. And I made that crystal clear. And the other thing that I found really extraordinary was, as I said, they were on board with the idea of human supremacism or speciesism as part of a sort of a cultural, embedded in the culture, structured oppression. But when I was trying to say, well, if you cannot get that, can you not sort of see that, you know, racism, et cetera, are also embedded in, and it seemed like there was just no transferable sort of like, it just wasn't going to compute. You know, it just wasn't, they just weren't going to go there. And I understand that it can be really, it's challenging. It's very challenging to look at one's own oppression. So when I was, you know, you must have heard the bit where I said, well, you know, I'm racist, I'm a speciesist, I'm human supremacist, you know, I'm sexist, I'm ageist. Because we all are, because we were, you know, we were brought up in this culture. And, you know, I've heard Black people say they're racist, you know. I haven't seen it.
Were you talking about unconscious bias there? Like how,
well, yes.
Through societal conditioning, these things kind of,
exactly. It's not like I'm going, it's not like I'm going out there and say, like, you know, kick Black people or sort of like slap cats around, you know, but it's embodied in who we are because of cultural conditioning, cultural propaganda. So then that was the you know, the cue for sort of like vegan games to say, so you say you're racist, you know, slap. But I found that really bizarre that nobody else seemed to be able to say, and I've had that in a similar the whole thing about racism, when I said, well, we live in a culture that is structurally racist, and I'm structurally racist, and part of the solution is, because of that, to acknowledge and recognize when one is being structurally racist, human supremacist, sexist, ageist, whatever, not in a hair-shirty kind of way, but in a kind of like, oh yeah, I've just figured out that thought was a bit, you know, so just rein that thought and analyze it, or just chuck it away somewhere, you know. And it's a constant sort of like dynamic, really, of, you know, having been brought up like that and wanting to be a different kind of person. But what it seems to mean for other people is like, whoa, you said you're racist. Yeah, hey, we won the argument. F you, you know, like. So I get that it's a really scary thing for people to confront. And I'll just finish one point. I've actually been on no, it's not your point. An anti-racism workshop. So I'm thinking, well, I'll rock up to this anti-racism workshop because I'm really anti-racist. But you know, there's probably one or two things I could pick up. And it was, I think, mostly black people or people of colour. And then I was trundling on about various things, and I was being sort of like hauled over the coals a couple of points for being racist, completely inadvertently. And then you think, are they weaponizing it, or is it legit? Or it's all got a bit complicated. I don't really know. And I was you know, a bit tearful. So I do understand, you know, I do understand how challenging this can be. It doesn't delegitimize, you know, the fundamental issues, even if they were weaponizing it somewhat.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure if I was a, you know, person of colour, there would be times, obviously, when I would be bloody well weaponising it. You know, the same as a woman. You know, I think, you know, it's not surprising. I mean, white bloody males weaponise. You know, oh, we're so oppressed. You know, obviously, present company accepted. But you know what? Everybody weaponises everything. So get over it.
How we use these labels, it's very important. I mean, it sounds like you weren't really given the opportunity to come up for you to kind of elaborate on the concepts that you brought up, but and I wonder if some of these things triggered certain reactions in the other guests who were there with you. And for me, it's almost like, I think, a case of, you know, when you bring up like words like privilege, or certain words are weaponized to kind of say, check your privilege, or, you know, do this and that. If the context and explanation of that label and why it's being used isn't provided, then some people can just get defensive, you know, and that's unfortunate. So it's a challenge, but I don't think we should shy away from the ideas, like, you know, you're saying.
Well, I get that nobody wants to do the work. You know, I really get that. I don't want to do the bloody work. And somebody else was saying, I can't remember what his name was, some sort of cat thing. He came on at the last minute and had a real pop at me as he sort of like came on, and then it sort of like ended up sort of okay. But he was like saying, you know, I just want to advocate for the animals. You know, I don't want to have to read this. I don't want to have to do that. And you know, other people were saying a similar sort of thing. I get that. I get that people don't want to do extra work. I get that this is really taxing. If we're not going to have an effective movement, which I don't think we can, because like the conversation where I think it was Roger was talking with Michelle, and you were on, and what's his name? Cranky Vegan came out with something like, the question was something about if we're not intersectional, who are we going to be sort of like, you know, offending or something? And Cranky just put basically everyone. And that's it, really. I mean, that conversation was so white. You know, everybody was white. And it's like, white people are an actual minority, you know, globally. You know, we've got like China and India, like that's basically over 2 billion people. But this conversation was all about the UK and Trump. And that was like where it ended. Yeah. You know, apart from the sort of like token sort of like Native American or Inuit person who was lobbed in and weaponized. You know what I'm saying? It was absolutely, well, understandable in one way. And I think what I would do differently, I've thought about this, if I was having a similar conversation, which I hope not to really, but I could, would be say right from the start, this is not about saying that you have to prioritize advocacy for any other group. You don't have to prioritize. You don't have to drag yourself away from your animal rights stuff or your whatever vegan stuff, but it's contextualize it, because everybody was talking about, I noticed Seb Alex talked about, you know, people having breakdowns and sort of, you know, because of being targeted and called out and stuff like that. And I thought, well, what about the women that are sort of like, you know, having, you know, all sorts of issues because of being sexually abused, all sorts of stuff that goes on endlessly in the movement that's called out, and then suddenly, oh, well, they're just troublemakers. You know, the whole sort of, it's like a Me Too thing, only without sort of the women being validated a lot of the time, and sometimes they are. Yeah. You know, so I think those issues were just like nowhere, and I didn't have the even energy to start to talk about that because it was like 2.5 hours long. But I think it's really,
Sorry, I agree that these problems are to a certain extent already here. So we need to come, I guess, more mindful and better at kind of dealing with them in a way that's constructive, you know.
But it's almost like when Tim Barford was saying, you know, these people are weaponizing, you know, this nasty question. He was this nasty attitude of people weaponizing and, you know, slagging off dear Earthling Ed, who's done amazing stuff, and James Aspie and Joey Carbstrong. And he was basically saying, well, fuck them, you know, they can just be respectful, like, fuck them, be respectful. And I was thinking, well, I'd kind of like to be part of this conversation, but actually I don't want to take it on in this sort of like very overheated. Now, I don't know how much he was being the persona of the grumpy person, but there was clearly something going on there. And I did find it somewhat disturbing, especially given the previous evening's experiences, that there was this fuck you, be respectful, how dare you weaponize basically feminist notions.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it also, I couldn't get onto the chat, I found it also extraordinary that, you know, it was like three blokes talking about, you know, everything. It's the old three blokes sort of situation. And there didn't seem to be any sort of recognition that it was like three blokes talking about, you know, these issues of oppression. I mean, Roger, what did you think? Because obviously you were there as a bloke. Did that strike you?
Well, that was part of the conversation because I wanted to talk about the fact that we'd been criticised on that level, but I really wanted to move it to kind of what do you do about it, in the sense that we all want something to do about it, in the sense that we've talked about that during the Animal Rights show. We talked about that when I was involved with AR Zone. In fact, I stood down in order for Christia Sebastian to become the co-host of AR Zone podcasts because of that. And then Tim did make a good point in the sense that if you do that type of thing, you then get accused of tokenism. And so, you know, in some senses, I do see Tim's point in the sense that you can't win either way, because, you know, you're either you're not addressing the issue, or if you try to address the issue, then you get criticized for that as well. So yeah, I mean, these are kind of endemic issues in this movement, and probably others too, and especially in certain places. I mean, we're about to bring Declan on. If you're there, Declan, you can put your camera on. You know, like you know, I mean, Ireland is a very white country. And there's kind of nothing we can do about that in a way, because, you know, I mean, we've had hundreds of activists come through either VIP or VGO, Vegan Education on the Go, and the vast majority, but not all, but the vast majority must be white. But there's nothing much we can do. There isn't a bar against anyone at all.
No, but the point is, I mean, I was struck. I mean, I've never met Louise, Ronnie's wife, but I was struck by her eloquence and, you know, obviously a ton of experience. And I'm going to ask her to sort of like be on my channel, because, I mean, I think, you know, in terms of sort of like platforming women, but I mean, there is like a really charismatic, you know, been there since the get-go sort of individual. So why could she not be talking about, not necessarily having been in Nick, but what I'm saying is, if the perspective for the particular show that you were talking about, you know, had been somewhat opened up, you know.
Well, there's an issue. There's an issue in itself, though, Pamela, because I said to Louise, "Do you want to come? Do you want to come on your own little slot?" Because I was a little bit worried that we were going to call her Ronnie Lee's wife, and so, you know, that, you know, she's Louise Ryan in her own right, right? And so this is the issue. There is the fact that we've got a problem. I mean, one of the reasons why I ended up leaving Vegan Island, because Louise and Ronnie came, actually ended up going to Declan's sanctuary. Remember Louise and Ronnie coming to your sanctuary, Declan? You're probably muted, I think, mate. I'll unmute you for you. And so with Vegan Island, I gave Ronnie a free Vegan Island T-shirt, and I wanted to give one to Louise, and I was told that I couldn't give a free T-shirt to Ronnie Lee's girlfriend, and so that's the problem, like women. I mean, it's a general problem, obviously patriarchy, but it's a general problem about women are often attached to men as their partner, their wife, their girlfriend, or whatever, and often they're talked about in those terms, and so deliberately kind of platforming them individually is important, not necessarily individual. Just for the record, Ronnie and Louise elected to come on the screen together.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did. That obviously they're sort of like that's part of their thing. No, I didn't mean that. No, I meant I think I could see that. No, when I said the show, I meant that the show that you were talking about with Tim Barford, where it was you, him, and Ronnie Lee talking about stuff in the past.
That's right. Yeah, I mean the reason that Tim's so angry actually is that I think an hour later or 2 hours later, there was the animal rebellion people, and I think there was 6 people on the screen. The majority were women, and the majority were people of color. And the reason that me and Ronnie was the guest for Tim on his particular hour was the fact that he wanted to talk about particular things. He wanted to talk about being in prison, being a spokesperson for the LF, still being active now, and we really were the only people that fit the criteria. Although Tim did say, interestingly today, that he did contact some women to ask them to take part, and they weren't able to do it. So I'm not actually quite sure who they were. Actually, I suppose it could have. I don't know. I mean, Ronnie might have more of an idea about who they would have been. But in terms of the particular job of being a press officer, well, that's kind of me and Ronnie, really. So we can. So in that sense, we were fitting the criteria that Tim wanted to talk about. I don't think he came up with us and then said, okay, so what was the question? He had an idea about what the show was going to be about. I think the real problem was that he had a kind of clickbaity kind of title, which didn't work for anybody because nobody understood it, including Tim, because he said that. He said, I don't really understand why I put this title. It was Animal Rights, What Went Wrong. And that's what caused a lot of anger, that 3 white men were talking about what went wrong with animal rights.
Well, then he could have said that today, couldn't he? I mean, I just felt like, I hear what he said about animal AXR, but and I hear what you're saying, and that sort of contextualizes it. However, at the end of the day, I don't think the way forward is to sort of like slag off people who sort of maybe had a bit of a pop at you by using the F word in this sort of. I just found that totally unnecessary. I mean.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not here to. I mean, Tim Barford can defend himself as he often does, but I do know he's kind of angry on a few levels at the moment for various reasons. But that's for him to reveal or not. So I mean, he's just a bit. Vegan cheesed off at the moment, and so that's it, really.
Well, yeah, I don't want to put you in a position where you have to defend him, because I don't think obviously that's not legit. But I just think, in terms of people thinking sensitively and around the whole issue about maybe what they done that has upset other people, to try and just think a bit more like that. Anyway. Because it's not just that Declan, one thing.
We're going to move to Declan because we're getting towards the end. You're quite welcome to stay if you want.
I think I'll leave because I'm a bit knackered now, and I've got to see to my cats.
Okay.
I'm just knackered.
Right, so it's good to talk to you. You take care, and we'll see you again. Yeah?
All right. Cheers. All right.
Yeah.
Take care.
So Declan.
Hey, Roger.
We're going to say last but not least. Although Bernie's not been on yet, but I can't raise her. She came in.
I'm here, Roger.
Oh, okay. So
I'm here about an hour now.
Well, why can't we see you then?
I stayed quiet, like I usually have, Roger.
Oh,
right
yeah. well, Well, put your camera.
All right.
The thing is, if people turn their camera off, they usually get a sign like that, right? But
I don't know. I haven't got that sign.
No, you just got a black screen. So what's going on? Where's your camera?
Maybe I look better that way. It's okay. I don't know, Roger. You know me with this stuff.
Yeah,
I did a jump card, but I don't know how to. Is there a camera after falling down the back or something? No, I don't see the camera anywhere.
You're on your new computer. It's bound to have a camera.
Yes, the water's falling all over. Anyway,
I don't know. Bernie, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you should see a collection of little squares. It said mute, stop camera, and then camera mic.
Just let me get something. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait.
So, Declan, before Bernie completely sabotages your thing. So you've been looking after the 400 and more other animals today. So I don't suppose Christmas Day is much different for you, is it, mate?
No, not much difference at all. Rather up at 7 and start feeding a few sick animals in the house. I had a few pigeons in the house, and I had to feed them and give them tablets and stuff before. And then at 7:30, I'd go out with the flashlight and start feeding everyone else and watering them and, you know, having a good look at them all to see what they're all right and stuff. So that takes about 2 hours, and then I'd come into the house and start putting on my breakfast, and then I'd be feeding the cats and dogs when I'm in the house then as well. So it's 3 hours walk to get everyone fed in the mornings. But as regards Christmas Day, hello Tom, sorry I didn't say hello to you. Good. But as regards Christmas Day, it's just slightly less stressful than other days because we had everything in for today and, you know, all the food and everything for the animals. But the only stressful part about, you know, today and tomorrow is that it'd be hard to get fits if the animals were very sick or something. You know, you can get them, but it costs a fortune probably, you know, to get them to look at animals the next 2
You have a few vets that you contact in your...
Yeah, I have, Tom. Yeah. I have. I mean, I have a vet friend that I can just ring up and ask questions. But if someone had an accident or something like it would probably cost a fortune to get a vet to operate or something over the Christmas.
It is an idea for you, Tom, because somebody in Ireland is putting together a list of vegan vets in Ireland. Yeah, that would be a good idea for us to have a network of a directory of that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
So, where's the camera on my bloody computer? I can't on this thing.
Well, we've got the little sign now, Bernie.
Yes.
So if you go to that camera mic thing at the bottom of your screen, it's got like a little gear. Click on that. You might.
Oh yeah. Okay. Have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I want to ask you a movement question about sanctuaries. Do you think vegan activists? I'm just going to mute Bernie for a minute. Do you think vegan activists get a bit of a warped view about what sanctuaries are because they see all that footage of people, you know, kissing cows and cuddling up to goats and stuff? Do you think that's true or not?
Get a walk view of sanctuaries, is it, Roger? Or did you just say
you know, it's a bit warped. You know, they think it's all kind of, you know, sunlight and fun and playing with other animals and everything. And you know, there's a lot of shit shoveling, isn't there?
There's a lot of shit shoveling, is right, and a lot of muck at the moment for the last couple of months. You know, it is a bit distorting, but it's kind of wonderful to see people snuggling up the cows and other animals. Because when I was young, on my father's little dairy farm, I used to love the calves and cows, you know, and then the wood snuggle to you, and then they'd love you and nudge up to you and all sorts of stuff like that. So, it's a lovely way to get things across to people that the animals are so nice, I suppose, that you see people snuggling them. You know, otherwise it's hard to get things across that they are so gentle and everything. You know.
Yeah, they do lean on you if they get a chance, don't they? But again, they don't mean any harm. But I know a few.
But the cows, and even the big pigs are very strong, you know. So you just have to be a small bit careful they don't stand on your feet and things like that, you know. But they are wonderful, gentle, poor creatures. All the different species are, you know, very gentle to humans. You know? So.
Hey, Bernie, you technological devo. You got it all worked out.
I found myself, yes.
Hey, Bernie.
Oh, I'm always the same with these things.
So you're only about 2.5 hours late, so that you're doing pretty good.
Roger, I was here earlier. I thought I left you messages, but you mustn't have gotten them. You were on with Jennifer.
I know you rang me, but because I tried to ring you this morning anyway. Let's leave that. Let's not go to it.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So Declan, obviously Vigo is kind of suspended at the moment. I guess the news about the new variants of these, it's not good, is it, to get back on the street at the moment?
Oh, shocking bad, Roger. Yeah, like these new strains, like, and they don't know whether the what do you call it, the jab you're going to get is going to work on any of these, you know. So I'd say we're looking at probably another year of this, you know, fallout.
Yeah. What about you, Bernie? You're still on the street though, aren't you? With Shelburne.
We're on the street every week at Shelburne, yeah.
And you're not getting any hassle about the COVID or from the guards or anything?
The guards? We got threatened with a bottle in the face one night, and the guard. I said it to the guard, and he says, "Ashton, I'll swing by later. Right? This is Ireland. Right? Don't worry about the bottle in the face. You'll be fine." So we must look pretty tough. I don't know.
I just wonder whether, I mean, what I'm trying to get at by asking both of you at the same time here is that I wonder whether, you know, obviously the Vigo event, I mean, I'm kind of entity telling the world now that you've probably geographically got probably the biggest grassroots event in the entire world now in terms of the size of it, Declan.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, and also it's on the Sunday, it's over 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure we could get away with that. You know, being outside somewhere for an hour as a protest, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, well, like Bernie wouldn't be talking to people like we talk to everyone that comes up to us. You know, Bernie is different. She, you know, she just stands there.
Well, we talk to them if we can. If we can't, we don't. You know.
Yeah, but our purpose is to actually talk to people. You know, Bernie, like we're not standing outside any, you know, stadium like you. Like we're there to talk to people, and we have all these.
And Declan, at this stage, we're over a year and a half doing this, so we're not giving up. We're still there.
I don't mean you to give up, Bernie, no, but I'm just saying that, like with the county lockdowns, I can't travel to Dublin for that'll be classed as not essential, you know, so I'm not allowed to go to Dublin to do it on the street anyway, you know. And also, like, we don't want to go out because if the guards tell us stop, you know, it'd be very hard to stop again something, you know, that could come.
Well, you can go out for genuine reasons, Declan.
No, but for essential reasons. I do go to Dublin to get food for the animals and that. Like I have to go up for special board seeds and stuff. I go up every week to the outskirts of Dublin, but I'm not allowed in the layer 5 lockdown to travel unessential, you know, Bernie. So,
right.
You know, so that's where we
well, I'm technically Dublin anyway.
Ireland is going into another big lockdown tomorrow. Is that right? St. Stephen's Day.
Yeah.
St. Stephen's Day, for people listening, is the Irish version of Boxing Day. So it's the day after Christmas Day, so tomorrow. And so I think, I mean, obviously there's been a major issue for all governments because they've been too frightened to cancel Christmas, but they've tried to almost like cancel it as much as possible without creating a riot almost, you know. But Ireland's going for a lockdown, and then there's an even bigger lockdown on the 1st of January too, I think, isn't it? Is that right?
Well, we're back at Shelburne on the 2nd. Hail, rain or snow. So,
and so you've not been chased off the street by the guards, no? Not
at all. They're very nice. There's no problem with them, really. Yeah. They know the whole story. We're there a long time. We're not really hassling anybody, you know, but we're making the point. Because the dogs are inside running in Shelburne for their lives, possibly getting killed. So we're going to be outside.
So Tom, are people doing street
but in street.
Oh, you mean street activism here where I live? I went to a vigil at a slaughterhouse a couple of weeks ago, but that was a very small one, and I think there was only myself and 4 other people. One of my friends, she organized it.
Was this KPAC? No?
Sorry?
No, It's in England, Bernie.
Oh, in England. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. But I haven't seen nothing else sort of locally where I live, and we've gone into like a new kind of tier system over Christmas as well. For people who don't already know, so I don't know what the guidelines are right now.
Yeah, it's different
We're not
areas.
great at observing guidelines, but we do our best. You know, we're masked up. We're 6 foot away from everybody, so I don't think there's any problem. You know.
Yeah, but Bernie, isn't there ironic though that in a pandemic that the horse race is allowed to continue and greyhound racing.
Yeah. Yes.
And also, I had a hunt here beside me on Wednesday. The meat hunt was out, and Wednesday the whole hunt was out. You know, in a pandemic, isn't it just unbelievable that these people are allowed to do this? You know, people. You know, mostly the people with money that are doing this.
Yeah, they're called the elite sports. What is elite about it? I don't know.
Yeah, there's nothing elite about it. No,
Of course there's not. Yeah.
But it really is pathetic that these people, you know, that they are the one. Like, it's only for gambling that horse racing and greyhound racing exists. You know, it's horrendous that these two things are allowed to continue in Ireland.
I wonder if the out Stevens Estate, Declan, do you know?
I don't know, Bernie. No, I think the lockdown in Ireland started yesterday, actually. You know, you know.
But they don't keep the things anyway. They'll just go out.
No, I don't actually know, Bernie, but I don't think the other hunt sub group in Ireland are going out at the moment, so they know more than I would, you know.
Yeah.
But
might be worth a check.
It'd be worth a check to see out, Bernie. And
it might go up. Yeah,
because they shouldn't be out tomorrow. You know, they shouldn't be out tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, and
I'd be threatened with being knocked out by a car again.
I know, but get someone else maybe to film it, Bernie, if you could. But you know, they shouldn't be doing it. The same in England. Not many of the hunts to be out tomorrow in anywhere in Britain, you know, with the different lockdowns.
Last year I was told, you want to be careful there, Bernie. Somebody could hit you with a car.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I was just telling
a lot of threats. Yeah, right.
But I was just telling Roger earlier that it was pathetic on Wednesday. Like there was 13 waiting at the side of the wood for the Red Coast to chase out a hound. And like it was freezing on Wednesday, like there was misty rain and shocking cold. And like the evil people, like they stayed there sitting behind the hedge for an hour and a quarter because I was blowing the hunting horn and trying to disrupt the hounds all the time. And every so often a few hounds would come out, and there'd be huge roars out of them all to get them back in. So like it's a pathetic thing that they do. Like, you know, it's really evil. Like someone a few days ago was telling me that some of the farmers are nice people, nice to the animals. There's none of them nice to the animals because they slaughter them all and castrate them in every way. So you know, most of these people are horrible to do this and to do it for profit. And like then the huntsmen that do all this stuff just for so-called sport. You know, but
I think we all know that very well.
Yeah, but the thing that's most of my friends that I went to school with and their sons and daughters now are doing this, and you know, 90% of my neighbours stand up for all these feckers. Like it's a horrendous world. You know,
we don't have a meat card, do we? Any meat cards for
that? Tom, that's my way of getting a word in edgeways. I have to write it and then put it on the screen.
I just put it in, sorry.
Yeah,
carry on. No, I was only joking.
Carry on. Okay, it's okay. I'm Irish, Roger. It's okay.
I tell you, one thing that I said we were going to bring up with you, Bernie, is your trips to North America where you met Tom Reagan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did. Okay. Well, you have a word about that, and I'll see if I can find that picture.
Well, I have one here. I found. I had it on the wall. Actually, it was what Tom sent me at Christmas a few years ago. Can you see that?
Can you hold up a bit higher, Bernie?
Higher, lower, higher, lower.
Oh. See it now, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that on a roller coaster?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it looks pretty real. There's steps and all there. I don't know.
Wow.
But we met Tom because I invited Tom over for the animal rights conference I ran. Remember back in '99, I think it was. So that's how I met Tom first. He came over, Jerry Vlasak. Who else, Roger, had we got? We had you, of course.
Yeah, well, Steve Best was on that one as well, wasn't he?
Steve Best, yeah. Jerry Vlasak. I can't think who else. Well, Tom, of course. Robin Webb. You were in the audience, Roger. It's the first time I met you back in '99.
Yeah, that's right. I made an impression on you, if I remember.
Definitely. I knew that man knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, the first time ever, and the last time, I suppose.
Yeah, but we made friends with Tom, and then he used to come over. I got him over twice onto the Late Late Show, our big show on a Saturday night on RTE.
I've seen those.
So we went on that, and he loved Ireland. He used to go play golf, and he used to go off on trains. And what he used to love was he'd come back and he'd say it was great. Everybody on the train knew him because he was on the television the night before on the Late Late Show. So he spent the time on the train talking to everybody that said, "I saw you last night on the television," you know. So
well,
he loved it. He was very easy.
People watch that, you know, Bernie. They can see you scowling in the background. If they do want to see that, yeah. You're
the picture, yes.
So now on the Late Late Show, you're looking a bit serious in the audience. So this is
that must have been around then. Yeah, I don't know when that was.
This is you in 1999 in North America.
I think it was after that, was it?
No.
Or was it before that? I don't know.
Yeah, we worked it out. It was 1999. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Tom invited two of us over. Well, three of us over. And
so, for people who don't know, Tom Reagan is the second from the left. And he's the author of the Case for Animal Rights. So essentially laid down the philosophical foundation for rights-based animal rights, which has kind of been rejected by the movement, but that's another story. But he's running a conference. Is that right, Bernie?
No, I ran the conference here, but over there he was running the conference.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
In one of the hotels in North Carolina, in Raleigh. So he brought us all to that. And we stayed at his house and got to know Nancy, and we had a good time with him. So when he came over, really, we were good friends. You see him with the apron and he did the washing up in the corner. I mean, he was so funny. But you'd miss him now, really. We more became friends than anything else.
What he washed up in a funny way. How did that happen?
Yeah, I'm having difficulty getting Nancy now. I have her address and everything. I have a feeling she might be gone in somewhere, but I can't seem to get a reply to the emails. So I don't know if anybody knows where Nancy Regan is. Let me know. I'm just trying to get in touch, but I've tried a few ways. It's not working.
We were talking about the pronunciation of his. Well, in fact, we do that quite regularly, don't we, Tom, on the Animal Rights Show? Because I've always said Reagan, but you say Regan, Bernie, yeah?
Yeah, we're more Regan over here, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, see, Ronald Reagan has got an A in the name, whereas, Tom Regan has only got one A. You've got two A's in Regan, as opposed to Ray, and it doesn't really matter, obviously, but...
I don't know how he spells it. Oh, I thought it was R-E-G-A.
So were you at that conference, Declan, when Steve Best and Tom Reagan came over?
No, I wasn't, Roger. No, I don't know.
Declan, where were you?
I don't know. Probably some hunt had me tied down or something at that stage.
Getting battered up.
You were at the one with Jerry Vlasak, though, and remember that other guy? I mean, the other guy. It was really weird because it was before it was common, but the guy had big kind of holes in his ears. When you put those kind of jewels in your ears until. Stretch lobes, yeah. Can't remember what his name was.
Oh.
But Ed Long was there. But there's a picture of you there, and Kieran's there.
Yeah.
I think you're in the crowd there, Declan. And then we had that kind of animal aid kind of school talk thing. Richard Deboo came down from Belfast.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, well,
that is a lot of years, really. So,
are you both going to stick at it? Or are you retiring, or what?
Oh, I had enough. I'm getting out. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can tell, I've been doing this for 5.75 hours now, and I'm kind of running out of questions. So,
that was
Tom,
only today.
if you want to jump in, feel free, mate. Because I'm knackered at the moment.
But you see, the thing is, you can't give up. If you know, one issue resolves itself, something else comes up, and then you're into that. You know.
Here's one for my guests, so at least the Irish ones. This is from Lidl. It is. It's not bad.
Vegan roast, okay.
Yeah.
I have my seitan for today.
It's not gluten free, but it's not bad. And
there's loads of different stuff, isn't it?
I had a slice this morning because I've not really been able to eat today yet. So you know, be
what
busy.
about sauce mix, Roger? Get some sauce mix. Get some sauce mix. Do you remember sauce mix? No?
I do, Bernie. Yeah. It was great.
No, Tom, I'm talking to you. You're probably too young, are you?
I don't think it's vegan anymore. I think you've got to write off now for the vegan version of it. I think you can only get it by mail order. So
really?
I think the original vegan. Because I used to love making it into a big block.
Yeah.
And then the fat would drain out, in the oven.
We're talking back 89 now. At this stage, we're really going back.
Yeah, and
That's all we had was sauce mix.
That's only
limitless. Like, there's no excuse for not being vegan now, really.
Hi, Lynn Sawyer. How you doing? You remember Lynn from Sabbing, I think, Bernie, possibly in England. You used to go over there quite regularly, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I miss going over, actually. Yeah.
I was going to ask, who is what is his name? Jerry Vlasic, you mentioned?
Vlasic, yeah.
His name rings a bell, but I don't know much about him.
Yeah, he was wasn't he a trauma surgeon?
Yeah, he was a trauma surgeon, but also the spokesperson for North American ALF.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, we went out with him that night, and we sort of did the shack targets back then, with his wife. Jesus, what was her name? I can't remember quite now. His wife was an actress and fairly famous. The two of them stayed here, so he brought us all out. And we had a good night on the chair outside. But we must get things moving again, Roger. What do you think? Definitely get a few visitors over when this virus goes.
Yeah, you've got plans for a conference. Yeah,
I would love to do another conference. Yeah.
Yeah. What about your plans, Declan? You were thinking at one point to have like a gathering. Remember that? Is that?
Again, when the COVID goes, maybe, Roger, we could, but I will have an announcement about Vigo in the next month or two, but I just want to keep it quiet for a month or two with just a few things to tie up.
You see that we started off with Seb Alex, who teased us with announcements that he couldn't make, and now we've got Declan with it.
Yeah, we're nearly there. Just
there's nobody listening, Roger. Just Declan, tell us.
We'll be there, I hope, so we hope to do good things after that, so there's things happening in the background, but I would say to anyone that's listening, like, try and do stuff while we're off the street, if they can do some sort of a course online, get some qualification in have some piece of paper for something, or even looking after animals or animal hospitality or whatever you call it, get some certs if they can online, or even vegans help each other to be better with social media or, laptops or printers and stuff. We can prepare ourselves to get back on the streets when this is over, but there's so much we can do. But I was going to say too, another thing, all the vegan business should be doing, helping each other to get into supermarkets. If one business gets into a supermarket and another business maybe could approach that business, how did you get into this supermarket, and cut the red tape and get through the red tape faster? There's 1,001 things we can help each other with. Like, that's how all the other companies, the normal companies, to help each other, So the vegans should be doing the same thing, and even as individuals, like I say, help each other with small things like computers and printers and everything.
Yeah, it's a good conversation to end this with, really. Kind of what can we do in the immediate future? I mean, Ronnie, if you want to come back into the into the fray, feel free, because we can talk about things like door dropping. It's something that Jennifer and I are going to start doing, delivering leaflets, because that's kind of COVID kind of friendly, in the sense that you're not actually meeting anybody or anything. And so we're hoping to do that. But there are things that people can do. And of course,
well, print your own.
The slaughterhouses don't stop, so we shouldn't stop. I mean, that's the bottom line, isn't it?
Yeah. But print your own leaflets, Roger, yourself. Do your own ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, so.
Yeah, don't be giving out those national group leaflets, Ronnie. That's one unique feature of Ireland, actually, because all the main groups, this is the grassroots groups, I mean, they've all got their own leaflets. So NARA, AFAR, Vigo, VIP, we've all got our own leaflets. And that basically means that you can say what you want to say, rather than not only putting stuff out there where you don't totally go with, but also, of course, all the proceeds from giving out other people's leaflets would go elsewhere. So, yeah, I mean, you've got a fairly big range of leaflets now, Declan.
I have indeed, brother. Yeah, and then also posters. You can make your own posters, because if you buy an A3 printer, there's A4 as well. If you buy an A3 one combined, and you can put them into a program and multiply that by 4. You have a decent sized poster. So it's very cheap, and it's very easy to change them. Then, you can keep the cost down if you do this, and you can get cheap ink of different companies. Just look around. So it's something that all the groups should be doing, or even get posters ready to come back to the streets. And designing them and everything. But, people can help each other to get free programs or something to design them and stuff like that. It won't cost much money on people either. So there's lots of background. Yes, Ronnie, yeah.
Hey, Ronnie. Declan, let me ask you a movement issue, about money. Your big leaflets, your big posters. If you could afford it, would you have got them printed, to make them waterproof? Because we do get kind of water damage, don't we, which is a problem.
Yeah, but Roger, we're on the street for 5 hours every week, and we're out for 6 years solid in a row, so there's wear and tear on them, So, but the beauty about doing your own, you can chop and change them, and say if a new topic comes up on farm, and you can print off one, and keep up with the time, sort of thing. Whereas if you buy them, you're stuck with them, the kind of way. And for the back and for them, For the back, and I don't know in Britain, but here at the elections, we have all the election posters, But even in Britain, a for sale house, a sign for sale for a house, that's perfect to have a backing for one if they're running gardens or something, So you can do posters dead cheap if you look around for the materials,
Or roller blinds, Declan.
Roller blinds, and use roll-up banners. You can reuse them, Bernie, as well.
It's hard to get them into the thing after you've done it once.
You can stick on stuff onto them.
All right,
yourself.
yeah.
Yeah, no, and you'd be throwing in skips lots of times, so it's dead easy to pick up stuff.
Well, our Shelburne ones are gone pretty tatty, but they're out every week. Can't be helped. I drive around everywhere with a big van load of banners for every occasion.
I know, Bernie, putting them in and out wears them as well.
Rent a van, rent a demo. I'm here.
Yeah.
At the moment, we have Shell banners and we have Shelburne banners, so we don't know what we're pulling out the back of the van at this stage.
Hey, Bernie, you never guess what Ronnie was telling me yesterday. He said he looked after a greyhound who specialised in ripping books up, and also a cat who just was it a cat who pee on them, or was it the greyhound as well?
No, we've had. Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah,
good. Well, we seem to have animals that are like opposed to sort of literacy. Really, they don't like books, and they don't like technological equipment. Really,
well, we had a great. They're very good, Ronnie. They're no good for eating.
They're no good. They destroy. When we place we lived before, which was I'm going back about probably 15, 20 years ago, we had a few rescued greyhounds over our time and lurchers, but there's one particular greyhound, and in the room where we kind of leave him when we went out. I mean, we had other dogs as well, but it was this one particular one. We had a bookcase, and we'd come home and we'd find a books, or usually one book, ripped up. And these would always be books that we particularly liked, because we filled the bookcase up, and there was quite a lot of the books there. We just filled the bookcase and never really read them. But he always chose the ones we suspected this one particular greyhound anyway of it, although we weren't sure. And it was always books that we really liked that were torn up. I remember we used to have rescued rabbits, so we got this book about rabbits, and it arrived in the morning, put it in the bookcase, went out, came home, and it had been destroyed. And so we thought,
and so the rabbits destroyed the books about greyhounds. But how do you? How do you know though, Ronnie, that he wasn't just reading the books? It's the fact that he couldn't turn the pages over too good, and so that's why.
But we caught him because we suspected it was this one particular one. And then what we did one day was we pretended we were going out, and we hid, and we looked through the crack of the door, and we saw him. This one greyhound, Bernie. Its name was Bernie.
Oh, right, okay.
His name was Bernie. It's named after you.
They're all troublemakers, aren't they?
That's why it's so destructive. And anyway, we saw him. He got this book, with what we used to call the snaffling teeth, which is like their front teeth, little front teeth. He grabbed hold of the spine of this book, and he took it out of the bookcase, and then he started dancing around, jumping up and down, and then he was just about to you start ripping it. I mean, we went in the room and right, you're bang to rights, we caught you now, and we ended up we had to move the bookcase into the other room. I don't know why we didn't do that in the first place. After and someone there was a chap lent us these old books, a couple of old books they were, and he destroyed those. Luckily, the guy never asked for the books back, because he destroyed this guy's books.
We're the superior species. We haven't got the intelligence to move a bookshelf out of a room where they're.
I know. Why did we do that? And anyway, and then, but I mean, I'm not a big reader of books, and I mean, since I got out of jail in '92, I've only actually read one book, and it sounds terrible. And that was only that was I had to read that. That
was your biography,
the biography, yeah. But I had to read that, obviously. But no, this is another. It was a book by Mary Brady, who was Neil Lee's partner.
I know Mary Brady. She was over here
Mary,
too. Yeah.
Mary, yeah. And she wrote a book called the Mother Cage, and it was a fictional story about an ALF group and an ALF raid. I think it was a raid on a guinea pig farm.
Yeah,
it's very good, and it's only a little book. But she wanted me to write a preface to it, an introduction. So I had to read it. Obviously, to be able to write the thing. And that's like the only book. Because I mean, I do read. I tend to read articles and stuff on the internet, but never really a whole book. But somebody got me this book, and it was called Parallel Universes, and it's by a quantum physicist called Michio Kaku, Japanese guy. Because I'm very interested in that, like quantum worlds and parallel universes and all that stuff. And then I started reading this book, and it took me 5 years. It took me 5 years to get a quarter of the way through this book, and it was in the bookcase. And then one day I went to get it, and I said to Louise, "Oh, where's that book?" And she says, "Oh, we had to throw it away. It said one of the cats pissed on it."
It wasn't in the dog anyway.
So obviously, cats they don't like books, don't like quantum physics, they don't like
most things.
I had a laptop destroyed by cats. Well, it still works, but the keyboard don't work, and the USB ports don't work because of cats.
Hey, Ronnie, it says here, right? It says here, as somebody who prefers to do rather than read, The Mother Cage is the first book I have read from cover to cover in over 10 years.
It's 20. No, it's longer than that. It's
well, that was then, though, wasn't it?
That's 28 years. Yeah,
So,
I tried because it's
that's the one.
That's the one. Yeah, it's a good little book.
Yeah, I have it too.
recommend people to read it. Yeah, she's good. I don't know whether Mary's written any other books, but that was good. It's a good story,
She wrote
and it's only short as well.
She did
Yeah,
some
it was-
One in Irish, I think. Using an
yeah,
Irish
because
name.
she is Irish. Her name's she does write her name in the Irish version as well, quite a lot. But yeah, and I mean Neil. I mean, talking about Neil is a person who's very under-recognised. I think Neil Lee, his contribution to the animal rights movement was like really important, and yet you don't really. There's hardly anything about Neil on the internet. But what he did, I think, was like really important, Neil. And despite having, really not, he suffered from spina bifida, and he was ended up confined to a wheelchair. His health wasn't good. He was in a lot of pain a lot of the time, and yet still he worked so hard, and really important figure in the movement, and not really properly recognised, I don't think.
I was over for the funeral years ago. I don't know what year it was now. It's a long time
Yeah,
ago.
I went to the funeral. It was like a woodland burial. Was it Keith Mann? Keith Mann dug his grave, didn't he? Do you remember Keith?
Yeah.
Keith like bare-chested and women all swooning because it was Keith bare-chested digging the grave.
I don't remember that, Ronnie.
Yeah, and they played My Way. His song, like you choose the. Oh.
We're going a bit funny, Roger.
We've gone funny now, Roger. I'm remembering Neil Lee. That's right. Yeah. That's a
Facebook page if people want to check that out.
Yeah, Neil. Yeah, it's really. I mean, the Animal Rights Coalition that he kind of instigated, and he was the driving force behind. There was Arc News. This is sort of largely.
I have them all here still. I never throw anything out.
Yeah.
I know them here.
I mean, that was so important for the movement as a kind of for people to be able to coordinate pre-internet. Arc News went round, and there were also Arc meetings at the Animal Rights Coalition. We had national meetings, and there were regional. Remember the regional meetings for the Midlands area in England? We normally used to have them in Coventry once every couple of months, and people from different groups would go and share ideas and plan coordinated actions and stuff like that. And that was kind of also done through Arc News in a way. And then we kind of lost all that. We lost all that, and I think Neil's failing health and his eventual death probably kind of played a big part in that going because he was such a driving force. And it's kind of something that I think we kind of need to recreate because there isn't, there's not enough, I think, coordination and sharing of information and ideas between sort of independent local animal rights groups and activist vegan groups that kind of hasn't happened since the Animal Rights Coalition. And so what we've got now is we've got groups like Anonymous for the Voiceless and the Save Movement, who are kind of international franchises, really. They're not. They do have kind of a local presence, but they're not really local groups in the sense of being like independent local groups that are focused on the local community. And obviously they have their own communication systems, but for independent local groups, there kind of hasn't been one. And we've, I started something earlier this year on Facebook called the Animal Liberation Coalition, and the idea of that was to sort of bring the these independent local groups together, and we've got quite a lot of groups, and there's about 30, and it's the kind of the organisers of groups that are kind of members of this, and we've got about 30 on there now, Roger, isn't there? I mean, there's and that
you're on that, aren't you, Declan? Yeah.
Declan's on it, and
You're on that one, aren't you?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm on that.
No, we wouldn't be.
No, I mean, if you're organising like a local group, it's many groups that are sort of focused on a local area, and are kind of general animal rights or veganism. That's kind of what that's sort of what it's aimed at. So if you're in that category, then it's not really for like just sort of campaigns, like if it's just like a campaign, it's more for it's to do with groups that kind of operate in a local area, and their focus is on the local area more than anything else, isn't it? So I mean, anyone that's in that category, it doesn't necessarily have to be people that just do veganism. It can be it's veganism and animal rights, really. Isn't it?
I'll have a look at it later, Ronnie. I didn't see
that. I mean, the thing is, it's one of these groups that you can't find, on. But like I can certainly join you up to it. It's one of these that used to be like because we didn't want everyone lots of people trying to join it, because you get these people that just join every group, don't they? Because they just want to be on Facebook, and that they don't really do anything apart from that. And we didn't really want that. You can get flooded with, people that. So hopefully, there's still loads of groups that aren't members, and there's still lots of groups I haven't contacted. Groups I've contacted and they haven't got back to me. Maybe they think, we're not going to be in anything that Ronnie Lee's involved in. Perhaps they think that. I don't know. Or maybe they've seen that Roger was in it. That's more likely the reason.
That's it, yes. That's like
So we're not being into that, Roger Yates. I don't blame them, really. So that's been a positive thing, that's sort of come from this year of lockdown, I suppose. And it was kind of really meant to be a sort of more modern version of what Neil was trying to do, I suppose, with the Animal Rights Coalition. But yeah, I forget. Oh yeah, I was talking about cats pissing on books and the grey. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, when you've got cats, then you have to say cheerio to a lot of things like wallpaper, for instance. That no point in worrying about wallpaper when you've got cats.
Declan's got over 40 cats now, Dick.
We have, Roger. Yeah. Oh, plenty of piss here, Ronnie. Jackets, everything you can mention. Pee everywhere.
Yeah, typical, isn't it? When a couple of blokes get together, they have a pissing contest.
It's all we had to do with, like, anywhere, up on shelves and everything. Also.
Yeah, they piss. Yeah, we had it. Our cats never used to piss. They used to be like really. Well, they piss. They go in the litter tray, And then we adopted this cat. We adopted this cat that was like he was like a gangster cat, a great big bruiser cat. He was, and he used to beat all the other cats up, and he used to piss everywhere. And like before he pissed, he made this noise, and the reason I used to call it the piss cry. He'd make the piss cry, and that meant he was going to piss. And it's like, in the war they talk about the doodle bug, that when doodle bug comes over, and when the engine stops, everyone thinking, shit, where's that going to land? And they're all worried. It was a bit like that with the piss cry. You'd hear the piss cry. And then it'd go silent, and you'd think, "Oh my God, where's he pissing? Where's he pissing?" And once I went to look where he was pissing, I opened the door, and a load of piss came in through the door because he was pissing up against. He was pissing against the door that I opened. You see, and then all this piss, I got hit by this piss. And so anyway, I mean, he sadly passed away. I mean, everyone loved him. He was. It's quite dangerous, really. He was a piss artist, and anyway, but what happened was he taught the other cats joined in. You see, he set them off on the piss trail. Well, certainly in the male cats, and now they've took over, and there's another cat has now taken over as piss king. Like one piss
golden showers or something.
Yeah. It's like the piss king is dead. Long live the piss king, because he died, and then another one's now took over, like as the big main pisser. See, so of course he started this trend of pissing, and what we have to do.
Who's the main pisser in your family?
Barry, I'd say, Roger, your friend.
Barry.
Barry. Pidge is the smelliest, and Barry is the worst at the peeing.
Well, I had a Christmas present from Rouge, the rescued cat. This morning I heard it being sick, right? And then I've searched everywhere. I can't find it. I don't know where it is.
That'll be under the bed. You find that in a few years' time, Roger, under the bed. Be in your shoe, probably.
Yeah, but
in a shoe.
In the shoe, yeah.
You put a shoe on it.
You get up in your bare feet, and there it is. It's like a mountain out of roses of the dirt kind.
Between your toes.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, they do.
I believe it's good for the complexion.
Cats
well, hey folks, we've covered animal rights philosophy. We've talked about movement issues, and now, of course, as usual, we're talking about piss. So,
what about piss?
So what about you, Bernie? I suppose Woody or Kaiser, or who's your?
Oh, they're probably all in there doing a collection at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I have Pip here all right now, but she's okay.
Have you still got Kaiser, Bernie?
I still have Kaiser.
Kaiser with the eye. He's got the eye on you.
Kaiser with the eye.
Yeah, with the eye.
Everybody's
With the
afraid
eye,
of him. Yeah.
Do you know? So I'll tell you. Let me tell you a funny story about Bernie's. Last time Louise and I stayed at Bernie's, I don't know how long ago, was it 5-6 years
I'm
ago?
really afraid to hear this.
Well, no, we stayed at Bernie's, right? And
yeah, make it really bad, Ronnie. Go on.
It's kind of quite bad. It was bad for me because what happened was Louise and Bernie heard about there was a local jumble sale or something. So he said to Louise, let's go to this jumble sale. I didn't want to go, of course, So I said, well, Bernie's got this nice conservatory. See, so I thought I'll go in the conservatory, see. Right, so I went in the conservatory. But Bernie's conservatory is like an Irish conservatory. It's only got a handle, but I don't know about whether she changed it. It only had a handle to get in to the conservatory, right? So I go in the conservatory, close the door. I couldn't get out. There's no way of getting out of the conservatory. There's no handle or anything.
There's a secret way, yes.
And it's lucky that I was just about to piss in one of Bernie's plant pots when they came home and let me out. I was just on
They've got 2 toilets in that house.
How many years is that in the plant pot in that case?
I couldn't get out to the toilet. I couldn't get out of the conservatory.
There's one very big plant in there. Is that it?
I was going to go in, find somewhere to go. Where can I go for a piss in this conservatory? Because they're.
Could I suggest you could have opened the window?
Thankfully, they came back just in time, and I was able to run out. No.
So you and Kaiser had a great time, yeah. You and Kaiser had a great time.
If you go to Bernie's, don't go in the conservatory and shut the door because you won't get out.
Yeah, that's good. Good news for everybody on the internet because it's going to happen.
Remember that the next time you call over, okay?
No, I've negotiated your conservatory. Don't you worry. So I haven't done anything in your plant pots. Don't worry.
And do you remember we went? Another funny thing we went to because the reason I went over one time and stayed at Bernie's, and it was the Greyhound, the Irish Greyhound Board. We're having their annual prize giving thing. Is it NACE? Is it you call it NACE?
Awards, yeah,
it was NACE, right? You see, and we were doing this demo all outside where they were driving in, and it was good because quite a lot of people on the road stopped, and they were like, ordinary people in cars, and they were like, sympathetic to us. It was good, but then the car stopped, and a priest got out of his car, and what he'd done was he had a placard, but it was a door. He'd used a door to. Do you remember that, Bernie? It came with a door, a great big door.
The grey-haired man, a tall man with grey hair.
It was like a priest, and what he'd done is he'd obviously took a door out of his house. So what can I use for a placard? I'll take a door off, and I'll write on this door. And it was like this really he was holding this door. I mean, it's like Father Ted, really. He's there with.
Father Ted, yeah.
It's lovely bloke. He cared about the greyhounds, but he had a door. He was there with the door.
Yeah. Well, it didn't go away anyway. Ronnie, when are you coming over again? You'll have to come over again and we'll have a laugh.
Well, we'd love to come over. It's just the current sort of
I know,
situation,
yeah,
and it also
yeah.
depends on because we share a house with Louise's mum, and her health isn't
Oh,
great,
right,
and
yeah,
it goes up and
okay.
down. So of course, if she going through not a good time, then it's difficult for us to get away. So it
Okay,
kind of
Ronnie,
depends.
we'll all
It'd
go
be
to your
lovely
house,
to
okay?
come over, come here, and
We'll all go to you, and I'll bring Kaiser.
I'll bring Kaiser. Cats will love Kaiser. You help me clean up all the piss, the cat piss.
Drop off.
Take care, Tim.
See you in Dublin, okay?
Okay, Tom, thanks very much.
Oh, Tom,
Thanks for your
Tom.
help.
Bye, Ronnie.
Bye. We'll have
Are
to
you
see who's
still there?
last. Who's the last person to go?
Today.
There's not enough.
Well,
left.
that's going to be me because I can boot you out.
Roger's like he's like the Führer of this discussion, and
bringing us together.
And we
but
have
that was-
Kaiser too. We've Kaiser and the Führer. Yes.
Kaiser's in charge. Oh yeah, they're the ones because I often think if an alien came to this house, they think, hang on a minute, obviously it's those little furry things that are in charge. Because it's those other things, the pink things are like they're slaves that like give them food, clean up shit, clean up piss, and they'd be trying to talk to the cat. Probably see who's the biggest cat. We talk to them because obviously they think that they're. And same with dogs, isn't it? They'd obviously think that they're in charge.
They are in charge. They're all asleep in the bed in there.
Oh, I know. Yeah, they got the right idea, haven't they?
Well, when Ruja goes to the litter tray, then I kind of follow her in there to deal with it. And I think she must think I've got some fascination about her poo or something,
I'm not saying I didn't, Roger.
Yeah. she always enters the stinkiest bum in Ireland contest every day and wins.
Yeah. I was
Tidget Gamer and the smelliest one.
Yeah.
You have to kind of record the smell. You can't record a smell, can you now?
No,
not yet, not at the moment.
You never forget.
Look at your face when you smell it.
Yeah.
With a Geiger counter.
Yeah, like a smellyometer. I once caught one of our cats was about to poo once, and I got a poo bag thing, put it on my hand, and I actually caught the poo.
Jesus.
Your achievements are never ending, right?
My achievement. I thought I'll save myself rummaging around in the litter tray. I'll just catch the poo like that and then just tie it up.
You can come over here. We keep you busy here.
Like poo catcher, you go around following the cats.
You'd want to turn yourself into an octopus.
I know. Yeah, it's a full-time job. I have to go and do the lit trays several times. I've got off that today with being on here, but that's usually my job. The poo man.
Has anybody got anything very serious to say about animal advocacy, or should we wrap this up now, or what?
We're already
we kind of covered it, haven't we? Really,
I think we have, and we're over our time as well. So,
and we're talking shit now, really, literally.
Yeah. No, not shit.
So, I just want to run through, just so I don't forget. I want to thank Seb Alex, Grumpy Vegan Grandad. Jeremy Hess behind the scenes, Tom, who's just left, and also Tim Barford, Jennifer Faust, Ronnie, of course, Bernie here, Declan here, Wendy and Nella, Pamela, and also, of course, our surprise and special guest, Her Majesty the Queen, who announced live on this live stream that the royal family are not only going vegan, but they're also abdicating, and they're looking for a council house. So did you see that, Bernie? That one at 3 o'clock?
No, I missed that. That.
Right. Well, you'll have to scroll through the thing when we get it on YouTube, and we actually had the Queen, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, she looked good. She looked good on the vegan diet. She's years have slipped off her.
I think
Years have
so,
fallen
yeah.
off her.
Looks a lot better than she did on the Crown film, anyway.
Yeah, she's like, yes, going back to her youth now.
Yeah, glad we don't have one of them anyway.
It's like that, what's that film where Brad Pitt goes? Is it Brad Pitt goes backwards in time? But something button or something.
Future.
Oh yeah,
Back to the Future, is it? That's an old film.
Something about Jason.
Benjamin Buttons.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It wasn't the butterfly effect. That's a different one, isn't it? That's all about time jumping in time and stuff, isn't it? Jumping in.
Well, Roger, all I can say is you had the serious people on last. Okay.
You did. You had the real kind of the heavy stuff last.
This is the heavyweight
of
the show.
We're talking about the big movements.
You'll have plenty editing to do in the last bit, Roger.
It's all there already. It's live. It's
there.
Well, Roger, we better come back on before we're forgotten, as you worry about. We're all going to be forgotten.
Yeah.
Remember you said that?
Who's going to be forgotten?
We are, because the younger people don't know who we are.
All right. Did I say that? I forgot.
You did say that. Yeah.
I think that is true. I think we've kind of got the advantage, like I was talking about Neil, and I think one of the problems why Neil isn't remembered that well was because it was before the age of the internet, and so there isn't anything much of Neil on the internet, because he died before that. But I think now that we're all doing these things, that we probably will be. Younger people will be able to.
There's virtually nothing, though. I mean, like I said this before about 4 hours ago, that when Cranky Vegan, Jake Conroy, he did his very first video. He said that he was at a meeting where people were saying, "Oh, we've done this and this is new and we've done that," and he was going, "Well, actually, that was done in the 1990s and this kind of stuff." And they said, "Well, show us." And they said, "Well, it's all in these zines." And they said, "Well, look, if it's not on the internet, it didn't happen." And so you do have that reality that there is a kind of internet generation and nothing before it really existed.
They don't really want to look at zines if it's not on a video. They don't really want to.
Yeah.
That's why videos are such a good way of getting our message across. Like really, like kind of short videos that aren't too graphic.
Is this recorded?
Yeah. It is recorded, Bernie. Everyone.
This is going to be going out to the world from this point on.
We'll never live it down.
It's like no, but they don't want to. Now it's all like video stuff. So I think that kind of, getting our message across, like social media, like video is the best thing to use because people tend to look at that more than anything else. That's the age that we're in, and stuff that's kind of in magazines and books and stuff. It's not really the media that younger people.
There's some really good stuff on Instagram. Some really, really top quality photographs from the sanctuary. They're good, aren't they, Dick?
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram linked together.
Yeah.
All right. No, I haven't got Instagram. Jesus.
You got to have Instagram for. Yeah. It's a good idea. You've got to have Instagram for younger people because, like, we advertise our local vegan group. We advertise in our local area on Facebook and Instagram, and that's through the accounts are linked. And when you look at you get the stats back of who's seen it, and it's like exactly the opposite. It's almost all almost everyone on Facebook. The vast majority of people that look at it on Facebook are kind of over 45.
Are you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter, but I don't use it that much. But
Vegan Gaze was on before, and she was saying that we ought to get on TikTok. She says.
I might look at it. I'm not quite sure how it works. I'm kind of.
Well, apparently you can only do 1 minute videos, but she said that you can do 3-second videos, and it gets 1 million views.
With Instagram, if you want to do, because we've been doing advertising, because when you advertise, you can target your local area, and you pay so much, and then that generates so much advertising, and that's what we do. And if you're advertising on Instagram, you can the videos have got to be 1 minute. So that's they're in a particular format because they're square on Instagram. But you've got to, if you want to reach younger people, you've got to do Instagram, not Facebook. Facebook's like, I mean, I've got a niece who's 12, 13, and she says, "Oh, Facebook's it's just for old fogies," you know, which is like us lot.
If we remember Jill Phipps, and of course we do. Going back to Neil Lee, when I was doing my MA, Neil organised a focus group, which was conducted at Nancy's place. You know, Jill's mother, and so if people go to my website, you see something called a sociology of compromise, and there's all this focus group stuff there, and that was at Jill Phipps's home, or at least Nancy's home. I don't know whether, I suppose she'd moved out by then, I suppose, but I can't remember now whether Jill had been killed by then or not, to be honest. I think she might have been. I remember Nancy Phipps being really lovely, though.
Nancy was great. I mean, very sadly, Nancy kind of was ill for really quite a few years before she died, and Leslie, her other daughter, was looking after her, and you know they shared a flat in Coventry, and quite a few things were filmed at that flat. I remember doing some for some television program there. Where I was wearing a mask and all that kind of stuff, you know.
That was at Nancy's as well, yeah.
At Nancy's,
Ronnie, you tell the story, don't you? That at first, when you heard the news, a lot of people thought it was Louise, didn't they?
Yeah, because that was a day Louise didn't actually go to. Louise was regular at the demos at Louise was much more able. I mean, any distance of any sort now, Louise has to be in a wheelchair, but her walking was a lot better then, and she was younger. And she used to go regularly, often with Celia or a mum. They used to go to Coventry, Baggington Airport, near Coventry, where the calves were being flown out from. And I'd kind of stay home and look after the dogs and stuff normally. But on this particular day, Louise didn't go. You know, quite really normally she'd actually been at Coventry, and then we started getting phone calls because they'd heard that this young woman had been killed by a lorry, and a lot of people thought it was Louise because they thought, well, Louise might not be able to get out of the way that quickly, and that's what they were thinking, you know. But it was Jill, you know. I mean, very. Very, very sad. And of course, we've had a very similar Regan Russell earlier this year.
Yeah,
similar thing.
So you see the little caption there. Dave is saying her death turned me vegan, and just to make a serious kind of movement point for a little while is that there is this mythology in the movement that there are certain people who have made more vegans than anybody else, and obviously, you know, Yorosky is one candidate for that. And it's interesting because, like, we shouldn't forget that, you know, people go vegan for all kinds of reasons, like this here. But also, I mean, Declan, people come up to the stall and say, "Oh, I came up 3 months ago and I'm vegan now," and this kind of stuff. And you know, I'm sure Bernie's had that, and I've had people, you know, saying that, and I'm convinced, Ronnie, that I'm sure you must have created more vegans than Gary Yorosky. It's just that there's this mythology in the movement, you know, and we kind of need to break that. You know, it's not about bragging about that. This is a movement, you know, and you know, there's a heck of a lot of grandstanding that goes on, which is a bit of a shame, really. And again, that's a generational thing. You know that thing, Ronnie. I mean, we used to hide our identities. We used to wear masks and everything, but you know, but I mean, you know, because I mean, we've had that conversation before. In our generation, we didn't think about making money. We didn't think about becoming famous through it. That wasn't the aim at all, was it? No.
Plus, you couldn't make money out of it. Then there wasn't the sort of consumer base to make the money from in any case. It never occurred to us to make money. And I think the thing about, we don't know who we've turned vegan. It's not one of those things that you can kind of really put a handle on. You can't.
People have told you though, haven't they, Dick, that they went vegan because of Vigo, yeah?
They have, Roger. Yeah, they come up in the street and tell us they've gone vegan because of the posters and talking to us and that, you know. So, you know, but I was just thinking last night, I was telling you earlier today that I had a bit of a sleepless night earlier on last night when I went to bed, thinking of what to say when I come on. But one of the things I was thinking about, I often ask you, Roger, and maybe a couple of other people, like, what's the magic formula of getting people to go vegan? And I was just thinking, sitting in bed last night, it's each and every one of us that's activists doing our stuff, you know, talking to people and standing up for the animals. That's the magic formula. Each and every active vegan, you know, and even the modern vegans online and stuff, like we're the magic formula to get people to go vegan. That's the answer to that question, I think, you know.
Well, there's another aspect to it that I didn't expect, because when we started Shelburne about a year and a half ago, the demos every week and all the rest, we got sort of brand new people that had never been at a demo before. Mostly women. Somebody said it was a bit like a knitting club, but anyway, there were women and sort of more older than younger. So they all joined, they all stayed, well, the majority stayed. And I sort of said not much about veganism, but Roger used to turn up with the cheese. And they'd all be delighted. They go home with the cheese from Roger. Roger was the cheese man, okay? So, this went on for a while.
That could be took the wrong way, couldn't it? That.
Oh God. Anyway, the thing about it was, this has gone on a year and a half now, and I never mentioned veganism unless I was asked, because I figured I was going to be pestering them, you know. But they knew I was vegan like 30 odd years and all the rest. But anyway, I notice now when I go on Facebook and you see somebody asking one of the women, you know, are you vegan? Oh, yes, I'm getting there is the usual answer. They're getting there. Because we said nothing, but they picked it up. And because they were sort of hanging around with us and the contribution of the cheese and the, the vinaigrette dressing and all these things from Roger. They're getting there, but that's a different way, because it was more from being linked to us. They probably hadn't thought of it before.
Yeah, but Bernie, like, they're standing outside a place where they have greyhounds and they're racing greyhounds, and you know, a lot of the greyhounds are killed or thrown away. But like, why when they do that and then go home and eat other animals that have been tortured all their life?
I know, but they have to make the connection for themselves. They have to, you know, the way people can say things, but it has to go into your own head, I think, first.
Yeah, but they should think, like, you know, why are they there in the first place? Like, they think they're doing it. You see, it's a bit like vegetarians. I think they're doing a good job. Like, we were all vegetarians, most of us, at the start.
Yeah.
They think they're doing a good job by now with you, Bernie, but they're actually not if they go home and eat other animals, you know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, over the time, it has evolved into them going vegan, not by being badgering them or whatever. Just from hearing us talking or saying, oh, look, I got this. It was lovely. You should try it. You know, it was in a gentler way, I suppose, that they went vegan.
Yeah, but they must be daft in their own head if they can stand outside a racing stadium and you know that there's animals in there.
Well, people don't think, Roger. You know.
Yeah, but they should think, Bernie. You know what I mean? Like I've been on protests with you, Bernie, and ICABs and that. You know, and people weren't vegan. And I remember one time in Dublin, there on Dame Street, outside that Spanish tourist spot just beside the Bank of Ireland. But a woman came down the street and she says that like we were protesting against bullfighting. But two Dublin women came down the street and they says to myself and one of the women from my cabs, like, it's horrible, the bullfighting, you know. And I said it's horrible killing animals at all for meat and that. And this woman from my cab said, like, I'm vegetarian, but sometimes when I go out, I can't even get a meal and I have to eat meat sometimes, she says. It was an awful answer to give to two people that were trying to impress to go vegan and to show the horrors of all animal abuse, you know. So these people going out that aren't vegan, I can't understand it anymore. Like back 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago even, you could understand it because, you know, veganism was a new word.
Yeah. Well, my
Vegetarian.
mother worked in a butcher's.
Yeah.
And I lived beside a slaughterhouse, so I always felt there was something not right, you know. But it took me a good while to get there at the same time, you know. There was no others vegan, you know. There was
But people
in my head.
People are like that though. I mean, we do a lot of stalls. I mean, when it's not locked down, we do stalls at these kind of dog rescue events. You know, they'll put on a thing.
Yeah.
Often they'll put on a thing called a fun dog show where there's like a ring and they have like, you know, which dog, you know, all these things. Which dog is most likely to bite the postman and whatever. All these fun categories, you know, and you know that they have different stalls there, and we very often have stalls at those events because you've got people going to that they at least they care about, you know, sort of one type of animal. They care about dogs, and so you can kind of use that to extend their, you know, what some people would call it extending their circle of compassion to other animals, and it's kind of similar that people do have a thing about. You know, people do have a thing about dogs, they do have a thing about certain animals, and they kind of still haven't made that connection, and they kind of need a little bit of prompting. And I think just you being there and being vegan and them hearing your conversation that's the prompting that those people needed to kind of make that connection. No.
But you have to be aware that you can't push them too far or they'll get their back up. You can only push so far.
Yeah, no, but there's no harm to get the back up, Ernie, if you can get them to go vegan or you know.
Sometimes it has the reverse effect. I don't know.
Yeah, but if they get mad, if they get mad and think about even a night in bed or something, surely they'll connect two things together. You know,
it's not that black and white, though. It's not that black and white. It depends on the person. What do you think, Ronnie? I think it depends on the type of person.
I mean, I think the kind of. Yeah, I think there's kind of ways of kind of putting it. It's like kind of earlier in the discussion, you know, on the chat, we were talking about Extinction Rebellion, and somebody was saying, "Oh, I can't get involved in my Extinction Rebellion group. I just argue with them, blah blah blah." And obviously, you know, they don't see the vegan thing and all that. But I've kind of find it differently locally. I mean, I'm involved in with my local XR group because I'm very concerned about the climate crisis, particularly the effect on wildlife that it's having. And so it's an important cause. And, you know, I'd get involved with them the same as I'd support a local rescue, even though maybe the people running the rescue aren't vegan. You know, the people in Extinction Rebellion aren't vegan. But I haven't found that antagonism with them. I found that I've been able to sort of gradually spread the vegan message amongst them because I think it's the way you approach it. I think sometimes if you approach things too full on psychologically, and I think I made the same mistake. You know, when I first became vegan, you know, people talk about, oh, I've become vegan and people are hassling me and people are giving me a hard time because I'm vegan. It was kind of, when I went vegan, it was me giving other people a hard time. I mean, I gave my parents such a hard time about them not being vegan. I was on to them all the time. And I kind of think that maybe that was perhaps if I'd kind of been a bit more subtle in my approach, it would have been more successful with them.
We know the egg story, Ronnie.
Yeah. Oh, the egg. Oh, people don't know the egg story. Well, what the egg story is, well, I become vegan. Well, I started off becoming vegetarian. My sister and I became vegetarian at the same time, owing to her boyfriend at the time, who became her first husband. He was a vegetarian, so we went vegetarian, and we were pleased because we thought we would support each other because we knew my mum wouldn't like it, you know, that we were veg. And I remember that the first day we went in the kitchen and my mum said, you know, what do you want for breakfast? Do you want egg and bacon for breakfast? And I said, no, we'll just have cornflakes. And she immediately knew we were vegetarian. She said, oh, no. She said, that crank's got to you, because she called him a crank. That crank's got to you. Go out in the garden and eat grass. It needs cutting, you see. So that's but like she did like start, you know, giving us the vegetarian stuff, and a lot of it was animal products still. It was milk and eggs and cheese and all that. And then a couple of years later, I found out about veganism, become vegan. And I said that to my mum, look, I'm vegan now. You know, I don't eat eggs and cheese. And she said, right, I'm not having anything. She said, you've gone completely mad now. You've gone completely mad. You'll be dead within a year. You'll be dead within a year. And I'm not having I'm not making that. You'll have to do it yourself. So I got myself this little enamel pot. And my mum would do the rest of the dinner. She'd do like the potatoes and the veg. And I'd have my little enamel pot and I'd make a vegan savoury, because in those days you couldn't buy all these imitation meat and all that. Yeah. And I'd soak beans. I'd sort of soak soya beans or black-eyed beans or and boil them up, or I'd soak lentils and then I'd put some onion in and make myself a bit of a savoury. And I've been doing this for sort of 10 days. Being vegan. I thought I'd been vegan 10 days. I walked in the kitchen. My mum was breaking an egg into my pot. I caught her breaking an egg. And I said, Mum, what are you doing that for? I don't eat eggs. I'm vegan. I don't eat animal products. And she turned around to me and she said, I'm keeping you alive. keeping me alive. So I said, Mum, look, I don't want you to do that. Please promise me I don't want you to do that, because, that's, against my principles, all that, And she said, all right. She said, I won't do it anymore. She said, if you die, you die. You die, you die. That's what she said. And but obviously she was wrong. Well, unless she was still, I don't know, maybe she was still kind of sneaking around the house, and like sneaking in.
Oh, don't say that.
Breaking an egg in and then she was in eventually she got put in a care home, but I think she probably might have got a handbag out and said to one of the nurses, I want you to go round, here's an egg. I want you to go round to so-and-so, like break an egg into his food. So maybe that's why I'm still alive,
Yeah. That's it, yeah.
No, don't
mistake that.
For everybody in Ireland, I'm showing this again. This is from Lidl. It's really good coal. I've just had a little bit there. But Ronnie, talk about Neil Lee and the kind of forgotten people and all that.
Neil.
I mean, a lot of you on this thing now will remember that, right? Country Joe McDonald.
Seal.
Yeah,
The seal thing used to be really big. There used to be these huge protests in Trafalgar Square in London because the Canadian embassy's there, and there's obviously it was this big seal slaughter in Canada every year. I don't know if it still goes on now. Maybe it still does, but at the time there used to be huge protests in Trafalgar Square every year against the seal slaughter, killing of the baby seals in Canada. And these were there'd be thousands of people. There'd be really big events that obviously don't take place anymore. And also the whales I've mentioned earlier in the chat about there'd be huge protests in London against the killing of whales, outside the embassies of the countries that are involved in killing whales. That used to happen a lot. We don't really see that. We don't really see that now.
Well, this one is an animus.
Animus.
Yeah, and but the reason it's relevant to the forgotten people is that the actual record was a Sea Shepherd appeal, right? And that's and so what I wanted to talk about was Dave McCall.
Yes.
What happened there was that there was a pirate whaler called the Sierra, and they used to specialize in killing undersized whales and even pregnant mothers and everything. And so what they did was they bought a trawler and packed the front of it with concrete and rammed into this whaling boat and smashed it up, And so then the Sea Shepherd was impounded. The first Sea Shepherd boat was impounded. And Dave McCall, who was the European director of Sea Shepherd, who was based in Glasgow, and they went over. I think it was Lisbon in Portugal, I think, and they scuttled their own boat, which means they went down into the engine room and they released all the valves and everything and flooded it, and so they ruined their own boat as well, because they were going to give the Sea Shepherd to the whaling thing as compensation. So that's why they needed an appeal to get a new boat. And I think this one was another trawler from Hull. But Dave McCall is another kind of person who kind of like forgotten now, right? And yet he was a really great guy, and he did loads of stuff. You know, I mean, he led the Orkney campaign, which I was involved in, and all the rest of it. I mean, there's a big story about that. But even if you look at Sea Shepherd history now, he seems to be invisible from it.
It's only in a very small. I've looked it up on the internet. It's only mentioned in one bit. That bit's mentioned about the scuttling of the ship, but no, I think the Orkney thing's mentioned. But no, something about Orkney or Faroe Isles. Just one thing about him is mentioned, but not his whole story at all.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because I mean, you know, he did loads of stuff, and he was on the BUAV committee with me in 82. Did loads. Because I remember that at the time, right? They were. Everybody remember the story about the little brown dog, who was a dog who was like vivisected on loads and loads of times. This was the time when they thought that other animals didn't have any feelings, so they used to just repeatedly do experiments on them, you know, in front of students and all this kind of stuff. And so there was, I think it was the population of Hackney rose up, and they made this statue, and then the medical students smashed it up, and there's a big riot going on, a big fight between the local people, the working class community of Hackney, and the medical students, you know. And it was the medical students who were the most violent of this group. And so by the time we get around to the 1980s, they wanted to re-establish the statue. And so Animal Aid was going to put some money in, BUAV was going to put some money in, and NAVS, National Anti-Vivisection Society, was going to put some money in. And there's this big argument about, are we going to have the dog sat down, laying down, or stood up? It just kept coming back in the committee over and over and over again. And I think they commissioned Dame Elizabeth Fink to be the person until they found out she got loads of fur coats, and so they had to get a new sculptor to do all that back. And eventually, in one of these committee meetings, Dave McCall just lost his temper, and he goes, "Look, I don't give a fuck about whether the dog is pissing against somebody's leg. Let's just get it over and done with and get on with some campaigning, shall we?" Because it just went on for ages and ages and ages, arguments about what pose this dog statue.
I never heard that now. Yeah.
But they should have done the pose that the original dog was in, shouldn't they? Wouldn't that have been an easy way of resolving the?
No, yeah. It's funny that there is a book. I've got a book somewhere about. But I mean, I do know that I think the dog looks different in the new statue. I mean, the point is though, it's in some obscure London park somewhere, and I don't even know where the thing is. I mean, hardly anybody will have seen it, you know. So all that kind of energy to create this kind of dog. Yeah, the brown dog affair. Yeah, Dave is saying that. Yeah, brown dog affair.
I'm sure one of Ronnie's cats would have had a good pose, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
ripping up a book.
Ripping a book, yeah.
Book on the head.
But I had a dog that pissed up against someone's leg once.
Oh, mine do that all the time.
Ronnie's got a story for everything, hasn't he?
I have, yeah. It's because I've been around for 100 years. You see, there's lots.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. At times you feel like you are. Yeah.
I know, but I mean, there's all these things. I think that's true with a lot of people before the internet age. That there's kind of very little reference. You know, you search for people on the internet and they're not there. Yeah. You know, if they're kind of where they was before a certain time, and it's, you know, and it is a real shame, you know.
Anybody know that song? That's new to me. That's from Dave. Ever heard of the song "Sick Butchers"?
No, I haven't actually. Sick Butchers.
No, I haven't. I thought we were going to have trouble filling the time, so I got all my
records.
Show everybody and stuff.
Subhuman. I remember Subhumans. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
What wants to get in?
I got a Welsh one as well, which is interesting.
Budgies, Roger? Did you say budgies?
Because people, a lot of people probably don't know. I was in a punk band in the 70s,
Yeah, total attack, isn't it?
Total attack. And we were all, nearly all of us have been in prison, for ALF stuff, and the others were hunt sabs. And we were only going a year or two. And like all our songs were sort of political. They're mostly animal liberation songs and that. And there's a load of funny stories associated with that as well. With our band.
You were the singer, weren't you, Ronnie?
I was the singer. I probably just because I can't play an instrument, so they thought, "Oh, let him be the singer." Most of the time he couldn't hear me anyway because he used to play so loud. What we used to do was we used to give out song sheets to people. Have someone on the door giving out the lyrics because people couldn't hear the lyrics. So I thought, well, the lyrics are good. They're like because most lyrics of songs are shit, aren't they? Really, it don't mean anything. But our lyrics were we thought our lyrics were meaningful. Do
you remember that one, Ronnie?
Get them out, yeah. I remember Steve Davis. I'm still friends with Steve Davis on Facebook. Steve. Yeah.
Well,
Steve.
The B side actually was a cover of Rain, by the Beatles, and that's the acetate to it. It's like the one without the label. So it's a one-sided record. But going back to this one, right? Going back to the gender issue. This is interesting because this picture now is not that common. If you try and find this picture on the internet, it's actually quite difficult to do, or at least I was trying and I couldn't find it. And a lot of people assume that this is a man, whereas it's actually a woman bringing the beagle out. I know who this person is, and you'll know, Ronnie. But the point is, it's assumed that another kind of macho male type thing, but it's actually a woman, because the press used to love this type of action, because if you came out with a beagle from a laboratory, the press used to love that. Because that was when we got those headlines like animal freedom fighters. Remember all those?
Yeah, when they liked us.
Yeah, before they called us terrorists.
Well, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, aren't they? But that's true. Right in the early days, I remember the first time that myself and another guy got put in prison it was for Band of Mercy stuff. The Band of Mercy was the original name for the Animal Liberation Front. It was before the name was changed. And we tried to destroy a laboratory that's being built. We damaged some boats used for seal hunting. We damaged lots of stuff to do with vivisection and all that. And myself allegedly, yeah. Myself and this other guy, we ended up getting like a 3-year prison sentence. And in the Daily Mirror, which was like probably the second most popular newspaper at the time, I think, the headlines, the front page headline was like non-meat martyrs, and it had a picture, and it was about what heroes these guys were that tried to destroy this torture lab, and these guys are heroes, they shouldn't be in prison. And it was all like that. It was all like right in our favour, And then you'd scroll forward a few years, and it's like the headline would be, terrorists caged, and it wasn't long enough, if you go forward a few years. And I think the reason for that was because I think at that time, newspapers are always looking for like what's going to sell the most papers. And they probably thought, oh, well, look, it'll sell more papers to say these people are heroes. Because they didn't really see us as a threat, because they probably looked at that, oh, that's an isolated incident, put in prison, and that won't happen again. But once it started building up, the ALF started building up into a big thing, that actually was a threat to big business, pharmaceutical industry, vivisection industry, it's all big business. Once it was seen as that threat, then the whole thing changed. It went the other way, and then we were terrorists, and these dangerous maniacs and all sorts.
You were a very naughty boy, Ronnie.
I was very naughty, yes.
It wasn't Ronnie; it was the cats.
It was the cats, yeah. The cats are terror. We call our cats. We call our cats the Meowjahadeen. The Meowjahadeen, because they're like a gang, come and do stuff, But yeah, but funny enough, when I think back now, I think the media actually did us a favour by calling us terrorists because it put such fear. They made out. I mean, the ALF was non-violent. We only damaged property. It's only property.
Yeah, you remember that journalist? Was it David Henshaw?
David Henshaw. He wrote a book, didn't he? About
but he reckoned somebody kidnapped him and scrawled ALF on his back.
Oh no, that wasn't David Henshaw.
Oh no, Hall. His name was Hall.
That was a guy called Graham Hall. Graham Hall.
Oh, okay,
and what Graham Hall did was he was the guy. There was a program on Channel 4. He infiltrated into the ALF type of thing, and he ended up meeting with Robin Webb. And Robin Webb thought he was a trusted guy because how this guy had infiltrated, he'd started at the bottom with someone on a street stall, then they introduced him to someone else, and he went up,
so
through
he wasn't
the
a journalist then, no?
No, he was a self-styled private investigator who I knew about. Had I known people were having dealings with this Graham Hall, I could have warned them because I knew he was dodgy because he'd operated locally and he'd been involved in a dodgy thing to do with infiltrating badger baiting or something where he got reprimanded by the judge for he actually had ended up taking part in it or something. He was a real dodgy guy. But I didn't know any of this was going on, so I wasn't able to warn people. And in the end, he kind of got introduced to Robin Webb as a trusted person. And Robin started talking about incendiary devices and stuff like that. And I think it looked like Robin was going to be charged with all this, but it didn't happen in the end. And it was after that Graham Hall claimed that someone kidnapped him and wrote ALF on his back. But I think that's a total lie. The guy was just such a totally dodgy geezer that I think he just made all that up just for publicity, and it just wasn't true.
I think I have those cuttings, Ronnie. I think I still have them going way back.
Yeah, there was all sorts.
Someone that doesn't throw things out. I think I have some.
Yeah, but Robin didn't get done in the end, thankfully for it, which was which was good. But I mean, but the thing is, but I was saying that the ALF was really was kind of non-violent in the sense that it didn't actually harm people or avoided harming any living thing. But because the media were making us out to be these dangerous terrorists, I think that put so much fear into the vivisectors that actually went in our favour. And I think that's kind of what, because there's a big fall in the number of animal experiments in the UK associated with the years when the ALF was most active. And I think there definitely is a connection there. And I think one of the main reasons that happened was because of the media making us out to be such terrorists. And putting putting fear into the animal experimenters, so they ended up thinking, SAS
military precision, which was kind of like about as far away from the truth.
It was like Dead's. It was like Dead's Arm. I mean, you could make. I was thinking like you could do a TV series like Dead's ALF. About all the. I mean, I went on a raid once. With a guy.
Captain Mannering, Ronnie.
Yeah. I probably would be.
I'll be Jonesy. They don't look it up on their
Jonesy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but because I remember going on a raid one time where the guy I was with, he fell in the cesspit. It was a beagle. It was a place that was eventually closed down through. I think the same people that did the Shack campaign, they did earlier campaigns. It's one of these places called Harewood End in Herefordshire, I think, that bred beagles for experiments. And me and this other guy went there to do a raid on the place. And we were sneaking round, and all of a sudden there was a splash, and he disappeared, and he'd fallen in the cesspit. And we had to go back, and we couldn't go back. He was in the shit, yeah, and we couldn't go back. We crept in past the house, and the dogs all started barking, and that's when we were looking around for somewhere to hide. He fell in the cesspit. The bloke was out shouting at the dogs to shut up at the front. We couldn't go back up the drive, so we had to go all across people's gardens. We had to climb over someone's shed. So I thought there would have been this like trail of slime where we went, and across someone's shed. We got in the car. He had to take like nearly all his clothes off. He was driving the car in his pants because his clothes were. And we ended up going to. And he thought, well, I'll put the I put my trousers on. I put it over the engine of the car to dry them, and of course it was all stinking. It was all coming through the blower, like all stinking this shit and that. And then we ended up going to a campsite at about 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Go to a campsite. He went in the showers and like washed all his clothes and that. But they still stunk, even when they dried out. They still stunk. So there we are. This is the SAS Commando.
Yeah.
Force.
So where was that place again? Because
it was a place called Harewood End. It was a place called Harewood End.
Because, we talk about.
Oh no! Wait a minute! No, it wasn't. No, I'm wrong. Was it Harewood End? No. No. So Harewood End was another place. This was a place called Perrycroft Lodge. Once again, that's in. I think that's in kind of Herefordshire, Worcestershire, and that was closed down. It's now some sort of holiday place now. But there was a place called Harewood End, also not too far away. And that was also closed down through, like long-term concerted campaigns against these places. And I think the RSPCA went into both places and took the dogs out when the places closed. And there are ALF raids on the other place as well. There's a lot of raids where beagles were got out of places in those days.
Who let the dogs out? The thing is, in terms of the history, that people like say Cranky talks about, that there's like a set of them that there's like what is it, Regal Rabbits and Hillgrove and that kind of stuff. But those other two don't seem to get mentioned in that. There's also
the cats, the Hillgrove or the Hillgrove cats.
Hillgrove cats, Hillgrove.
Yeah, I used to go over to that one. Yeah.
The only thing I'd say about those campaigns is, like they were great in lots of ways, but what I think about it now is like, these places were supplying animals for experiments, right? If you don't stop the demand for experiments and you close those places down, then the likelihood is they're just going to get the animals from somewhere else. And so that maybe closing these places down isn't quite the victory that people maybe think it is in terms of, actually saving animals.
Well, it's a little bit because you're attacking guinea pig farm.
Yeah,
What happened there was that was a dairy farm, right? Yeah, it was a dairy farm, and then they opened up a guinea pig unit, and they made the dairy herd smaller in order to accommodate the guinea pig unit, and then the guinea pig unit was closed down by the campaign, and then they just expanded the dairy herd again.
Yeah, and I think the thing is this.
What other way can it be done?
Well, the thing is, it's a question of supply and demand. Do you attack the supply side or do you attack the demand side? And the problem is if just by attacking the supply side, unless you reduce the demand, the supply will just come from somewhere else as long as the demand exists. And that's the difficulty with. Sometimes it can work. Sometimes attacking the supply side can work, but like a lot of times it kind of doesn't. And I think that's why that type of campaign needs careful thought, because it doesn't actually. It just moves the supply somewhere else. Just moves the supply somewhere else, and doesn't actually result in any animals being spared. And that's why I think the demand, stopping the demand for these things, stopping the demand for animal experiments, stopping the demand for consuming animals. That's why I tend to focus more on those things. There are, an example of like kind of where demonstrations do work, I think is what you're doing at Shelbourne, Bernie, is with the greyhounds, because once again that demo is actually stopping the demand in a sense, because what you're doing is if you're deterring people, educating people not to go into those places, you're cutting off the money supply to the greyhound track.
We got down to 40%, Ronnie.
Yeah, that's it. You see, and so that is kind of. That's like like what we got to do is like analyze the process by how does it happen?
But Ronnie, there's another big aspect to it. The government are giving them 20 million. 20 million.
Well, and that's I think that's an area where it kind of depends on whether a point can be reached for the 20 million isn't enough. Obviously, we've got a situation over here, and I'm sure it's the same in Ireland, it's the same in many countries where animal agriculture is subsidised by money from the government.
Are you getting onto Declan's favourite subject now, subsidies?
Yeah. But the thing is, but you see, I think that like subsidies can only go so far. I mean, they skew everything, because obviously it allows these industries to survive, where in normal circumstances they wouldn't survive if it was just on kind of money through the gate or money that people they wouldn't survive.
Yeah.
And so, but it's a question on to what extent are they going to be prepared to do the subsidies? Like, if no one was going into Shelbourne Park, would the government still give money to keep that racing alive? Maybe they would. I don't know. Perhaps they wouldn't.
It's the same with the horse racing running at the moment. There's no one going into the horse racing, but the
the tracks are in danger of closing with the horse racing.
Yeah, subsidise them to the hilt as well. So
but
it's very hard to stop something that the people in power support so much.
Yeah, and you see, when you see, once again, you see, I kind of think that's because why are those people in power, and how are those people in power? Those people are in power because we voted them. They didn't kind of just come down from the sky and said, right, I'm taking power. They voted in. Same as why was Donald Trump elected? Why was Boris Johnson elected? People voted for them. You see, so you've got to change people's attitudes so they vote differently. And that's down, and that once again is down to educating people like a local area, because people think power is like, people think, well, political power in the UK comes from Westminster, in Ireland from Dublin, wherever the kind of assembly is. That's in Dublin, I suppose, where they all meet to pass the laws and that.
Yeah.
In the USA, Washington, people tend to think power comes from those places, but it doesn't really. It comes from local areas, because that's where the representatives are elected. To go to those places, and so much depends on the type of person that's elected. You elect someone that's like doesn't give a shit about animals, then that's going to be reflected in the government, isn't it? If you elect people locally that kind of do, all right, may not be perfect, but are better, then that's going to, and to get people to vote in the right way, you've got to educate them, and that's down to local education again.
Ronnie, could I mention a load of us voted for the Greens, thinking they were the best option this time.
I know about that.
For the environmental issues rather than there was no animal issues helped at all, and now they've voted to give them the money, the Greyhound money. So we feel very let down by all this, So it's very hard to trust any of them. To be honest.
I think you're right too, and I think very sadly, I think the previous time in Ireland as well, when the Greens were in coalition, they kind of went against their principles, and that's actually against.
They did the stag hunt and that. It wasn't as bad, Ronnie.
It wasn't as bad, no. But you see, I think that it's interesting, because I've looked into this, and like the Greens, previously, like the Greens in Ireland have kind of have spoken out against greyhound racing, and now they've kind of turned to and that I think that's kind of that is kind of really, that's sort of really disappointing, I think, that they've done that. And of course it's very and sort of what's the answer to it? I think we kind of need more vegans in politics. So we had more vegans in politics, then you get the right sort of politician, and people aren't going to do things like that.
I don't even know of any vegans.
Yeah, well, no, but you see, I think the more vegans we create, the more people we educate to become vegan.
That's true.
The more politicians, by the law of averages, the more will become. We've got some over here, like Chris Williamson was a vegan Labour MP over here that's very good on animal rights. He's not anymore. He's actually he's in the Labour Party because he got expelled over this, the so-called anti-Semitic stuff. There's one or two politicians that are vegan, but we kind of need. The more vegan, I think the more vegans we create, the more vegan politicians we'll get as well, and that'll make a difference.
money.
Bernie's gone.
Yeah.
Bernie's gone to sort out a dog.
Yeah. Yeah. But at the moment, Ronnie, they're using even vegan taxpayers' money to subsidise the farmers and the horse racing, and it's horrendous. Like,
I mean, yes, I mean that's the trouble. But I think kind of we're sort of all trapped in that kind of situation, aren't we? That kind of a lot of things we spend our money on is kind of not. We can't avoid some of our money going to unethical things. I mean, like for instance, this what we're using today for this discussion. The companies behind the technology on this, are they 100% ethical? They're not going to be. You go in a supermarket to buy vegan food, you're giving money to a company that's a long way from being ethical, and all the time, in life we're kind of making these compromises where we know that some of our money is going to sort of unethical causes. I think kind of all we can do is do our best, and I think one of the ways we can do our best is actually campaigning for animals, whether that's promoting veganism or doing what Bernie's doing, trying to close down a greyhound track, somehow doing something positive to kind of make up for it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Keep at it, as you. That's all we have to do, isn't it?
I think that's the thing, and really, like I kind of, I'm going to say my mantra again that I always say, and that is, I say to people, if you're not vegan, if you're not vegan, become vegan. If you are vegan, become an activist. And if you're an activist, become an organiser. Because the thing is, that you see, nothing happens. You see, if Bernie and the other people didn't organise that demo outside Shelbourne Park, it wouldn't happen. There's all these people that care that turn up, but they wouldn't turn up unless someone organised it. So, like organisers, probably what we lack most is organisers. And we need organisers everywhere, in every town, city, suburb, every city. We need people to step up to the plate. We need people to step up one, don't we? We need to step up one, step up to veganism, step up to activism, step up to being an organiser. And that's
Yeah, but the problem probably with vegan outreach groups, I don't know about Bernie's group, whether there's a lot of drivers or not in Bernie's group, but probably
no, it doesn't come into it. No, we just have to get to Shelbourne, you see.
Yeah. But with the vegan outreach, but with the vegan outreach, Roger knows and I know that an awful lot of people in the vegan outreach haven't got cars, Bernie. So it's a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem to bring stuff, maybe if you haven't a car, but people can bring small tables and some posters on a bus, though. So, but it is a bit of a problem because an awful lot of young people can't afford to have a car, I suppose, and things like that, So, it's probably harder on young people maybe than it was when we were young, because you could buy an old banger and put it on the road, whereas now it has to be tested and the insurance is colossal and stuff. It's probably hard.
You always need somebody with a car, because my van is just laden down with the issues that I cover. I just leave the stuff in the van,
I know, Bernie. Yeah.
Simpler than taking it all out every Saturday and then having another demo during the week and put it all back in. It's not worth it. Just leave it there. I must be spending a fortune on fuel to carry them all around,
True, Bernie. Yeah, that would be hard.
But anyway, for now, it's going all right, So
that's good, Bernie. Yeah.
What can you do? You have to work with what you have. Really, what you'd like mightn't be what you have, but
yeah.
It's grand,
But Bernie, it's hard to get these politicians to change, but. They subsidise the greyhounds by another 2.5 million, whatever, this year.
I know.
So next year, if the money goes down another 20%, they'll probably add 5 or 6 million to them to keep them going. So, see, the greyhound race and the horse race is an international thing for betting. So, like Ronnie says, we have to take the consumers away, the people that take this stuff. So.
Yeah,
but
we're doing okay with that. We're doing okay, but you see, even at that stage, there was 16.8 million a year being given to them. Now it's 20. So
yeah,
it's getting worse instead of better, you know?
Yeah.
It's like we
But,
have to keep pedaling harder to try and stay at the same level, you know? So,
yeah, that's the thing. Like doing the vegan outreach on the street, you know, we can tell people not to gamble. You know, a fella came up to me there, and he was from my local town here in Navan, and he gambled hundreds of thousands. You know, so it's gambling is an awful problem for people, especially young people, when they can go on the internet and phones and everything, gamble. But this poor fella,
but you won't get somebody from a gambling organization to sort of speak out against it.
No, but we need to educate people again. It goes back to education.
Yeah, but that would help, you know, if they did stand up and speak out, you know?
Yeah, but they were on Irish television several times. People addicted to gambling, even footballers and, you know, even jockeys themselves were addicted to gambling. But at the same time, in the same program, you'd have another jockey coming on and he'd be a champion jockey or something. So the connection between things on media, you know, it doesn't connect up. You could have one poor person whose life is wrecked by something, and then you'll have another, you know, guest on saying the complete opposite. You know, like it's weird.
Well, the only thing that's protected us a good bit is the fact that they brought us to the High Court and we won.
Yeah, great.
Hundreds of thousands to pay our fees and their fees, so they're not going to do that again. They can't do that again.
Yeah, but
so we're safe there protesting, you know.
Yeah, but it's nothing to them, Bernie, if they get millions, 20 billion off the government. You know what I mean? So
still good to win, though, right, Declan?
Very good to win, Bernie. Yeah. But like, it's all about education, people, and you know this thing of people in any part of the world can gamble on Irish greyhound racing or English greyhound racing or Irish horse racing. It's crazy that people are so. You know, their life is so empty that they have to gamble. Like it's weird, isn't it? That's just, you know, they work all week, 5 days a week on a Saturday morning. You know, they're probably gambling every day of the week, the bad ones. You know, but you go down to the local pub and bet on horses all day or greyhound racing.
There's probably kids going hungry over gambling, but
there is, Bernie, and the women are just as bad as men now for gambling.
Yeah,
you know. Because in the betting shops, they give them sandwiches and tea. You know, they feed them all day.
They're using all the tricks to get them in. Yeah,
but you know, even with the COVID and the clothes, they can still do it.
But really, when you're out there on the streets outside Shelbourne, the public are with us. It's not being translated into the politicians being with us, but the public, for the most part, are with us. You know.
Yeah, but there's the thing. Maybe Bernie, maybe you should go more to. You know, outside Dáil Éireann and where the politicians are. You know what I mean?
You see, you can't do that now anyway for now. And as well as that too, they're either in Dáil Éireann or they're in the conference centre and you don't know till the last minute. So it's not that simple either.
Yeah,
they're using the conference centre because of the space to space out to social distance.
Is there not plenty of room at the conference centre?
No, the Dáil hasn't got plenty of room, but the conference centre has. So
but that's
can be one or the other, you know.
Yeah, but
that doesn't seem to get the results. I mean, I think we were on the right road, getting them down to 40%. We were on the right road there, and then it stopped. It stopped because of the COVID. So now they're only going in with a trainer. And the dog and the owner, maybe, I don't know, maybe two people with the dog or one person with the dog. They're not keeping to that. We know they're not keeping to that. And what they're doing as well is they're coming in to Shelbourne Park with the dog in their van or whatever, and they're driving the length and breadth of Ireland back to Donegal, back to Tipperary, back to Kerry, and nobody says a word. They can do what they like. They can drive there. They can get out, stop for tea, get back in. You know, like somebody said they were going to the chipper, coming out of Shelbourne and going into the chipper across the road. You know what I mean? I mean, that's spreading things as well. They're not keeping to any rules. Then they never did anyway.
And have you any banners?
You know,
have you any banners, Bernie, about the COVID and the connection between that and the greyhound racing? Have you any banners like that?
No, we mostly ones about the money.
No, we should do something about the COVID as well, and why is this going on when there's a world pandemic? You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I think everybody sort of knows that, like, you know.
Oh no, but you need to show it to the public.
Well, I have to say, I'd rather highlight the injuries of the dogs and what happens to dogs and the drugs and all that. You know, I don't want to get away from the dogs suffering, which is the main reason we're doing this.
Yeah, but they're doing it now when the COVID is on, Bernie. That's what I'm just trying to say to you. You should highlight that.
They're running the dogs behind closed doors.
I know that, but they shouldn't be.
Them, you know?
Yeah, and all around the country, they're all being abused. But like to highlight it that they shouldn't be doing it when there's a pandemic, especially, it'd be a good thing to do as well. You know, Bernie.
That's a tough one because they're making money out of it.
I know, just have a few posters mixed in, like.
Yeah.
I suppose it is what works the most in terms of, you know, what the aim is to stop people going in there so that the attendances fall, and it's whatever is the most effective in terms of a message that's going to do that. I think that's the
well, I put up some billboards. I've 2 billboards up on the greyhound racing. What have I got? Companions, not commodities, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the message across that they're dogs. So like any other dog,
Yeah.
just they make run because they can run, you know?
Yeah. Crazy.
I don't know. Roddy, have you any other ideas that we've missed here?
I think you're doing well. I think the regularity of it's important. I mean, over here where dog tracks have closed, it's because people constantly held demonstrations outside there, constantly gave people information, and it's that regularity of doing it that's important, and that's what you seem to be doing there. And there isn't kind of really a lot more you can do than that, and sometimes it, you know, success can come quickly. I mean, the what was the most prestigious track here in England at Walthamstow Stadium, that closed after about a year. People were out there for only a year, you know, distributing leaflets, and it closed.
Were they getting the money that our ones were getting? Were they getting that sort of money, millions? Were they getting millions?
No, you see that this is the difference. The difference over here is that the government here doesn't. The government doesn't subsidise greyhound racing here, but where they do get a subsidy is from the betting industry, because every time someone goes bets on the greyhounds with a bookmaker, and it's the same with horse racing, a certain percentage of that goes to the industry. And so it's important to educate people not to bet on greyhound racing and not to bet on horse racing, as well as educating them not to go to the track. And in fact, there's a lot of races over here held at greyhound tracks that are done purely for bookmakers, that are done purely so they can stream the races into the betting shops. The bags, yeah. And so they don't rely on attendances. No. But what we have had is there have been. I mean, for instance, the one track that closed fairly recently in Manchester Bellevue. I mean, the campaign to get that closed went on for, I don't know, was it 15 years? That was a long campaign. People outside there regularly for about 15 years. Until it eventually, and I think eventually, what they realised was there was more money to be made out of selling the stadium for housing.
It's a long time that. By the way, just to let you know, I've muted your mic because there's a lot of sound pollution coming in there. Bernie, wasn't there a poll recently, and most people supported greyhound racing, didn't it?
No, the other way around. 77%. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, well, I'm going to unmute. I'm going to unmute Declan here, and so I'm looking for anybody.
I'm free.
Anybody seen get? Oh, here's Gary. Okay, so I want you all to. We're going to finish now because we've been on air now for 7 hours and 20 minutes. So,
Roger, you'll have a sore throat tomorrow.
Yeah. I've just been listening to you lot for the last hour. So I want everybody to join in with me and Gary. We're going to sing what is it? So wishing you a
Far away,
Merry
and the
Christmas,
further away,
you
the
know.
better. No,
What?
far away.
Yeah, have yourself a American. I can't remember that thing now. I think we'll scrap
don't know
that.
the word.
We'll just close it down. I can't remember the little thing now. Yeah.
Ho, 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 will do.
See you gentlemen, Ronnie. Okay.
Ho, ho.
Yeah, hopefully. Be good.
So, thank you, you three, and thank you everybody else who came along over the last 7 and a bit hours. It's been a bit of a blast. It's been interesting, and I hope it achieved its aim. It's difficult to know, in a sense, whether people who were isolated and that watched it, but you never know. So, thanks again. We're going to say goodbye. We're going to finish off, and so thanks a lot, folks.
Thanks,
Bye
Roger.
for now.
Good luck, Roger. Good luck, Ronnie and Bernie. Bye. Bye.
Bye. See you, Ronnie.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye.